Chapter 135. Are you okay with your injuries? Gu Chang'e asked casually, asking Gu Xian'er behind him. His expression did not seem to be very concerned, but at this time Gu Xian'er's mind was really in a mess. Hearing this, she just gave a soft hum. What do you mean? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. He naturally knew that Gu Xian'er was not seriously injured, at most a little injured. But at this time, even if she was not injured, she would be injured. When Gu Xian'er heard Gu Chang'e's words, she was not stupid. Her voice was cold, but a little low and aggrieved. The injuries are very serious. Many of my bones are broken, and my internal organs are displaced. If you didn't come, I would probably die here today alone with no one to collect my body. Speaking of this, her face had a sad and tearful expression, which would make anyone who heard it cry. Many of the young men nearby couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for her. She was injured so badly, the Ocean Palace is too much. Gu Chang'e's expression did not change, but his eyes gradually deepened, and he said lightly, I, Gu Chang'e, have never had a reason to be bullied. Although he said so, he secretly praised her wit. This girl was not very stupid, and knew to cooperate with him at this time. Tell me, how do you want to die? Then Gu Chang'e looked at the creatures of the Ocean Palace in front of him, and asked with a casual expression. All the cultivators heard this and could not help but shudder. At this time they were frightened. How do you want to die? This sentence came from Gu Chang'e's mouth, but it was so natural, containing an endless bloody breath. They already had a hunch that there would be a bloody storm here in a while. Hearing this, the faces of the creatures of the Ocean Palace could not help but change, and they turned slightly pale. The two young supreme warriors who had attacked Gu Xian'er before turned pale, a little frightened, and could not help but take a few steps back. After all, this was Gu Chang'e. Just now, his attack had severely injured the seventh princess, and even her mount had been shattered by the aftershock. His strength was ridiculously strong. Before this, they had never heard that Gu Chang'e would stand up for Gu Xian'er. Even the seventh princess did not expect such a thing. Gu Chang'e, don't go too far. If you insist on supporting Gu Xian'er, then 587. At this time, the seventh princess said with a slightly gloomy expression. However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Gu Chang'e. His expression was a little playful as he said, The Ocean Palace hurt my sister, and now they blame me for backing her up. What kind of logic is this? Also, seventh princess, you haven't answered my question yet. Then I'll ask you again, how do you want to die? The seventh princess was enraged by Gu Chang'e's aggressive attitude, and her expression was very ugly. She could not help but say, Gu Chang'e, stop acting like you've taken advantage of us. You're a famous young supreme warrior with the potential of a genuine immortal, but you've gone too far. Do you really think the Ocean Palace is easy to bully? In her opinion, no matter how strong Gu Chang'e was, he was only one person now. Even if he gathered the nearby disciples of the heavenly immortal palace, he could not be a match for the Ocean Palace. It was very likely that both sides would suffer, and the other young supreme warriors would take advantage of the situation. Therefore, at this time, she actually did not want to confront Gu Chang'e directly. She would find a way to avenge her brother sooner or later. However, Gu Chang'e did not mention this at all, nor did he ask why she wanted to kill Gu Xian'er. Instead, he asked her how she wanted to die. He even repeated it twice. This kind of contemptuous, casual, indifferent, arrogant attitude made the seventh princess angry. She could not bear it. After all, she was the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace. She ruled over many heaven's prides and young supreme warriors of the Sea Clan. In terms of status, she was not inferior to Gu Chang'e. And most importantly, Gu Chang'e was too confident and had an attitude that said he could defeat them. As a fellow supreme warrior, how could she stand such humiliating treatment? Going too far? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e could not help but laugh, and then the expression on his face turned cold. So what if I'm bullying you? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er, who was behind him, could not help but tremble. She gently lowered her head. Previously, when the people of the Ocean Palace were chasing her, the seventh princess also had such an overbearing attitude. The Ocean Palace was stronger than her, so they bullied her. And now Gu Chang'e said such similar words in front of the people of the Ocean Palace, which made her heart full of strange and indescribable emotions. With Wuchia in front of her, she could not help but feel at ease, and a feeling of wanting to rely on him. Of course, Wuxia also understood that this was Wuchia pretending in front of outsiders. He came to save her, probably just to make up for what happened back then. Wuxia had mixed feelings. Speaking of which, Wuchia did not owe her anything after returning the knife. She also had the means to escape safely, but Wuchia showed up at the critical moment to stand up for her. And she also said those words to draw hatred for Wuchia. Wuxia suddenly felt a little regret and guilt. At that time she was actually a little upset. About Wuchia. After all, she had been looking forward to his appearance, but he was nowhere to be seen. Wuchia, since you want to say so, how do you want to settle the matter of your sister killing my brother? Hearing this, the seventh princess said coldly with a heavy expression, gritting her teeth. She did not intend to feign civility with Wuchia anymore. She gripped the golden spear tightly, and wisps of brilliance appeared on it, and a metallic aura circulated. Wuchia's words clearly showed that he did not give any face at all, and had a completely unrelenting attitude. Then how do you want to settle it? Go down and accompany him? Wuchia said lightly. His figure stepped out of the void and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already landed in front of the seventh princess. The seventh princess and the others could not help but narrow their eyes, and a shocking chill ran down their backs. The expressions of the many followers around her changed dramatically, and they were shocked. They did not feel the slightest fluctuation of space at all, and Wuchia had already arrived in front of them. What kind of amazing extreme speed was this? Could it be so close yet worlds apart, or shrinking the earth into an inch? In the next moment, before they could react, they felt a terrifying aura suddenly erupt from the void in front of them, as if a dazzling sun was pressing down on them. It's his honor that Xian killed him. If you dare to touch Xian then you can go and accompany your brother. Boom! As Wuchia's understated words fell, a dazzling sword light flashed. Dazzling sword chi suddenly appeared in the void. Clanging sounds rang out and even sparks flew out. The terrifying sharp chi was simply like a celestial sword that could destroy the world. He put his fingers together like a sword, and a terrifying sword light bloomed continuously between his fingers. It was as if it could dominate the world, and a wisp of sword chi could tear the universe apart. Although the endless celestial art was a supreme offensive secret technique of the primordial spirit type, Wuchia could also display great power when he used it with his current means. This did not involve dermic powers but the use of laws. After all, with the support of the Transcendence talent, his control of many divine techniques had undergone a qualitative change. This was the sword light of laws and order, which could destroy many Tao techniques and divine techniques. Unless there was a law of the same level it could resist. Under the premise of not revealing his true strength, it was too easy to deal with the so-called young supremes. It was just like cutting melons and vegetables. At this moment, around the mountain peak, many of Wuchia's followers also appeared and began to attack from all directions, killing the sea race creatures. A chaotic battle broke out. Wuchia stepped forward as if he was taking a stroll in the park, his expression casual and natural. His sword fingers fell flat, and the void in front of him became blurry, making clanging sounds. It was as if an immortal sword was really unsheathed, and strands of sword chi fell like a large galaxy. No! Blood splattered everywhere in the void. The young supreme being whose original body was a golden fish turned pale with fear. He looked desperate and regretful, and wanted to beg for mercy. His whole body was cold, and even his primordial spirit was trembling. At this moment he was enveloped by a terrifying killing intent. He wanted to resist, so he took out his strongest Dharma artifact, and all his Dharma power surged into it. This Dharma artifact was overflowing with divine light, and when it came down, it could destroy all existences in the void god realm. However, it was useless. A ray of sword light, like a divine chain reflecting the laws, pierced through his forehead. The protective light that appeared on his primordial spirit was instantly destroyed, and directly turned into powder. If resistance is useful, then why do I need to have overwhelming strength? Wuchia looked calm. The realm he displayed was still the strength of the Emperor realm, but the moves he used had obviously surpassed this level. Of course, he did not display too shocking. It was enough to control the power to kill a true immortal realm existence. This is Guchanga's true strength? Gu Xian'er was stunned by this scene. She had always wanted to surpass Guchanga and have other goals. However, she really did not expect Guchanga's strength to have reached such a level. What sword technique was this? Its power was so terrifying it was as if it was born to kill. Dead. A young supreme being was killed just like that. Many of the sea creatures were stunned. When they reacted, they became extremely frightened. After all, this young supreme being in front of them was in existence in the middle stage of the Emperor realm. However, in the hands of Guchanga, he was killed in an instant, and even his primordial spirit was destroyed. This kinda means really frightened them. As a young supreme being, he had many life-saving methods, but he did not even have the chance to use them before he was killed by Guchanga. What did this mean? It meant that Guchanga's current strength had actually exceeded the level that they could resist at present. With such a terrifying sword technique in hand, who would dare to approach easily? The sword chi that fell was boundless, as if it could drown everything. It's actually a sword technique that can borrow the power of rules. At this moment, the seventh princess of the Ocean Palace could not help but be shocked. The power of rules was something that only saints could come into contact with, but now it was displayed in the hands of Guchanga. This made her feel cold all over, and her primordial spirit trembled slightly. Young supreme beings had many trump cards, but she really did not expect that Guchanga still had such an incredible means hidden. In her opinion, Guchanga had definitely mastered an incomparably terrifying sword technique. Such power was no longer something that they could resist. At this time, unless she used the same power, there was no way to resist. She reckoned that ordinary true gods would be killed by Guchanga's casual sword chi. To support this terrifying sword technique, Guchanga's body must have consumed a lot of energy. He won't be able to hold on for long. I still have a chance. I can take the opportunity to kill him. Seeing that the female supreme being from the Mermaid Dragon clan resisted for a while, but it was completely useless. Soon, in despair and unwillingness, Guchanga's sword light pierced through her body. The light in her eyes dimmed, and her life was extinguished. At this moment, the seventh princess had no choice. Her expression gradually turned ferocious. If she did not kill Guchanga, Guchanga would kill her. Boom! Kill! Her figure transformed into a golden divine flame that swept through a hazy light. Her spear swept horizontally, turning into a massive golden light hole that could kill everything. That was her powerful Dao technique. At the same time, she summoned a small scarlet cauldron. The moment she opened the lid of the cauldron, a torrential flame surged out. It contained wisps of law power that turned into divine chains that could burn everything. A replica of the Scarlet Sun Cauldron? Guchanga raised his brows and recognized the cauldron. It was an extremely famous supreme weapon replica of the Ocean Monarch Palace. The divine fire within it contained wisps of law power. However, he did not care. It was just a replica. No matter how strong it was, it could only be unleashed at the true god realm in the hands of the seventh princess. Soon, in front of the shocked gazes of many cultivators, the battle between Guchanga and the seventh princess erupted. All of a sudden, resplendent splendor appeared. The mountain peaks all collapsed, turning into fine dust. It was as if many stars had exploded. The brilliance was so dazzling that all the cultivators could not help but close their eyes. The next moment, accompanied by a cracking sound, the replica of the Crimson Sun Cauldron was blasted out. A blue-haired figure flew out, covered in blood. She was in an extremely sorry state as half of her body was shattered. Her expression was full of disbelief and horror. Why? The seventh princess's expression was even a little frightened and could not believe it. Just now she and Guchanga clashed head-on. Even with her strong physique, she could not withstand it and half of her body exploded. Moreover, even the Crimson Sun Cauldron was blown away by Guchanga's vast sword chi in the end. The power of law contained in it could not contend against him. She thought that Guchanga's spiritual power was almost drained by that terrifying sword technique, but it was not. It did not even have the slightest effect. She could not help but be frightened. Because I'm much stronger than you by a lot. Guchanga's expression was slightly playful. When his figure reappeared, He had already landed in front of the seventh princess's face that was twisted with unwillingness. Bang! He lifted her up. Her originally pretty face was now like a ferocious ghost. Wuxia, if you dare to kill me. She no longer had the attitude of a princess. Now she was extremely afraid of death. Her Dao heart had completely collapsed the moment she lost to Wuxia. I won't kill you. Wuxia interrupted casually. Then, he sealed the seventh princess's cultivation and threw her in front of Xian, who was still in a state of shock. He smiled thoughtfully and said, Xian, I'll hand her over to you. It's up to you whether to kill her or not. He threw this question directly to Xian. Chapter 136. Bang! The seventh princess' hair was disheveled, and her body was covered in blood. Her face was like a ferocious ghost. Her cultivation was sealed by Wuxia, and she was thrown in front of Xian. This scene caused the fighting in the surroundings to suddenly become deathly silent. The seventh princess lost. All the sea tribes were trembling in fear. At this moment they felt as if the sky had collapsed. They couldn't believe it. They were terrified to the extreme. The invincible seventh princess could not find an opponent in the sea tribe. Her talent was so terrifying that few could match her. But she had just been born, and now she was defeated? She suffered the first crushing defeat in her life. She might even die here. After all, the number of young supreme martial artists who died in Wuxia's hands was not small. He would not let the seventh princess go. Everyone knew that Wuxia would be very powerful, because his battle record was achieved by killing. But they did not expect Wuxia to be so strong. They were terrified and even desperate. Master has the potential of a true immortal. He is destined to stand at the top and look down on the millions of worlds in the sea. How can a mere seventh princess of the ocean palace be his opponent? Among the cultivators who were fighting, a creature that looked like a Wuxia smiled coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he tore the sea tribe creature in front of him in half. Blood rained down and it was extremely cruel. His words even more so made the ocean race's faces turn pale, all of the color draining from their faces. They clenched their teeth and began to tremble. The sea tribe formation that shrouded the sky also dissipated at this time. A strong smell of blood wafted. This place was extremely tragic. Corpses were everywhere. Most of them were the corpses of the sea tribe. All the cultivators who watched the battle were terrified. There was no doubt that what happened here today would cause a great sensation and a great earthquake. It would shake the entire immortal ancient continent, and make many young supreme martial artists tremble in fear. The powerful and indifferent seventh princess of the ocean palace chased after Wuxia's sister. At the critical moment, Wuxia appeared and killed a group of sea tribe creatures. Even the seventh princess was defeated on the spot. No one knew what level Wuxia's true strength had reached. Even the seventh princess had been easily crushed by him. He had killed her with a lift of his hand. His strength was peerless. From the beginning to the end, no one had seen his true strength. This was what shocked the younger generation the most, because they simply could not guess Wuxia's true strength. I'm afraid he has already entered the ranks of the taboo. Since ancient times, only those who have surpassed the top of the young supremes and entered the nirvana realm can be called the young taboo. A taboo for young people. How heavy are these for words? A cultivator couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. He was extremely respectful towards Wuxia. Young taboo existences needed to be proven by their battle prowess. They would definitely become taboo existences in the future. Among the many supreme Taoist orthodoxies in the upper realm, there might only be one such person every few 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. And without a doubt, Wuxia's current appearance caused all of the cultivators to tremble in fear. A taboo for young people. This was not something that could become a young taboo with great talent. It required tyrannical strength to prove it. What's more, one's battle prowess had to be maintained at the level of fighting 2 realms higher. In front of a young taboo, a young supremacy was just an ant that could be destroyed with a lift of the hand. Wuxia's terrifying battle prowess in this battle was not the performance of a young taboo. Was it not? This made all of the cultivators' scalps numb. They even said that their mouths were dry, and they could not speak. A young taboo. How many years has it been since I heard this word? Now, the young master of the Gu clan seems to have entered this realm. Many of the cultivators' voices were trembling. It was completely caused by reverence and fear. Once this news was spread, what kind of earthquake and waves would it cause? They had already expected it. Unless there were other young people who had entered the taboo realm, Guchanga would be a terrifying mountain that stretched across everyone's heads. Guchanga, you're leaving her to me to deal with? At this time, in front of Guchanga, Gu Xian'er, who was still in shock, could not help but ask with a trace of disbelief. The seventh princess, whose cultivation had been sealed, had been so casually thrown in front of her by Guchanga. It was as if he had thrown away a rag. Without her cultivation, she was like a venomous snake without its fangs. No matter how fierce she had no lethality at all. At this moment, Gu Xian'er's beautiful eyes could not stop blinking. The suspicion in her eyes grew stronger. Something was wrong. Although she was touched that Guchanga had rushed to save her, with Guchanga's character, it was very likely that there was a problem here. Gu Xian'er, is this how you treat your savior? Guchanga looked at her and could not help but ask with a faint smile. That delicate and flawless porcelain face was still very pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked a little haggard. Guchanga, do you think I will thank you? Don't even think about it. Without you I can still be safe and sound. Humph. Gu Xian'er regained her cold and arrogant expression. She looked like she was asking for a beating. She was clearly overjoyed before. Even the feelings of loss that she had felt for so many days were swept away. But in front of Guchanga, she was still unwilling to admit defeat. She was not even willing to say thank you. After all, Guchanga was her biggest enemy. And what she said was the truth. Even if Guchanga did not come, she had the means to leave safely. You're really asking for a beating. Gu Xian'er, did you forget the lesson from that day? Guchanga withdrew his smile and casually glanced at her. His desire to throw her into the latrine pit and suppress her for 3 to 5 years grew stronger. It would have been better if this matter was not mentioned. Once this matter was mentioned, Gu Xian'er felt ashamed and resentful. Although only she, Yu Mingkong, and Guchanga were present that day, the only person who dared to hit her like this since she was young was Guchanga. Don't be so smug. One day I will press you to the ground and rub you. I will let you know what it feels like. Her small face was filled with anger as she softly muttered. Towards Guchanga, she no longer had the hatred that she had when she left Peach Village. Now this complicated feeling made her worried. Gu Xian'er did not understand what this feeling was. Sure enough, Third Shizhuan was right. Good-looking men were all tigers. Gu Xian'er, you are itching for a beating, right? With your little skills you want to press me to the ground and rub me? Although Gu Xian'er said this very softly, how could it escape Guchanga's ears? His taunting skills had always been at full capacity. Even the great elder of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals was almost fuming with anger because of him. Wouldn't this silly girl make him so angry that he stomped his feet? At that moment, Guchanga opened his mouth. His words were cold and merciless. If you want revenge, then prove it to me. Don't make me look down on you. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to follow behind me like before. When Gu Xian'er heard this, the expression on her small face froze. She remembered how she used to follow behind Guchanga when she was young. She was very clingy. At that time, Guchanga was very cold and did not even want to pay attention to her. This made her very hurt, but she still followed him obediently. When she thought of this, Gu Xian'er fell silent. If she had heard this before she left Peach Village, she would have been furious and filled with murderous intent. But now she did not feel much hatred. On the contrary, she was very calm. So calm that she found it hard to believe. Combined with some of Guchanga's actions, there was definitely some secret in the past that no one knew. Back then, all the members of the Gu family liked her very much. But Guchanga was cold and distant. Now that Gu Xian'er thought about it, she felt that it was very strange. Could it be that Guchanga did it on purpose? It was just so that he could be more ruthless when he dug out her Dao bone. So why did he do it at that time? He did not kill her directly, but left her with a chance to live. Now he was acting like he was deliberately provoking her so that she would hate him. It had to be said that Gu Xian'er's imagination was very shocking. She was analyzing all kinds of things. Back at the Wuxiang peak of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals, Gu Chang'e had almost lost his life because of that strike. He was clearly very strong, so he could easily dodge and block it. After that, Gu Chang'e's actions were cold and distant. He saw her as if she was a stranger. But why did he appear to save her when she was in danger? Wasn't this contradictory? Gu Chang'e, don't think that you can hide this from me forever. I will find out what happened back then. Then I will take my revenge and defeat you fair and square. At this time, Gu Xian'er stared unblinkingly at Gu Chang'e. She was certain that he was hiding some unknown secret. Gu Xian, you think too much. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e only glanced at her indifferently. However, seeing Gu Chang'e's expression, Gu Xian'er was even more certain that Gu Chang'e was right. Gu Chang'e's expression was natural, but he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He could guess Gu Xian'er's thoughts. After all, everything was within his expectations and plans. At this time, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The daughter of luck. Gu Xian'er's attitude has changed. Luck points increase by 1,000. Fate points increase by 50. Asking for fresh flowers. This made Gu Chang'e's smile become somewhat thought-provoking. She was still a silly girl. Just a little trick and she was confused and disoriented. He really didn't know how her teachers could rest assured that she would come out to take revenge. Gu Chang'e, what should we do with her? Gu Xian'er then looked at the flustered Princess Qi in front of her and asked. She wanted to listen to Gu Chang'e's opinion. She thought that she had thought it through. Her opinion of Gu Chang'e had changed a lot. When she spoke, there was no longer a strong sense of hostility. What should you call me? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e glanced at her. He was usually very accommodating to Gu Xian'er, but he also had a bottom line. He wasn't to the point where he would let Gu Xian'er ride on his head and shit and pee. This was the time to let her know the order of seniority. But now what made Gu Chang'e a little surprised was that Gu Xian'er's luck points were still increasing even though she was being hunted down. Could it be that this arrogant and supercilious guy actually had a rare talent? Maybe his sudden appearance interrupted Gu Xian'er's good opportunity to break through. Gu Chang'e naturally had the intention to nurture Gu Xian'er, but from the current situation, it was best to let her develop on her own. It wasn't a bad thing to have more training. Of course, bullying her was also an interesting thing to do. She was obviously very angry, but she put on a helpless expression. Gu Chang'e was considering whether to arrange some opportunities for her in the future. For example, to put the blame on her? Help her create some enemies or something. When the time came and she really couldn't win, he would appear and be a hero saving the beauty. Gu Chang'e, you're dreaming. Don't even think of making me call you brother. Gu Xian'er heard this and looked indifferent. She felt as if she had grasped Gu Chang'e's life in an instant. But for some reason she felt a chill. Could it be that someone was secretly preparing to harm her? Gu Chang'e didn't care. He looked at her with a playful expression and said, It's up to you whether to kill her or not. I'm handing her over to you. Naturally, I won't care anymore. He said it very simply, but in reality there were several aspects to consider. This seventh princess was obviously a level-up experience point specially prepared for Gu Xian'er. If he couldn't take it now, then he would take it in the future. So no matter what, Gu Xian'er would face today's situation. He threw the problem to her because he wanted to conveniently put the Ocean Palace's anger on her. The masters behind her wouldn't just sit by and watch. And who told this girl to use his tiger skin as a banner before, drawing a wave of hatred for him? Not teaching her a lesson was already a result of Gu Chang'e's magnanimity. How could he let Gu Xian'er trick him? Humph, I knew you didn't have good intentions for saving me. Gu Xian'er snorted from his nose. She also understood Gu Chang'e's meaning. The Ocean Palace was a supreme force that ruled countless sea clans. Gu Chang'e definitely didn't intend to take the blame for killing the seventh princess. He was equivalent to being extremely benevolent. So when the time came for revenge, the Ocean Palace would still find trouble with her. Gu Chang'e, this guy still had a bad heart. I came all the way here to save you, but you despise me. Gu Xian'er, you really make me bitterly disappointed. At this time, Gu Chang'e had the leisure to tease her a little. His expression didn't show the slightest embarrassment of being exposed. Sometimes he was very naive, but sometimes he was very cunning. Really, it made people want to bully him. Seventh princess, you see what I said was right? If you dare to touch me, all of you will die. At this time Gu Xian looked at the pale-faced, frightened, and even desperate seventh princess in front of him. His expression was calm, and there was a hint of a smile on his face. Don't kill me, I'm willing to surrender. The seventh princess was unwilling and desperate, and kept begging for mercy. At this time she didn't have the slightest bit of the arrogance she had when she came. She had been knocked off her pedestal by Wuxia, and her Taoist heart had collapsed. Although she still had the last life-saving treasure, but her cultivation was sealed, and there was no possibility of using it. Now it was a dead end. The immortal ancient continent opened, and the younger generation fought. Naturally the winner would live and the loser would die. It's too late. When you wanted to kill me you should have thought of this. Gu Xian's expression didn't change. A black broadsword appeared, and the broadsword light broke through the air directly chopping down. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The seventh princess of the Ocean Palace died. 1000. Chapter 137. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The black blade broke through everything and directly destroyed the seventh princess's primordial spirit. Although Gu Xian repeatedly suffered losses when facing Wuxia, under the guidance of the old monsters, her true nature was extremely decisive. At this time there was no need to show mercy. The Ocean Palace was so against her, and the seventh princess had been chasing her for so long. How could she not kill her? Soon the seventh princess died. Her body turned into a huge golden sea fish. Her body was filled with bits of divine will. There were many black and white stripes. It looked like she had the blood of the Kuan Peng. Fortunately, she's not in human form. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to eat her. Then Gu Xian looked calm and composed. In front of Wuxia, she directly used the black blade to dissect and cut the meat on the spot. She was familiar with this kind of thing. It was obvious that this was not the first time she had done this. After the seventh princess died, she turned into a huge body. In her eyes, she was a piece of good food and material. Wuxia looked at her with interest. He did not interrupt. Over the years, Gu Xian had many masters to teach her. She seemed to have an invincible background and many divine objects. But in fact, her real wealth was not comparable to some young supreme martial artists. So the first thing she did was to put the seventh princess's storage ring into her pocket. It was as if she was afraid that Wuxia would snatch it. Look at your poor appearance. I can't stand it anymore. Wuxia could not help but shake his head with a regretful expression. According to the normal plot, at this time he should see that Gu Xian was poor and pitiful. He simply took out some good things to relieve her. But Wuxia did not have the slightest self-awareness in this regard. Instead he looked like he was going to poke at her sore spot. Hearing this, Gu Xian glanced at him. Her expression was cold and arrogant. Her white and delicate hand scratched the fish corpse. Then she took out a piece of bright rune bone that was intertwined with golden and black brilliance. She threw it directly in front of Wuxia. She said in a tone that was asking for a beating. Here, this is your favorite bone to dig. Wuxia looked at her. Gu Xian was not afraid of him at all. He looked straight at him. His expression was very calm, and there was even a smug smile on his face. Seeing that she was asking for a beating, Wuxia naturally chose to grant her wish. It was the same as last time. The palm pressed down like a golden five-finger mountain. Gu Xian's awakened immortal bones immediately quieted down, as if its flames were being suppressed. Pa! Wuxia, sooner or later, I will return everything to you. Gu Xian was once again ashamed and resentful. His face was as red as a cooked shrimp, and he gritted his teeth. But at this time Wuxia was too lazy to care about her. He led his followers and left. Gu Xian was once again suppressed by the golden palm. This made her gnash her teeth in hatred. Although this was the result of her deliberately provoking Wuxia, it was too embarrassing to be casually suppressed. The moment she broke free, she looked in the direction where Wuxia had left. She madly cursed Wuxia in her heart. She hoped that he would choke to death on drinking water and go crazy in seclusion. At this time, many of the cultivators in the vicinity did not dare to approach. They only dared to watch from afar. They were still in shock. If only I could find the latrine. In the air, Gu Chang'e still had a regretful expression on his face. He really wanted to throw Gu Xian'er into the latrine to be suppressed for 3 to 5 years. If a sister was not to be bullied, then what was the use of it? It was best to let a woman of luck like Gu Xian'er grow up freely. She had her own destiny. Gu Chang'e was too lazy to interfere. Then, he checked his current attributes panel. After all, this time he had earned 5,000 points. It was not a small sum. Owner Gu Chang'e. Halo, Destined Villain. Weapon. 8 Desolation Demonic Halberd. Identity, True Disciple of Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Young Master of the Longevity Gu Family. Body Constitution. Demonic Heart and Tao Bone. Cultivation. Advanced Emperor Techniques and Abilities. Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon. Myriad Demonic Body. Innate Divine Will. Void Power Transcendence. Immortal Devouring Demonic Art. Endless Immortal Mantra. Destiny Points. 20,000 Luck Points. 3,500. System Store. Unlocked. Inventory. Boundary Breaking Talisman X1. Restriction Breaking Talisman X1. Luck Plunder Card X3. I haven't added points in a long time. My cultivation is indeed a little low now. Gu Chang'e glanced at the progress of his Tao Heaven Immortal manuscript. He did not want to waste time on cultivation, so this time he wanted to save time. His cultivation broke through a big realm in one go. He directly increased his points to the initial Void God realm. For the time being, this realm was enough for him. The Tao Heaven Immortal manuscript had also reached the 9th level. In Gu Chang'e's mind, there were many more secret skills and skills of the 9th level of the Tao Heaven Immortal manuscript. With the support of his transcendence talent, there was another qualitative leap. Next, Yi Ling the scapegoat should give me a surprise. Thinking of another matter, Gu Chang'e could not help but reveal a strange expression. He sensed the aura that Yin Mei had deliberately left for him and chased after it. Soon, the news of the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace being defeated by Gu Chang'e and then killed spread like a hurricane. It caused a strong sensation in various areas of the immortal ancient continent, causing a scene like an earthquake. All the younger generation who heard the news were shocked. Their eyes widened, and they stood rooted to the ground. Many people felt cold all over. In broad daylight, it was as if their skulls had been removed. Even their divine souls could not help but feel cold. After understanding the cause and effect, many cultivators fell into shock and silence. The cause of the matter was that the younger brother of the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace had taken a fancy to a girl in Cyan. He had bad intentions and was killed by her. In order to avenge her younger brother's death, the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace sent a large number of sea creatures and even several young supreme beings to hunt down the girl in Cyan. The true identity of the girl in Cyan was related to the current successor of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Gu Chang'e. The hunt lasted for several days. In the end, the Ocean Palace set up a sea tribe formation to seal off the world and stop the girl in Cyan. Just when everyone thought that this was a massacre without any surprises, Li Yundong suddenly changed his mind. But the accident happened. Gu Chang'e appeared and killed several young supreme beings with strong means. Even the 7th princess, who used many powerful skills, was defeated in one move and her Taoist heart collapsed. In the end, the 7th princess died here. The creatures and cultivators of the Ocean Palace were all annihilated. The scene was tragic. Blood drifted and spread for thousands of miles. In this battle, the strength that Gu Chang'e displayed shocked everyone. The Forbidden Youth. When these 4 words spread, it was like a meteorite falling into the deep sea, setting off stormy waves. Even the young supreme beings who believed that they were invincible gasped and couldn't help but change their expressions. Although the cultivation base that Gu Chang'e showed was at the late stage of the Emperor realm, even the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace, who was known to be invincible and whose cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm, was defeated in an instant. This result caused a terrible wave. Many people guessed that Gu Chang'e's true cultivation base was definitely not at the late stage of the Emperor realm. After all, no one saw his real trump card. The 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was definitely at the top of the young supreme beings. Especially her cultivation base, which had broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm. Looking at the younger generation, how many people had reached this stage? But in front of Gu Chang'e, She had no resistance at all and was defeated in an instant. At that time, Guchanga was suspected to have mastered an extremely terrifying sword technique that contained absolute offensive sharpness. Many young supreme beings were directly killed by a wisp of sword chi. This matter also sent chills down the backs of many young supreme beings in the immortal ancient continent. They asked themselves if they had the slightest resistance against such means. Vaguely, Guchanga, who was a mountain above their heads, became heavier. Everyone was pressured to the point that they couldn't breathe. The forbidden youth. Brother Gu's strength is simply terrifying. It's embarrassing to be compared with him. Outside an ancient cave residence that was spewing out immortal fog, a young man surrounded by 4 spirits and a divine halo heard the news. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Shock appeared on his face. It was Yi Langtian. During this period he had just broken through to the middle stage of the Emperor realm. Now, facing the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace, he was not very confident that he could win. But Guchanga could easily kill her. There was no need to say more about the gap between them. In the younger generation, except for the real Emperor's son or those ancient freaks who have been sealed for a long time, I'm afraid no one is Brother Gu's match. Yi Langtian couldn't help but sigh. It was not that his cultivation heart was unstable, and he was afraid of Guchanga. It was because he knew very well that this gap was obviously not something that cultivation and talent could make up for. It was not unacceptable to recognize the reality and know the gap between them. Similar scenes were happening all over the place. There were many young people who came to the immortal ancient continent. There were many forces and orthodoxies in boundless heaven, not to mention the young people who came from other places. The news of Guchanga killing the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was obviously more shocking than the birth of a divine object. At the same time, in the eastern region of the immortal ancient continent, a shocking battle was also taking place. Large areas of mountains and lakes were turned into fine powder, and the aftermath shook thousands of miles. It was a fight between 2 women. One of them was wearing a loose robe, her black hair fluttering in the wind. Her face was as beautiful as a painting, and her hands were flawless. She waved her hand in the air, and there was a rumbling sound. That was a dazzling light that was extremely terrifying. Brilliant silver light bloomed in her hands, like silver vines that took root in the void. As the leaves flipped, the dazzling light was about to drown out everything. It was Yu Mingkong's powerful treasure skill, and it could even be called an emperor skill. But now it was being resisted. Her expression was cold and deep, and she was slightly worried. Her moves were even more powerful. The cultivators nearby were shocked. It was as if an unparalleled empress was walking in the air, and her hands covered the universe, as if she was going to rule the world. Her opponent was a tall woman with dragon horns. She was pretty and wore simple clothes, but she had a wild and domineering aura. Her chi and blood were extremely terrifying, as if a young true dragon had reappeared. As she waved her arms, the void exploded. With a bang, it was as if a big hole had been broken open. Such a terrifying power made the cultivators tremble in fear. They suspected that if they approached, they would be turned into a bloody mist. At this moment, Yu Mingkong's entire body was bathed in silver light. This world seemed to be under her control. Her hands were full of endless power, containing the power of heaven and earth, and it rumbled as if the world was smashing down. She did not dare to fight head-on with her opponent. At this time, she could only use exquisite techniques to fight her opponent. Crown Princess Mingkong is so powerful. She usually doesn't show her strength, but now her strength is simply shocking. The nearby cultivators could not help but be shocked. Yu Mingkong's domineering aura shocked everyone. Who could compete with her in a single thought? This is Crown Princess Mingkong's technique. Young Master Gu is already strong enough, but I didn't expect his fiancée to be so powerful. Which young supreme martial artist is her opponent? Her face is so unfamiliar. She doesn't look like a supreme being from the outside world. Moreover, her cultivation has already broken through to the void spirit realm. This is simply unimaginable. Many spectating cultivators trembled in fear. It was not that they were cowards, but that what they saw was just too shocking. Yu Mingkong was already so powerful, but she still could not defeat the dragon-horned woman in front of her. Suddenly, a cultivator's eyes widened. He thought of something and could not help but gasp. This appearance, Could it be the immortal ancient race? Didn't the immortal ancient race disappear a long time ago? No matter how vast the immortal ancient continent is, it is only a continent during the immortal ancient continent era. Could it be that the immortal ancient race still resides here? Hearing this, the people at the side also trembled, feeling that this was inconceivable. The immortal ancient race, as the name suggested, was a mysterious race that had been passed down since the immortal ancient era. If this immortal ancient continent really existed, then the rest of the natives were very likely their subjects or slaves. The immortal ancient race had always been mysterious. The current 10,000 archaic races were more or less descendants of the immortal ancient race. From this, one could see how terrifying the immortal ancient race was. Of course, the main reason was that in this immortal ancient continent, the spiritual chi and opportunities were more abundant than many places in the outside world. If the immortal ancient race really existed here, the younger generation of the immortal ancient race would be much more powerful than the younger generation of the outside world. The dragon-horned woman in front of her seemed to be the best explanation. She looked to be in her early 20s, but her true cultivation was at the void god realm, even surpassing many young supreme beings in the outside world. Yu Mingkong naturally heard the words of the nearby cultivators. Her expression didn't change, but she already knew what was going on. As a reborn person, she naturally knew that the immortal ancient race did exist in the immortal ancient continent. And this dragon lady in front of her was one of the best of the younger generation of the immortal ancient race. Otherwise, she would not have been delayed for so long. Yu Mingkong did not expect to encounter the immortal ancient race here. The other party had real dragon blood flowing in her body, and her physical strength was extremely strong. And it was said that the cultivation of their ancestor, the primordial dragon, had surpassed the true immortal realm. As one of the best of the younger generation, the dragon lady's strength was obviously not weak. If it were any other supreme being, they would not be her match and would even be crushed. And Yu Mingkong also knew that in this immortal ancient continent, there was a talented person called Long Tongue, who was known as the true dragon talent. His strength was extremely powerful, but he was extremely conceited, thinking that he was the second in the world, and no one dared to claim to be the first. In her previous life, he left this immortal ancient continent and went to the outside world to challenge geniuses, and he never lost. Then he disappeared without a trace. But in Yu Mingkong's opinion, the reason for Long Tongue's disappearance was most likely because he met Wuxia. If it was not for the fact that there were too many cultivators, and some of her techniques were not easy to use, how could she have delayed me for so long? Yu Mingkong could not help but frown. At this time, she still did not know about the news from Wuxia, and she was a little worried. And at this time, the dragon lady in front of her suddenly spoke, using the language of the outside world. Outsider, your strength is not bad. If you and I were in the same realm, I might not be your opponent. I'll give you a chance. Submit to the current successor of our race, Lord Long Tongue. He will appreciate a woman like you. Chapter 138. Lord Long Tongue. Hearing the name, Yu Mingkong's cold eyes moved slightly, confirming the identity of the dragon girl in front of her. However, she still did not think much of it. The Long Tongue she knew had a terrifying reputation in her previous life. He was the best among the younger generation. After leaving the immortal ancient continent, he was invincible. Even some ancient freaks who broke the seal could not defeat him. However, he disappeared in the end, as if he had disappeared from the world. It was a strange case. Many cultivators felt that it was a pity. They felt that with Long Tongue's talent, it was not impossible for him to fight for the highest position in the future. However, he disappeared without a trace, which made people sigh. Many people felt that Long Tongue had entered some forbidden death zone, space crack, or world plane by mistake and was trapped or killed since then. However, in this life, Yu Mingkong felt that there was a high possibility that Long Tongue was killed by Wuxia. She still remembered that on a certain day in her previous life, Long Tongue was one of the names that Wuxia softly muttered. Wuxia had the immortal devouring demonic skill. How could he not be after Long Tongue's true dragon origin? According to his character, he would definitely not let Long Tongue go. Buzz! Yu Mingkong's thoughts flew back. With a cold expression, she slapped down. The white jade palm print was sparkling and translucent. The Emperor technique was extremely powerful. On the surface, she showed that she was only in the middle stage of the immortal emperor realm. However, the power that erupted had reached the level of the true immortal realm. Many cultivators nearby were shocked. It had to be said that if the dragon girl and Yu Mingkong were in the same realm, Yu Mingkong would definitely not be her match. The dragon girl's expression changed slightly. She relied on her strength and strong physical body to fight with Yu Mingkong. However, she was at a disadvantage. She used a powerful body technique. Radiance flowed and resisted the attack. Her figure kept retreating in the void. Lord Longtongue asked me to gather many geniuses from the outside world. If you are willing to follow Lord Yu, he will be very happy. Only Lord Longtongue is qualified to have a woman like you. While fighting, Dragoness continued to guide Yu Mingkong patiently. A proud daughter of heaven like Yu Mingkong was extremely rare even in their immortal ancient remnant clan. Could even be said that he wouldn't see it for hundreds of thousands of years. The dragon race was lustful, and Longtongue had a perverted hobby for beauties of all races. Therefore, Long Nu was planning to capture the many proud daughters of heaven in the outside world this time and ask for credit in front of Lord Longtongue. She happened to see Yu Mingkong. As a woman, she found it hard to look away. She was a little moved. As a man, who could bear it? At that moment, she wanted to take down Yu Mingkong, but she didn't expect her to be so difficult to deal with. After fighting for half a day, she was still in a state of anxiety. Yu Mingkong's strength and beauty shocked her, and even made her envious. Dragoness also wanted to persuade Yu Mingkong. Using the language of the outside world that she was familiar with, she persuaded her. After all, Lord Longtongue's talent could be said to be the most terrifying in their clan in a million years. He surpassed his peers and was simply invincible. The elders in the clan even called him Lord Longtongue. In the future, he could fight for the title of True Dragon. True Dragon, that was a great existence that surpassed True Immortal. Dragoness revered Longtongue to the extreme in her heart. It was a pity that her appearance couldn't enter Longtongue's eyes. Pray that this sentence don't let my fiancé hear it. At this time, thinking of Longtongue's experience in her previous life, Yu Mingkong couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Her originally cold expression couldn't help but flash with a hint of mockery. In front of Guchanga, what did these so-called young supreme beings or ancient freaks count for? They didn't even have the qualifications to jump around. Fiancé? Dragoness heard this and her expression changed drastically. She then said fiercely, "It seems that your fiancé is dead meat. No woman can escape from Lord Longtongue's desire." Yu Mingkong didn't care and was calm. She was only considering if she should reveal some tricks and kill this detestable dragoness. However, she didn't choose to do so. A mere dragoness was not worth it. Dragoness might have other tricks up her sleeve. At this time, Dragoness also knew that it would be difficult to take down Yu Mingkong, so she prepared to leave. She needed to report this matter to Lord Longtongue. The immortal ancient remnant clan ruled over many indigenous people in the immortal ancient continent. They already knew that there were young geniuses from the outside world coming in to train. The appearance of the immortal treasure was actually a hidden glory of an immortal item of the immortal ancient remnant clan. This was also their plan to attract many orthodoxies from the outside world to gather here. The immortal ancient continent had been closed for a long time. The younger generation of their generation should also go out and explore the world to broaden their horizons and show the might of the immortal ancient remnant clan. Longtongue was the leader of the younger generation of the immortal ancient remnant clan. Dragoness's strength couldn't even make it into the top 10. However, this also allowed her to look down on the young supremes of the outside world. After all, the spiritual energy and cultivation resources in the immortal ancient continent were more abundant than many orthodoxies in the outside world. Not to mention there were many hidden opportunities here. For example, the Supreme Being Stone inscriptions, the remains of boundary emperors, there were countless of them. This made the younger generation of the immortal ancient continent much stronger than the outside world. She even felt that Lord Longtongue didn't need to do anything himself to take down the younger generation in front of her. Longtongue, how long can he live in this life? Yu Mingkong watched Dragoness leave and didn't chase after her. Her expression was calm and deep. Most importantly, she knew that Dragoness was dead meat. However, will Guchanga think that I'm deliberately attracting hatred for him? Yu Mingkong narrowed her eyes. At this time, She was guessing Guchanga's thoughts based on his temperament. He probably won't care about Long Tongue. At most, he'll see him as a prey. Although she had let down her guard against Guchanga, she didn't really trust Guchanga. Once bitten, twice shy. Yu Mingkong had her own thoughts. She knew that although her relationship with Guchanga seemed to be much closer now, Guchanga would reveal the forbidden devil technique, care about her opinion, give her artifacts, and even say things that moved her. However, all of this, in the end, it was because she was more useful to Guchanga now. Yu Mingkong was very clear-headed. She wasn't completely confused by Guchanga's current appearance. Of course, she hoped that she was just thinking too much. Everything she did in this life was to misunderstand Guchanga. She also wanted to be a good wife by Guchanga's side. She wanted to give birth to children for him, help him rule the world, look down on all races, and stand at the peak of the Great Tao. Of course, this was on the premise that there weren't any vixens who came looking for death. Guchanga belonged to her alone. Xian Er's matter. Soon Yu Mingkong remembered something important. Her expression changed slightly. She was a little worried. She rushed towards the place where Gu Xian was being chased. Many of her followers followed behind. It was a shocking sight. During this time, Yu Mingkong relied on her foresight to obtain many opportunities in advance. She even obtained an Emperor Dao inheritance. She was also planning to find an opportunity to break through to the Void God realm. On the surface, her cultivation level was at the Immortal Emperor realm. It was just to confuse others. It could be said that she had learned this from Gu Changsheng. Boom! Streaks of divine rainbows crushed the sky. Not long after, Yu Mingkong led a large number of practitioners and rushed to the area where Gu Xian was in the Ocean Palace. Along the way, she didn't see any practitioners. This made her a little puzzled. With Guchanga's temperament, it was very likely that he wouldn't care about Gu Xian's life or death. Although she knew that Gu Xian was only scared but not in danger this time, and even had a breakthrough in cultivation at the critical moment. But as his future sister-in-law, how could she not be worried? However, the place in front of her was filled with a strong smell of blood. Many mountains and primeval forests had turned into dust, with large cracks and collapsed to the ground. Princess, we seem to have heard something different. Young Master Chang'e, he just left here not long ago. The 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was also killed by young Master Chang'e. Miss Xian, it's not a big deal. At the critical moment, young Master Chang'e appeared. All the creatures of the Ocean Palace were destroyed here. At this time, a female follower behind her went up and reported to Yu Mingkong respectfully. No wonder there is so much blood here. Turns out that he has been here. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was a little shocked. She reacted and nodded, relieved. There was a complicated emotion in her heart. This was something she never expected. Gu Chang'e would appear to save Gu Xian. Even the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was killed here. If she remembered correctly, the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was finally killed by Gu Xian and even suffered the revenge of the Ocean Palace. In this life, the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace died so quickly? Even Gu Xian didn't encounter danger and had a breakthrough in cultivation? The differences between these trajectories were too great. Could it be that I really misunderstood Chang'e? What is his plan? Yu Mingkong rubbed her eyebrows. To be honest, at this moment her thoughts were shaken. If one time was a coincidence, then what about 2 times? Or 3 times? Was it because of her experience in the previous life that she was too prejudiced against Guchanga in this life? Prejudiced by first impressions, thinking that he had a different purpose? At this time, Yu Mingkong was doubting whether what she had experienced in the previous life was real or fake. If it was fake, then why did it feel so real? Every day and night, every expression and mood, everything was vivid in her mind. If it was real, then did it mean that this life was also an anomaly? Well, this matter will be clear sooner or later. What caused such a big difference between the Guchanga in the previous life and the Guchanga in this life? His attitude towards Xian is indeed very different. After what happened in the immortal ancient land, it seems that I have to find the right time to go to the Longevity Gu family and ask Uncle Gu. Yu Mingkong then left the place. She was not willing to come to the immortal ancient land with only an empty god realm cultivation level. She had bigger ambitions. At the same time, in the east of the immortal ancient land, near the aboriginal relics. Poof! A ray of black and white holy light that contained a strange power shot past. A terrifying beast in front of them instantly turned into a skeleton. It was extremely hideous. A handsome young man quickly took action and dealt with the ferocious beast in front of them. So strong. Brother Ye's strength is truly admirable. This scene caused the group of young men and women behind him to involuntarily exclaim in shock. They were full of admiration for the man in front of them, who was called Yilin. Before this, they had actually mocked the other party, saying that they had eyes but failed to see. Brother Ye's strength has really improved by leaps and bounds. In such a short time, you are about to break through the king realm. The lady in the feather coat, who was petite and had delicate facial features, exclaimed. That's right. Killing an empty god realm beast in one hit. Many young supremes can't do that. A charming lady in a red dress with a shining foxtail said with a smile. Her eyes were curved and she was very attractive. Hearing this, the young man in front of them smiled even more satisfactorily. After all, this was the purpose of him taking the initiative to show his strength in front of everyone. What was the point of not showing off? If not showing off, how could he capture the heart of a beauty? All along the way, they saw majestic mountains and lush ancient forests. They covered the sky and were as thick as dozens of people hugging each other. The branches were intertwined. This place was even more shrouded in celestial fog. Clouds were rising and rosy. It was full of vitality and celestial intent. Many powerful auras were hidden in the mountains and relics. Magical powers were intertwined and dazzling. There were auras of battles everywhere. Some ancient artifacts appeared and shone brightly. Some ancient herbs emitted a medicinal fragrance that spread for thousands of miles. Many cultivators were fighting for them. Even many heaven god realm beasts appeared. When they attacked, terrifying waves of energy shot up into the sky and shook the heavens. This was a chaotic battle. Whether it was the cultivators from the outside world or the powerful native creatures, they were all fighting. However, under Yiling's lead, they gained a lot of things. They even turned misfortune into blessings and arrived here without encountering any danger. Old Turtle 587. Do you think the thing that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord left for me is really here? Why would it be in the native area? With my current strength, wouldn't I be courting death if I went? At this time, Yiling looked at the outline of the city in the distance. It was a bit difficult. He was asking the old ghost in his pendant. Where else do you think it would be? Yiling, the heavenly lord, is a figure from the immortal ancient era, and is skilled in the power of time. The thing that he left for you has naturally been calculated. There are many powerhouses ahead, but you are the successor of the heavenly lord. Why don't you have the courage? The old turtle in the pendant looked resentful. Hearing this, Yiling was slightly relieved. After all, the old turtle was sometimes very reliable and would not cheat him. However, at this time he could not let others know about the thing that involved the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. Yiling would not take the initiative to expose this secret. Otherwise, when the time came, he would definitely become a fat piece of meat that would alarm many powerhouses to snatch. Thinking of this, Yiling's idea was simple. He gave Yinmei and Qiling a look. To him, the two women were not outsiders. Qiling and Yinmei also understood, and immediately waved their hands to dismiss the group of followers. Yiling, what's the matter? Qiling asked. In fact, she did not understand why Yiling took the initiative to lead them to this place. I need to go to the ruins ahead to do something. If you trust me, you can sneak in with me, Yiling said seriously. The two women had many tricks up their sleeves. In fact, it would be easier to take care of them with him. Yinmei's eyes moved slightly and said without hesitation, I trust you. In fact, she already knew that at this time, Guchanga had already arrived and was not far from her. Because of the magic bottle of passage, Guchanga could directly give some of his orders to her. Seeing that Yinmei trusted him so much, Yiling was instantly touched. Sneaking into the territory of the natives of immortal ancient continent would be very dangerous. Yinmei did not hesitate at all. This showed her trust in him. Soon Qiling also chose to agree. She indeed trusted Yiling's character. At that moment, Yiling began to tell them about his plans and arrangements for sneaking into the ruins. At this time, Guchanga's figure appeared on another mountain peak. He looked at the ruins from afar and smiled strangely. Following the trail left by Yinmei, he naturally found it very quickly. Moreover, this time he did not bring any followers with him. After all, at this time it would be stupid to be high profile. According to Yin Mei's report, Yiling's opportunity should be hidden here. However, before that he still needs some time to sneak in. This period of time is enough for me to find the ancestral tomb first and settle everything. Thinking of this, the void in front of Guchanga buzzed and became blurry. He stepped into it and disappeared instantly. With the experience from the last time, it was much easier to familiarize himself with it this time. Chapter 139. Guchanga's plan was very simple. He was going to explore all the ancestral tombs in the ruins. He would have no problem breaking through to the Divine King realm. He even felt that when he left the immortal ancient continent, it would be easy for him to condense the consciousness of the Holy Land and become a quasi-sage. With the help of the Transcendence talent, his control of the rules and order would reach a deeper level. It would be easy for him to control the rules and use the power of heaven and earth. Of course, before that, he would have to explore all the ancestral tombs in the ruins of the immortal ancient continent. After all, this place was different from the outside world. Even if he was discovered, he had someone to take the blame for him. If this happened in the outside world, there would be an uproar. If Guchanga wanted to continue developing in secret, it would be very troublesome. Although on the surface he had Yiling to take the blame for him, in the end he had to be prepared. I'm afraid this trip to the immortal ancient continent will give me some experience in robbing tombs, Guchanga muttered casually. Soon, a divine concealment talisman appeared in his hand. A hazy brilliance shrouded him and the talismans intertwined. His entire body was hidden in the void. He quickly entered it and headed for the relic in front of him. Although he had only done this once, he was already very familiar with it. Maybe it was because of his talent. Then he avoided many areas with strong auras. Guchanga walked in the void. Along the way, many palaces and pavilions were old and dilapidated. He also reached the depths. It was a place shrouded in fog. It was like gray starlight flowing here. Many mountains of different sizes stood in the middle. They were greenish-brown and filled with various colors of light. Suddenly, the void trembled. Poof! Along with two drum-like sounds, blood splattered everywhere. The eyes of the two creatures in charge of guarding the mausoleum suddenly widened. They were filled with fear and shock as they felt a chill between their eyebrows. Then the brilliance in their eyes disappeared. A bloody hole appeared between their eyebrows, penetrating from the front to the back. A ray of sword light flashed and their primordial spirits were broken. They died instantly. Guchanga retracted his finger and walked out of the void with a natural expression. He walked past them. After a while, the two bodies fell to the ground. With his current strength, he could easily get rid of these two beings who were only in the quasi-saint realm. With his void talent, he could easily get close without making a sound. After devouring the White Tiger clan's gunmetal innate skill, it transformed the power of law of the endless immortal art into a peerless offensive sword chi. Even a true sage would be frightened by such an attack. No wonder so many people like to use swords. As long as it's cool, Guchanga's expression was casual. He raised his head and swept his gaze over the mausoleum in front of him. He was slightly satisfied. This was not a very big mausoleum, but it was very neat and tidy. The tombs were of different sizes. Even though it was ancient and filled with the aura of time, one could see how prosperous this place was in the past. Many powerful existences were buried here, forming such a large mausoleum. Some tombs cracked open and dazzling light gushed out from them. With a single glance, Guchanga knew that this was the essence of the ancient corpses. At this moment it was like a tsunami surging violently. He couldn't help but smile. It was really a huge amount of cultivation resources that made people envious. It doesn't seem like an ordinary mausoleum. Is this the tomb of a prodigy? Noticing the words on a tombstone in front of him, Guchanga was suddenly a little surprised. The mausoleum he found was not the ancestral tomb, but the ancient tomb of a prodigy. He walked past one tombstone after another. He could even feel the powerful aura and monstrous battle intent left behind by the prodigies. He had to admit that even he could feel the strength of this group of people in the past. There are so many good things in the immortal ancient continent. Those who can be called prodigies are all extraordinary. It must be even more so during Immortal Elder's time. Gu Chang'e felt an unyielding battle intent on a tombstone. It seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens. 100 Taboo Battle Body, Chan Ke. Divine Dragon King Yuan Su. Sky Tyrant Divine Blood. Walking past the tombstones, Gu Chang'e recognized some ancient handwriting among them. Of course, he was not curious about this group of prodigies. They were already dead and could not achieve the highest. What was the use of a battle intent that could pierce the heavens? They still had to die. In Gu Chang'e's eyes, these were all cultivation resources for him. Buzz. Soon he sat there cross-legged. A black light appeared behind him, turning into a pitch-black Great Dao treasure bottle. Under the dusky sky, the sun, moon, and stars dimmed. Then a corner of the dark cloud seemed to split open. Countless rays of the sun, moon, and stars fell from there, illuminating the ground below and enveloping Gu Chang'e. His skin seemed to be made of supreme immortal jade, sparkling and translucent. One could even see the bones flowing with black light. However, there was also a will of indestructibility when the world was destroyed, and immortality when the myriad worlds collapsed. The tombstones cracked open, and the corpses of the ancient prodigies were laid out one after another. There were both men and women. All of them had prominent horns, different shapes, different robes, and different dynasties. They displayed powerful talents and rushed to the horizon. They floated under the starlight. The Great Dao treasure bottle swallowed everything, refining all the energy into Gu Chang'e's body. His essence, spirit, and cultivation base were both rising rapidly. Just as Gu Chang'e had reached the deepest part of the relic and started to refine and absorb the remaining essence of the ancient corpses, Yiling and the rest were still outside the city. They were frowning and thinking of all sorts of ways to sneak in without being discovered. Qi Ling and Yin Mei had also instructed their followers to stay here and wait for them to return. After the immortal ancient continent was opened, a large number of cultivators from the outside world came in, causing a great impact to the natives. Therefore, these gathering places would not allow cultivators from the outside world to approach easily. Once they saw them, it would be a battle to the death. Of course, there were also many daring young people who would take the huge risk to go to these gathering places, wanting to steal the various ancient techniques of the immortal ancient continent. Crimson Spirit, this is too dangerous. Although Yi Lin is not weak, you have infiltrated the gathering place of the natives. There are heavenly gods, divine kings, and demi-saints among them. You should reconsider this matter. At this moment, one of the followers beside Crimson Spirit spoke up. Among them, a handsome man with a beautiful face and peacock feathers couldn't help but frown and say. His name was Kong Yang, a young genius of the peacock tribe. He had once lost to Qi Ling in one move and became her follower, but in fact, he was also an admirer of Qi Ling. He was not much weaker than Qi Ling. However, he was willing to become her follower, which showed his intentions. Qi Ling had to pretend that she did not see this. I believe in Yi Lin's strength. Let's not talk about this. When the time comes, you stay here. If something happens to us, you can run away. Qi Ling shook her head and said directly. She trusted Yi Ling and did not think that he would do anything stupid. He must have his own reasons. Hearing this, Kong Yang frowned and said, Qi Ling, why did Yi Lin want to go to the city relic? He did not say anything about it, but now he wants you to trust him. What if he wants to harm you? In my opinion, he definitely knows that there is an opportunity hidden there. That's why he brought us all the way here. He did not care about the rest, but he brought the two of you. What is his intention? Previously, he had expressed his dissatisfaction and disdain towards Yi Ling. However, he had been humiliated by Yi Ling in front of Qi Ling. The grudge between the two was formed. Along the way, he had been secretly observing Yi Ling's behavior and found that he had been strange and hiding many secrets. Most importantly, Yi Ling always had an instinct to avoid danger. It was as if he knew in advance what kind of danger he would encounter. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Ling had always had a goal and had been planning for a long time. Otherwise, why would he be so familiar with it and have everything under control? Only all of them were kept in the dark by Yi Ling and had no idea. Kong Yang did not want Qi Ling to be fooled by Yi Ling. However, Qi Ling's next words made him clench his fists and teeth. He was very unwilling. Kong Yang, your worries are unnecessary. I trust Yi Lin's character. Qi Ling shook her head. The expression on her cold and arrogant face did not change. She would not be swayed by what others said. Then she left directly to discuss matters with Yiling. Damn it, Yilin, you really deserve to die. I'd like to see what your purpose is. Kong Yang's expression was ugly and a little livid. He stared in Yiling's direction, anger and coldness appearing. If there was no other purpose, why would Yiling be so sure that there was something he wanted in the ruins of the city? On the other side, Yiling and the old ghost in the pendant discussed for a while and had an idea. According to what the old ghost said, there is indeed a 70% chance. I didn't expect the power of reincarnation to be involved in such a mysterious thing. It can be used as a pathfinder. Yiling was overjoyed. The old tortoise in his pendant had a strange expression at the moment and muttered to himself in his heart. Forget it. The heavenly venerable one left behind the enlightenment platform for many reasons. Moreover, the guardians should still be here. If the process goes smoothly, they should choose to submit to Yiling, but if it doesn't, it'll be a little bad. The old tortoise did not know much, but it knew that this was a test for Yiling by the ancient heavenly venerable of reincarnation. If he could pass this test, he would obtain an extremely powerful support. Yiling, let's go. At this moment, a charming voice sounded. Yinmei also walked over, her steps light and graceful like a lotus. She had already instructed a group of followers. She had a charming smile on her face, and her eyes were curved, looking extremely bright and beautiful. Yiling was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and chuckled. When Qiling saw this scene, she could not help but frown. Speaking of which, Yinmei was the fiancée of Yiling's late brother, Bai Lai. Now Yiling had such an attitude towards Yinmei? She did not say anything, but she could not help but shake her head in her heart. Compared to when she first met Yiling, the current Yiling gave her an indescribable feeling. Did Bai Lai's death have anything to do with Yiling? At this moment, she suddenly fell into deep confusion. Could it be that Bai Lai was murdered by Yiling and Yinmei together? Otherwise, why would the two of them secretly flirt with each other along the way? In her opinion, Yiling did seem to have a different kind of feeling towards Yinmei. Otherwise, he would not have risked exposing himself to save her when he saw her in danger. Most importantly, Yiling did not care or respect his sworn brother, Bai Lai, who had always thought highly of him and helped him a lot in his cultivation. Instead, it was as if he could not wait for Bai Lai to die. This made Qiling's trust in Yiling all this time doubt and shake. Qiling, why are you in a daze? We have to go. Suddenly, Yiling's voice interrupted Qiling's thoughts and made her come back to her senses. This matter should be left for later. After all, Yiling did not have any ill intentions towards her. At that moment, the three of them turned into divine rainbows and stealthily moved towards the large ruins in front of them. At the same time, Yiling took out a pitch-black stone talisman. Waves of runes flashed on it and landed in the surroundings, enveloping their figures and landing in another direction. This can hide our aura. As long as we keep a low profile, ordinary creatures will not be able to detect us. Yiling said to Yinmei and Qiling, who were behind him. He naturally noticed Yinmei's expression just now. He did not want to explain anything. After all, he was now certain that Yinmei had feelings for him. And he did the same for Yinmei. The two of them loved each other. Even if Bai Lai's spirit in heaven knew about it, he would at most sigh and would not blame anything. Yiling did not think that his thinking was wrong. He was so outstanding. Wasn't it normal to attract the hearts of so many talented girls? Yiling just wanted to give them someone to rely on. Just as Yiling and the rest were stealthily moving towards the ruins. In the city, inside an incomparably majestic ancient hall, a turbulent and surging aura filled the hall. Several elders with strange patterns on their bodies were gathered together. In their eyes, the stars were destroyed and fell, the sea was turned to ashes, and all kinds of terrifying visions appeared. Their auras were very powerful. The weakest one was a quasi-saint, but they did not look like humans. They either had wings, vertical eyes on their foreheads, or were completely black all over. Some were golden all over as if they were made of immortal gold. However, the only similarity between them was that there was a strange rune flickering on their hands. If one looked closely, they would find that the rune was fluctuating up and down. It was extremely mysterious. Chapter 140. The successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign has appeared. At that moment, an old woman with snake-like eyes spoke. Her voice was so cold that it made one's scalp go numb. She also had a rune in her hand that was flickering with brilliance. "That's why I gathered everyone here," said a tall old man. Another tall old man said. He had a pair of goat horns and gave off a sage-like aura. However, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with coldness. The other old men nodded and said coldly, "It seems that the prophecy is true. He's here to take away what the reincarnation heavenly sovereign left behind. I didn't expect that so much time had passed. I thought that the slave imprint was just an ancient rumor, and no one could verify its authenticity. I didn't expect it to appear today. It's unbelievable," an old man with an eagle beak said with a gloomy expression. He felt an absolute suppression from the depths of his soul. The rune on his arm was burning hot. It was as if it was branded on his arm and could not be erased no matter what. It had not appeared for so many years. They even thought that the existence of the slave imprint was just a rumor, and did not believe it was true. First, everyone thought so. However, today, they were shocked when they sensed the existence of the rune. The absolute suppressive power within could easily determine their life and death. That was the slave imprint. Could suppress all of them. The slave imprint was planted in the depths of their bloodline, and had been passed down from their ancestors until now. After knowing the truth of the matter, they were shocked, angry, and in disbelief. The only thing they wanted to do now was to kill the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign. Their respective ancestors were all extremely powerful characters. Even the clan that ruled the central part of the immortal ancient continent, and had the bloodline of the true dragon, had to be respectful to them. Even when facing their ancestors, they had to be polite, not daring to underestimate them. However, in the end, no one expected that their ancestors would be suppressed by the reincarnation heavenly sovereign, and have a slave imprint planted in their bloodline and soul. They would protect what he left for his successor for generations. Now that the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign had appeared and approached, they immediately became vigilant. After all, no one would be willing to suddenly submit to a stranger whom they had never even met before, take him as their master, and give everything to him. Who would be willing to do such a thing? Unless he was an idiot. Therefore, they had all rushed over to discuss how to resolve this matter. No matter what method they used, the successor of the ancient celestial reincarnation had to die in the end. The reincarnation heavenly sovereign's Tao comprehension stone has been in the hands of our families for many years. Who would be willing to give it up? There is even a rumor that the reincarnation heavenly sovereign's cave abode may be hidden nearby, and it contains many of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign's treasures and secrets. Perhaps the key to this cave abode lies with that successor. 590 The elders' faces revealed radiance as they discussed among themselves, discussing how to seize this cave dwelling. The reincarnation heavenly sovereign's relic naturally belonged to them. A descendant that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What was that? How dare they covet their treasures? The descendant of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign should be from the outside world. He shouldn't be too old. According to the agreement of the old antiques, the strength of the younger generation should be at most empty God realm. That is to say, the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign is only that strong. As long as he dares to come here, he will not be able to return, and he will be buried here. At this point, the elders could not help but smile coldly. They had already predicted the outcome. Due to the slave seal, it might be difficult for them to take action. However, they could still send others to take action. When the time came, they would set up a trap and wait for the successor to come to their deaths. After all, over the years they had quite a number of affiliated clans. Finding some heavenly god realm or divine king realm existences was a piece of cake for them. Keep a close eye on those unfamiliar faces, especially those from the outside world. It is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. The elders then started to give out orders. As the orders were passed down, the entire ruins were put under martial law. Only by killing the successor of the reincarnation heavenly sovereign would they have a chance to regain their freedom. Boom! Very soon, the clouds shot up into the sky and terrifying auras surged out in all directions. Many powerful auras appeared in the sky and started to patrol the surroundings for any suspicious figures. At this moment, A large number of local living beings gathered in the area near the ruins. They had been instructed by the elders to set up a trap and capture someone. What's going on? Have we been discovered? Yi Ling, who was leading Crimson Spirit and Enmei stealthily near the ruins, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. He felt several powerful auras pass by above his head. Powerful divine senses swept in all directions, as if they wanted to crush everything. This made him fearful. If not for his courage and experience, he would have been able to remain calm. At this moment he would probably have retreated. Why are there so many experts suddenly appearing? Are they looking for something? Crimson Spirit frowned. The figure that passed over their heads just now was at least at the heavenly god realm. Unless they used special means, they could have died tragically in his hands. I don't know. Could it be because of me? Our whereabouts have been exposed? But we have hidden so well that it is impossible for them to be exposed. Or is it just a coincidence? Yi Ling was puzzled. He did not think about his identity. At this moment, Old Tortoise in his pendant seemed to be deep in thought. His expression was a little cold. Apparently he had thought of something. They look like they are going to capture someone. Enmei suddenly had a look of worry on her face. Looking at her expression, Yi Ling thought that she was worried about him. He could not help but turn around and smile. Enmei, maybe I am overthinking this. It is just a coincidence that we ran into each other. It has nothing to do with me. Enmei shook her head and did not say anything. The worry on her face did not diminish. She was naturally not worried about Yi Ling. She did not care about what he said at all. So many experts had suddenly been alarmed. Even heavenly gods had appeared and were searching near the ruins as if they were looking for someone. This made her subconsciously think of Guchanga. After all, she knew about Guchanga's current movements. It was very likely that he had already infiltrated into the depths of the ruins long before they had arrived. So, could it be that Guchanga's purpose had been exposed? In this way, the native creatures here would be enraged and want to search for Guchanga's traces? Enmei could not help but worry. Speaking of which, if Guchanga died here, she might be able to unseal her seal. She should be happy. But why was she so worried about Guchanga? Moreover, according to Guchanga's instructions, she was to secretly sow discord between Yi Ling and Qi Ling. At the critical moment when Yi Ling infiltrated here, she was to accidentally surprise him and attract the other experts. Such an order was tantamount to playing with her life. It was the kind of order that could cause her to lose her life if she was not careful. After all, when she attracted the experts and exposed their tracks, she would also be in an extremely dangerous situation. However, since it was Guchanga's order, she could not do anything about it. Why should she worry about such a cold and heartless person? Little Yi, listen carefully. These guys are definitely coming for you. At this moment, Old Tortoise's voice suddenly sounded from Yi Ling's pendant. This made Yi Ling's expression stiffen. Coming for him? What did that mean? Yi Ling's mind was a little confused. The Heavenly Lord left you good things, but he also left you a test. There are guardians guarding the Heavenly Lord's remains. If you can't pass the test, you won't be able to obtain these things. Moreover, he may fall here. Old Tortoise explained. Hearing this, Yi Ling's head hurt and he could not help but curse. Why didn't you say this earlier? Why did you have to tell me now? Aren't you harming me? The Heavenly Lord too. Couldn't he have left a good opportunity? Why did he have to make such a messy test? Of course he was only complaining. He was not that shameless. After all, he had already obtained the inheritance of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara and many opportunities. At this time he was in a difficult position and could only bite the bullet and go. At this time, Enmei also noticed the change in Yi Ling's expression and her heart skipped a beat. It seems that these people are coming for him. She heaved a sigh of relief. Soon the three of them continued on their way. Compared to the last time, they were more careful and stealthy, constantly avoiding the figures in the sky. Yi Ling knew that the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara had left the enlightenment platform for him was made of reincarnation stone, and was extremely mysterious. The reincarnation stone contained the laws of time and reincarnation, and the power of time was the strongest attribute on par with space. Yi Ling was naturally very tempted. Now your only way is to rely on the Heavenly Lord's inheritance to find the cave abode he left for you. There is a way to subdue the enlightenment platform. Old Tortoise began to speak to Yiling from the pendant, guiding him to break out of the situation. Otherwise, with Yiling's current strength, it was impossible to contend with the Guardians. Yiling had to think of a way to obtain the Guardians' recognition. This was his only chance in this test. Even Old Tortoise did not know that the so-called Guardian's bloodline was actually subdued by the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's slave seal. They were not willing to submit. Hearing this, Yiling gritted his teeth and a surge of determination surged in his heart. I must get these. Otherwise, how can I seek revenge on Guchanga? He is the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Thinking of the face of Guchanga, his great enemy, endless strength and confidence surged in his heart. After leaving the mausoleum, Guchanga's figure was still hidden in the void and did not really appear. Thanks to the corpses of the ancient prodigies, his cultivation had been greatly improved, and he had even obtained some rare origin source. Middle-stage Divine King Realm. Guchanga felt that if she were to face a true sage, she would have the power to fight head-on. If it was a sneak attack, it would not be difficult to kill a sage cultivator. This was only Guchanga's minimum estimate. Although a sage's every move contained the power to collapse stars, it was unbelievably powerful. That was because they controlled the power of the rules. To cultivators below the sage realm, it was absolutely suppressive and difficult to contend against. Even the most talented young primes would find it hard to contend against a true demi-saint when they were divine kings. A true mortal could kill a sage because they had controlled some kind of power that surpassed their current realm in advance. Currently, his apparent cultivation was at the early stage of the Void God realm. This was already an unattainable height for the younger generation. Therefore, Guchanga did not intend to continue breaking through. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Everything had a limit. If the cultivation he revealed was too unbelievable, it would definitely draw the attention of those old geezers. They had lived for too long and had seen all kinds of monsters. Given Guchanga's talent, reaching the early stage of the Void God realm at such a young age was a reasonable thing. He didn't want to draw unnecessary trouble to himself. After all, he was very different from the others. He walked the path of immortal and demonic cultivation. On the surface, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon was to mislead others. When the time came, even if someone investigated his origin source, it would be difficult to discover anything unusual. This was because he was indeed cultivating the orthodox Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon, and the secret immortal devouring demonic art was his foundation. Apart from himself, who knew his true strength? Enemies? Enemies who had seen his true strength were all dead. Speaking of which, according to the route provided by Yin Mei, it won't be a problem for me to find Yiling. However, the entire ruins are now alarmed. Could it be that Yiling's traces have been discovered? Soon Guchanga, who was traveling through the void, frowned. He felt that he might have overestimated Yiling's ability. Had his whereabouts been discovered so quickly? If he died here, how could he continue to take the blame for him? No, these creatures are searching aimlessly. In fact, they don't know what they are looking for. However, Guchanga soon noticed something strange. He narrowed his eyes. Speaking of which, not many people knew that Yiling was the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Apart from him and Yu Mingkong, who else could it be? No matter how stupid Yiling was, he knew that this kind of thing could not be exposed. These ruins contain the things that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara left for Yiling. However, according to the usual pattern, there would usually be a test or something. Could this be a test for Yiling? Guchanga quickly thought of the key point. He did not know if his guess was right. Buzz! The void trembled and some ripples spread out. Guchanga noticed that a heavenly deity realm creature was currently searching around him. Immediately, he stepped forward in the void and traveled quickly. At this time, even a saint would find it difficult to detect the fluctuations. Guchanga could not help but click his tongue. As expected, the void talent was tyrannical. It was no wonder that in ancient times, there was a slayer with the void body. It was said that he had assassinated a perfected immortal, and almost succeeded. Shuttling through the void seemed to be one. It was like a fish in water or a bird returning to the forest. Of course, this was only the lowest level of use of spatial power. Who is it? Suddenly, the tall creature that was searching through the various stone forests felt a chill all over its body. It was as if it was being stared at from behind by a terrifying existence. Even its soul was frozen. It was extremely frightened. Just as it was about to turn its head, it found that there were ripples spreading in the void in front of it. Suddenly, a white-robed man with a casual expression walked out. Don't make a sound or you'll die." Guchanga smiled casually. The next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of it and kept expanding. The tall creature was stunned for a moment, terrifying symbols appearing in its eyes. The next moment it was shocked and terrified. It was directly swallowed by the expanding crack, and did not even have time to react. Guchanga's figure also turned and disappeared into the void. Everything that happened just now seemed to be just an illusion. No one noticed that a heavenly deity realm existence had suddenly vanished from the world without a trace. It was like a stone thrown into the deep sea. There was no sound in an instant. "Where is this? Who are you?" Buzz. On the peak of a mountain in the inner world. The tall figure was thrown to the ground by Guchanga. It looked at Guchanga in horror and kept shouting as if it had encountered the most terrifying existence. As a heavenly god who looked down on true gods, he could wipe out a city with a raise of his hand. However, before it could react, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in another space. This made it terrified and shocked. What kind of terrifying technique was this? Even a saint could not use it. Even the power of heaven and earth could not be used like this. Could it be the space domain? Felt cold all over. This young man in front of it, who was obviously from the outside world, was too terrifying. Guchanga was naturally worried that it would attract the attention of other creatures if it was too loud. That was why he brought it to the inner world. After all, as his strength increased, the upper limit of the inner world would naturally increase as well. It was not a problem to accommodate a heavenly god at all. "I want to know a few things," Guchanga said casually. "What things? If I know, I'll definitely tell you," the tall creature hurriedly said in horror. In this place it could not sense any other aura. It was like an ant under the gaze of the heavenly axiom, humble and insignificant. "No need, I'm used to doing it myself." As Guchanga said, he directly chose to search its soul. A jet-black radiance appeared on his palm. Like millions of black threads, he immediately covered this creature's forehead. So it was an order from the elders. I didn't expect such an interesting thing to be hidden. Slave seal. Celestial Venerable Cave Abode. This treasure-seeking mouse has never disappointed me. A moment later, Guchanga ended its pain and there was a faint expression on his face. Chapter 141. Guchanga never thought that she would be able to obtain so much information from a random heavenly deity. The heavenly venerate of Samsara's hidden cave abode, and the enlightenment platform. However, he had guessed the slave seal based on the instructions of those elders. After combining some old tricks, he immediately deduced this result. After the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara suppressed the ancestors of this group of living beings, he did not kill them. Instead, he planted the slave seal and left them with a mission: to guard the treasure left by the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara for his successor. However, as time passed, they were bound to have second thoughts. Now many powerful living beings were searching for Yi Ling and the others everywhere, which was the best proof. Although Guchanga was also planning for Yi Ling's opportunity, he still planned to keep Yi Ling alive and take the blame for the taboo demonic technique. If he wanted to kill Yi Ling, it would not be now. However, Guchanga already had a meticulous plan for what to do next. It just so happened that he could take advantage of this slave seal to make a fuss. Speaking of which, the enlightenment platform left by the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara does not belong to Yi Ling alone. Otherwise, these living beings would not have occupied it for so long and refused to let go. Guchanga pondered for a while, then dealt with the corpses in the inner world and left. According to the results of the soul search, there were 5 major tribes near these ruins. Their ancestors were the slaves of the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara. Now they were searching for Yi Ling. With Yi Ling's current ability, it's impossible for him to gain any advantage from the 5 major tribes. Since it's a test, they will definitely give Yi Ling a chance. These old things like to use these old tricks. In this day and age, who cares if you have a test when you're fighting for opportunities? Guchanga could not help but sneer at this. For Yi Ling, Now that he's going to find the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara's hidden cave abode, there should be a way to balance the 5 major tribes. Then, he will use this to make the 5 major tribes submit and obtain a large amount of help. If I'm not wrong, this hidden cave abode should be a portable small world or something. I just don't know how it compares to my inner world. The ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara left all the good things for Yi Ling. But, if you plan like this, you'll probably benefit me in the end. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes and smiled. For a moment, his expression was somewhat thought-provoking. He had more or less analyzed the cause and effect of the matter, as well as what would happen in the future. Yi Ling's next move was clearly to find the cave abode, hidden by the Samsara ancient, heavenly venerate. He would definitely not stop Yi Ling. On the contrary, he would give him some help so that it would be easier for him to find the hidden abode. Gu Chang'e did not have the leisure to go through this so-called test. He always liked to pick the last ripe fruit. I don't know how long this process will take, but I don't need to be anxious about placing Yin Mei by Yi Ling's side. Thinking of this, he was relieved. The void blurred as Gu Chang'e took a single step forward, traversing a distance of several thousand feet. He rapidly left this place and then left this region. His figure traveled through the void, quickly avoiding a large number of living beings. During this period of time, they passed by many ancient ruins and headed straight for the depths of the city. In terms of scale, this city was not small at all compared to the ancient cities in the outside world. In some aspects it was even superior. The pavilion was vast and tall, appearing incomparably majestic. There was a majestic aura in front of him that exuded an ancient aura, describing the glory of the past. According to the memories of that heavenly god realm living being, among the 5 clans, the Grand Elder of the Black Sky Eagle clan is in charge. His cultivation has already reached the Absolute Saint realm. In the void blurred, Gu Chang'e's figure was faintly discernible. He swept his gaze over below with a calm expression. There were many living beings here, and there were also many guards. Many places were also engraved with extremely powerful formation patterns that were vast and mighty. If activated, they could easily kill existences below the God realm. In addition, there were many Void God realm commanders patrolling everywhere. The Black Sky Eagle clan's Grand Elder should be hidden in the depths. His cultivation has surpassed the Absolute Saint realm, and it's even possible that he has reached the Quasi-Supreme realm. If I choose to fight head-on, it might cause a lot of trouble. It's very likely that my identity will be exposed. Gu Chang'e's gaze was somewhat thoughtful. Naturally, he had a plan and was very confident. At this time, unlike the outside world, it was difficult for him to casually use his terrifying background to crush others. Although it was convenient and fast to suppress others with power, it also depended on the time. Now that the Enlightenment platform is controlled by the Black Sky Eagle clan, it seems that I have to start from the Black Sky Eagle clan and do something. Soon he thought of this. The void blurred. Gu Chang'e walked with his hands behind his back. His figure flashed and directly left this place. He was heading toward an extremely lively pavilion with living beings coming and going. There were 3 words written in immortal ancient characters: Drunken Immortal Pavilion. According to the memories of that heavenly god realm existence, he could choose to target the weakness of the Black Sky Eagle clan's Grand Elder from here. At this time, on the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, in a dazzling private room surrounded by immortal mist, a few young creatures were talking. Their appearances did not look like humans. They were shrouded in precious light, and their clothes were extraordinary. The youth at the very center was surrounded by several people. In his arms was a foreign race girl whose appearance wasn't bad. He was dressed in embroidered clothes, his face pale, looking extremely frivolous. He had a pair of pitch-black wings that flowed with dark light, as if he was a giant eagle spreading its wings. Right now, these people were currently conversing in immortal ancient language. One of the young women's appearance was pretty, her skin like jade, but she had a snake tail. She opened her mouth, asking curiously, "What exactly happened in the city recently? Why are so many people startled?" So many experts were actually moved out, so many heavenly deity realm existences even appearing. I saw that they seemed to be searching for something. Could it be that cultivators from the outside world ran over to our side? That is quite possible. The cultivators from the outside world are truly daring, even daring to trespass into our city. They really don't want their lives anymore. Do they truly think that just because the older generation is not allowed to take action they can preserve their lives? Someone said with a laugh. Hearing this, another young creature said with some disdain, if it wasn't because we had to abide by the immortal ancient agreement back then, we couldn't migrate to the outside world. How would those orthodoxies be able to do anything now? They were quite familiar with this training, knowing that it was jointly organized by the immortal ancient remnant clans and the orthodoxies from the outside world. On the surface it was a competition between the younger generation, but who could really guarantee that the older generation would not secretly interfere? However, since they dared to come to their gathering place, they had to be prepared to pay the appropriate price. The 5 great clans are all sending people to capture them. This time it should not be a small matter. As they spoke, they looked at the man in embroidered clothes in the middle, their expressions somewhat flattering. Brother He Ming is still the best, having a heavenly deity realm follower. To think that we, the 4 hedonistic young masters, who have been unhindered for so many years, are still far inferior to you. The youth in embroidered clothes named He Ming sat in the middle. Hearing this, a somewhat smug expression flashed across his face. However, at this time he shook his head and said, Commander Heyu is not by my side now. He was also sent out by my grandfather to search for all suspicious people from the outside world nearby, asking for fresh flowers. Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. Connecting the dots, they became more and more curious. The woman with the snake tail could not help but ask, Brother He Ming, do you know what happened exactly? Why did the 5 great clans suddenly become like this? Why are they so paranoid? After all, He Ming was the only direct descendant of the 5 great clans among them, coming from the Black Sky Eagle clan. He might know a lot more than them. Although their identities were not simple, compared to the direct descendant of the 5 great clans, they were far inferior. However, since He Ming could get along well with them, it could be seen that his identity and status were actually not that high. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the direct descendant of the 5 great clans looked down on them. However, compared to the rest of his peers in the Black Sky Eagle clan, He Ming's cultivation talent was mediocre, even a little bit useless. As a result, in this area, there were rumors of He Ming, the Black Sky Eagle clan's trash. Many living beings were secretly mocking him, and even some of the Black Sky Eagle clan members looked down on him indifferently, not taking him seriously. With the accumulation of various cultivation resources, He Ming now had the strength of the divine realm, and was far from even reaching the almighty realm. Other than embarrassing the Black Sky Eagle clan, it was still embarrassing. It was precisely because of this that He Ming, who was once very motivated and diligent in cultivation, gradually became depressed. After that, he drank to drown his sorrows and spent his days in the brothels. After that, he became the leader of the so-called 4 great profligate sons. Of course, although He Ming's experience sounded very tragic and sullen, almost causing Guchanga to misunderstand something when he was searching the divine soul of that heavenly god realm creature. Did he encounter a ridiculous situation where he was slapped in the face by the trash again? But obviously this was not the case. He Ming's cultivation talent was ordinary, but he had another layer of background. His older sister was the Black Sky Eagle clan's most outstanding genius. His grandfather was the Black Sky Eagle clan's most influential great elder. Under this type of powerful background, even if he was just a hedonistic son who only knew how to stir up trouble, no one dared to say anything and no one dared to provoke him. A harmless hedonistic son, how great of a storm could he stir up? On the contrary, there were quite a few people who knelt down and licked his boots, wishing to get closer to the Black Sky Eagle clan. This was especially the case recently, when many creatures found out that He Ming's older sister seemed to have caught the eye of Immortal Ancient's True Dragon clan's Lord Long Tongue, her status rising even more. Even He Ming obtained a heavenly deity realm follower, immediately becoming incomparably awe-inspiring, making many young creatures endlessly envious. Immediately, when he heard this snakeman race woman ask him, He Ming just put on an act and replied, saying, I heard that this matter concerns the fate of the 5 great clans, extremely important. At that time, the elders of the other clans all hurried over to discuss. In reality, he didn't know what the reason was either. His status in the Black Sky Eagle clan was actually extremely awkward, like a transparent person. Apart from his older sister and grandfather, almost no one paid him any attention. Ming actually didn't reveal anything on his face. However, he still had desire and ambition, wishing to become a brilliant heaven's pride like his older sister. His brilliance was dazzling, receiving the reverence of millions and millions. Wang. Right now, this group of young creatures who were currently chatting and laughing didn't notice at all. In the void beside them, there were faint ripples spreading. Even if it was a Saint Realm existence, there was no way they could sense this type of fluctuation. With their cultivation, this was even more so the case. Youngster, do you want to become stronger? Do you want to become an existence above millions and millions? Suddenly, an indistinct voice entered Ming's ears. 1,000. Chapter 142. The moment he heard this, Ming's eyes suddenly widened. With a trace of disbelief, he stood up abruptly. Even the beautiful foreign race woman in his arms fell to the ground with a terrified look on her face. Who's speaking? Who is it? Ming suddenly shouted. He looked around in shock and scanned the private room. However, in the immortal mist apart from him, everyone else was shocked and confused. It was as if they didn't hear this sentence. It was more like what he had just heard was just a hallucination. Brother Ming, what's wrong? The other young people couldn't help but be shocked. Then they put on concerned expressions and asked. At this time, Ming suddenly stood up and shouted such a sentence. They were all frightened. However, at this time they still had to show their concern. Ming was silent for a moment. Then, he sat back down and said, I'm fine. He also thought that he had been too eager to become stronger recently, so at this time he had a hallucination. That voice was too illusory, and it was hard to track it down. It was as if it spoke out his heart. Seeing Ming's worried and absent-minded appearance, the others knew that it was boring. After a few words, they hurriedly left. Today's Ming seemed to be a little problematic. At this time it was better to leave first. Soon, only Ming was left sitting in the private room. His expression was still a little dazed and absent-minded. It was as if he hadn't come back to his senses. The departure of the others didn't affect him. For Ming, this was the first time he heard the greatest desire in his heart. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become a supreme existence respected by billions of people. At this time in Ming's mind, this illusory voice suddenly sounded again. Young man, do you want to become stronger? Become an existence respected by billions of people? It was cold and profound, making it difficult to distinguish its age. However, it didn't contain the slightest emotion. It was like a ruler overlooking all living beings from the 9 heavens. The source of this voice was unknown. It seemed to have a bewitching power, causing Ming's eyes to widen again. There was a kind of disbelief and disbelief. Who is it? His voice trembled. His entire body was trembling. Ming was sure that he had heard such a sentence. He wasn't hallucinating. This made him pleasantly surprised, excited, as well as a trace of fear. Since ancient times, it was rumored that when one was not satisfied in life, 8 or 9 times out of 10, there would be a turn of events. Could it be that the dream that he had always longed for was finally going to come true today? Could it be that Ming, was finally going to hit the jackpot today? Just like the main character in the rumored travelogues. Coincidentally, he met a mysterious and powerful senior. Acknowledge him as master and reach the pinnacle. At this moment, Ming felt that this was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Only a senior with unfathomable cultivation would be able to pass words into his heart and speak his thoughts. Ming did not doubt the other possibilities. After all, in the Black Sky Eagle clan, he was a dispensable transparent person. Other than his grandfather and sister who would pay attention to him, the rest of the clan wouldn't give him a second glance. An ordinary living being with mediocre cultivation and talent, without any strong points at all. What senior must be blind to have designs on him? Therefore, Ming was extremely excited and felt that he had hit the jackpot. Without even thinking, he knelt on the ground with a thud. He was extremely excited and agitated, saying with a trembling voice, Senior, I want. Ming said I want several times in a row. It could be seen that his heart was trembling and excited at this time. The longer this kind of ambition was suppressed, the more shocking the power when it erupted. In the void, Guchanga watched this scene with interest and did not show himself. Through the divine soul memories of that celestial deity realm existence, he understood many things. The Black Sky Eagle clan's trash, young Master Heiming naturally had some understanding. Furthermore, combining Heiming's sorrowful, unwilling and sullen appearance, and connecting it to his tragic situation in the clan, Guchanga could very easily guess Heiming's thoughts in his heart. He had a brilliant sister, but he just happened to be a trash with mediocre cultivation and talent. That kind of huge gap, who could bear it? It was just that this time, Guchanga did not intend to play the role of an old grandpa or anything. This Heiming's luck was ordinary and just happened to be a chess piece that he could use. After all, an invisible person that no one would pay attention to was perfect to reduce attention to the greatest extent, making it easier to do things for him. For better or for worse, the Black Sky Eagle clan was a clan that had been passed down since the immortal ancient era. As for how powerful their hidden backing was now, Guchanga did not have much confidence in it. After all, what he wanted to scheme against right now was not only the ancient heavenly venerable Samsara's remains, but also the Black Sky Eagle clan, as well as the other 4 great clans. It sounded crazy, but it was not impossible. Right now there were 2 choices in front of Guchanga. One was to directly control Heiming and make him do things for him. However, the Devil Passage bottle was very precious, the refining process complicated and troublesome. He did not want to waste it on a piece of trash like Heiming. That was why Guchanga chose the other method. After all, a few simple sentences were enough to fool him until he could not distinguish north from south. Of course, if Heiming became more useful in the future, Guchanga did not mind planting the Devil Passage bottle on him. After entering this door, immortals and mortals are forever separated. The Yellow Springs is ancient, reincarnation difficult to reverse. Immediately, Guchanga's voice sounded again, still carrying an indistinct immortal intent, mixed with a bit of bewitching demonic nature. Even if Heiming's will was several times more resolute right now, it would still be difficult for him to resist this type of temptation. Strength, status. These were things all creatures in this world pursued. Wang. Under his shock, an incomparably profound door opened before his eyes. It was resplendent, seemingly containing endless mysteries. When he reacted, he was incomparably overjoyed. He did not hesitate at all, directly entering this door. SSS. Then, the shocking scene that entered his eyes made Heiming's eyes widen. He suddenly sucked in a cold breath of air. This was simply unimaginable. A grand and dignified immortal palace towered above the clouds. Just a single pillar seemed to be able to support everything. He saw that he was at the center of a surging sea of primal chaos. The aura there was vast and terrifying. A single strand of primal chaos aura was enough to crush all space. When had he ever seen this type of shocking scene? He was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Heiming saw that at the peak of this immortal palace, there was a blurry and hazy figure sitting cross-legged. A true dragon, immortal phoenix, white tiger and black tortoise were lying on the ground, as if they were overlooking the ages, sitting on the reincarnation cycle. The long river of time surged under his feet, as if it could gather all the worlds in the universe. Young man, do you want to become stronger? At this moment, Heiming heard the blurry figure in front of him and looked at him. His eyes were very deep and vast, as if they contained the birth and death of all ages. Endless scenes appeared in his eyes. The universe was shattered, the heavens collapsed, the earth turned upside down, immortals died, emperors cried, thousands of things reflecting time. At this moment, Heiming's spirit was almost blessed. He directly knelt down and shouted excitedly, "Yes, I want to become stronger." Junior Heiming greets Senior. He was already sure that the senior in front of him was an unbelievably powerful existence. He casually brought him to a world where he did not know where he was. Grand and sacred, filled with supreme majesty. Even immortals seemed to lose their brilliance in front of him. One look and one would know that this was an absolute powerhouse. Of course, Guchanga spent a lot of destiny points to create this appearance. Of course, this was the same as his idea of creating the Heavens Court in the inner world. So he decided to use it to trick this idiot. With such an effect, he did not believe that Heiming would not fall for it. "Rise, I know everything about you. Then Guchanga spoke. His voice was a bit teasing, but with the power of the laws, he created the feeling of the river of time shattering. Ming was even more shocked. His entire body was shaking and he couldn't even stand up. In front of such a great and supreme existence, he was far inferior to even an ant. What did he do to be able to meet such an existence? Senior, Ming spoke with a trembling voice. He was about to say that he wanted to become Guchanga's disciple, and that he wanted to become stronger. However, Guchanga interrupted him. His voice was cold and emotionless. I know everything about you. From the past to the present, everything is in my hands. You are a direct descendant of the Black Sky Eagle clan. Your parents are. At that moment, Guchanga repeated the information she had learned and even dissected Ming's inner thoughts. Hearing this, Ming was stunned. He could not help but suck in a cold breath. He was shocked to the extreme. This senior had only met him for the first time and he knew everything about him? He did not dare to suspect that this senior had investigated him before. After all, he was a piece of trash. What was there to investigate? This was all because this senior knew everything. Senior, how can I become stronger? Please give me some pointers then. Ming spoke emotionally and asked Guchanga for advice. He hoped that this powerful and mysterious senior could take him as a disciple. I am the Supreme Zizai Emperor of the Sky Beyond Skies. At this time, Guchanga made up a name that he thought was cool. Anyway, the longer the better and the more he could scare people. Of course, his excuse was full of loopholes and was not worth thinking about. How could there be such a supreme existence who would explain to an ant and say such a self-degrading introduction? However, in order to fit the fantasy in Ming's heart, he did not mind doing this once. Become my believer and recite my true name. You will see eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. Even if the world is destroyed, your true spirit will be left behind in the river of time. At this time, Guchanga said these words with a thought-provoking expression. It had to be said that such a pretentious statement was indeed very cool. Recite my true name and see eternal life. Ming's eyes widened. He was stunned to the extreme and could not be more shocked. Even a true immortal would not dare to say that he could see eternal life. But as long as he became this senior's believer, he could see eternal life? This was such a huge and terrifying aura. His mind was filled with such emotions and he could not help but kneel down. I am willing to become a believer of the supreme existence. At this moment, even the title of senior had become a supreme existence. After all, other than his life, he had nothing else. Therefore, Ming was not worried that this supreme existence had any ulterior motives towards him. At this time, kneeling and licking his boots was enough. As my believer, I will teach you. At this time, Guchanga saw that the time was about right and finally revealed his dagger. This was his ultimate goal. Buzz. As he spoke, he pointed with his hand. Suddenly two hazy brilliance appeared in front of him. It was extremely bright, like an immortal book from the 9 heavens. Seeing this scene, Ming was even more excited. His face was red and his whole body was trembling. Thank you, Supreme Existence. I am willing to give everything to the Supreme Existence. With trembling hands he received this hazy brilliance. With a bang, ancient and mysterious words, golden and dazzling like majestic stars. They were imprinted into Ming's sea of consciousness. In the end, for words as vast as life appeared. Wedding dress immortal technique. Ming was so excited that he was about to go crazy. Under Guchanga's seemingly calm and indifferent expression, he was actually more interested. The full name of the wedding dress immortal technique was the wedding dress immortal art. Speaking of which, this was not a cultivation technique, but a secret technique of the immortal devouring demonic technique. Simply put, its specific function was to make others work for his disciple. With him as the sole source, many lines were released. Each line could be divided into many branches through the wedding dress immortal technique, forming a cobweb-like trajectory, and he could control all the branches and lines. Now, Ming had become one of the lines. Guchanga believed that with Ming's ambition, he would quickly discover the power and terror of the wedding dress immortal technique. Once ambition swelled, it was difficult to retract it. And this was also the hope he gave Ming. A single spark could start a prairie fire. If he could succeed, it would not take long for him to devour the 5 great immortal ancient clans. After all, compared to the remains of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, the 5 great immortal ancient clans were not inferior at all. Chapter 143. Guchanga still had high hopes for He Ming. Since ancient times, losers always produced miracles. If He Ming really managed to ignite this fire, wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course, this was on the premise that such a loser didn't meet a great villain like him. Then again, even if He Ming failed, it wouldn't affect Guchanga at all. Buzz. Then he pointed at the kneeling He Ming, and a ripple spread out in front of his eyes. He Ming, who was in a state of excitement, suddenly felt his vision turn black, as though he was being suppressed by a majestic force, and was instantly pushed out of this space. In the next moment he was back in that private room, looking at this familiar scene, and then at his slightly trembling hands. It was like a dream. It was just a moment, but it felt like a lifetime ago. The pair of black wings on He Ming's back couldn't help flapping, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. This is simply an unfathomable method. What kind of existence is this supreme being? I'm afraid it's beyond immortal. He Ming's voice trembled as he forced himself to calm down. Even he didn't notice that a small silver brilliance like a pattern was slowly disappearing in his eyes. The shifter immortal art. Looks like this is an immortal art specially prepared for me by the Supreme Being. He knows that my cultivation talent is mediocre. This is a technique that can ignore cultivation talent. As long as I let someone else successfully learn the shifter immortal art, I can have part of that person's talent, and even share the results of their cultivation. This is unbelievable. This is too heaven-defying. He Ming's voice trembled and his eyes widened. He carefully studied the strength of the wedding dress immortal technique. His entire body trembled again, and even his spirit was trembling. What kind of terrifying and heaven-defying immortal art was this? If others found out, there would be unimaginable consequences. He Ming believed that only that Supreme Being could bestow such a heaven-defying immortal art upon his disciple. Thinking of this, He Ming felt a lingering fear, and a chill ran down his back. Such an effect had completely overturned his understanding of cultivation. If I had such a heaven-defying thing earlier, I wouldn't have to worry about my cultivation level being only at divine power level 21. Soon after taking a few deep breaths, He Ming finally calmed down. He swore in his heart that the wedding dress immortal technique would never be exposed. Fortunately, the wedding dress part of the wedding dress immortal technique did not involve the risk of exposing its original use. This made He Ming calm down. However, I have to think of a way to try it first. I can't see anything strange about the wedding dress immortal technique. It's similar to normal cultivation techniques, but it's extremely profound and obscure. He Ming furrowed his brows and pondered seriously. He paced back and forth in the room. He quickly set his sights on a few of his followers, intending to test the effect first. He Ming didn't notice at all that the void behind him had become blurry, and there was a slightly playful gaze watching him. Then the space here trembled slightly. This line of sight quickly disappeared. Guchanga left. He had tampered with the ball of light he had given He Ming. As long as he wanted to, he could see through He Ming's eyes at any time. He always liked to leave a few tricks up his sleeve. Even if it was useless, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. At this moment, He Ming also left the room excitedly. He called out to those outside the pavilion and prepared to return to the Black Sky Eagle tribe. In fact, his main target was his sister Black-Faced Jade. He was full of ambition. After all, his sister's talent was recognized as the best among the 5 great immortal ancient tribes. Few could compare to her. Her bloodline had reverted to its ancestor, and she didn't have any external characteristics of the Black Sky Eagle tribe. Among the immortal ancient tribes in the immortal ancient continent, she could be ranked at the top. Her cultivation had now reached the middle stage of the empty god realm. If the effect of the wedding dress immortal technique is really that amazing, I can let my sister learn it. After all, there's no loss. He Ming didn't have much malice towards his sister now. Since young, he had lived under the halo and brilliance of his genius sister. He was just a good-for-nothing. At first, he was very resentful and unwilling to accept it. He didn't want to admit that he was her brother at all. To him, this wasn't something to be happy about. Instead, it was humiliating. However, now that he had the wedding dress immortal technique, he was certain that he would soon surpass his sister, Black-Faced Jade. After all, there was still a supreme being behind him. He was a loyal follower of that supreme being. Say his real name and you will gain eternal life. He Ming's heart was filled with excitement when he thought of this sentence. After that, Gu Chang'e temporarily put aside the matter of plotting against the 5 great tribes of the Black Sky Eagle tribe. After all, he had already laid out his chess pieces and arranged everything properly. He was not in a hurry. Now he could be an honest person behind the scenes and not show his face. When the time came, he could directly pluck the ripe fruit. Wouldn't that be better? Of course, Gu Chang'e wasn't going to ignore everything. He was now starting to consider Yi Ling's matter. Compared to He Ming, who was a good-for-nothing, he had personally created to rise against the natural order. In fact, Gu Chang'e wanted to know what the son of destiny Yi Ling was going to do next. Of course, before that, he had to find an opportunity to squeeze some benefits out of him. Otherwise, the means he had arranged on the successor of the Vermilion Bird tribe, Qi Ling, would be wasted. As for what means to use, of course it was to sow discord. People's hearts were the easiest to mess up. Regarding this, Gu Chang'e had long been familiar with it and knew it by heart. Just as Yu Mingkong had said, Gu Chang'e had too many tricks up his sleeve. Yi Ling didn't know how many lifetimes of bad luck it was to offend him. At this time, it's time to create an accident for Yi Ling. Yin Mei's role should also be put to use. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. Buzz! His figure flashed and left this place, hurrying to the other areas. The area of the ruins was very large. Except for the central area, which was the city, the rest of the area was mountains and ruins, as well as many collapsed mountains and lakes. Who knew where the reincarnation ancient lord had hidden the so-called celestial lord cave abode? Gu Chang'e had no intention of looking for it, nor did he have the time. During this period of time, he wanted to explore more ancestral tombs and break through to the Saint Realm as soon as possible. This was far more important than anything else. Then Gu Chang'e began to search this gathering place. There were actually many tombs hidden in the thick mountain range. After all, this was a gathering place. From the immortal ancient era to the present, it had experienced at least a few epochs. Some ancient corpses had astonishing strength when they were alive, and even entered the quasi-supreme realm. Quasi-supreme realm and supreme realm could actually be called supreme realm existences, but there was still a great difference in essence. Between the two there was a full 9 heavens. This was because the quasi-supreme realm was different from the other realms. It was not divided into 4 stages but was divided into 9 heavens. At the peak of the quasi-supreme realm, a cultivator could be called a true supreme realm. At this time one could truly look down on all life and death, with a lifespan of more than 1,000,000 years, almost immortal. For example, the heavenly primordial ancient lord's body had been pierced by the 8 desolation demonic halberd. It had long been broken, and its essence and divinity had been lost. Even if Gu Chang'e devoured it, in fact he didn't devour much. Moreover, some quasi-supreme realm corpses were likely to mutate, giving birth to all kinds of strange things. It was normal to be inauspicious in one's later years, covered in red hair. Just as Gu Chang'e, Yi Ling, and the others were wandering around these ruins, each busy with their own matters. The center of the immortal ancient continent was not calm either. Because of the intrusion of the outside world's younger generation, huge waves were stirred up. The true dragon race of the immortal ancient races called themselves the Emperor race, ruling over many immortal ancient races. However, the true dragon name was actually not true. They only had a portion of the true dragon's bloodline, and were not true dragon descendants. Even so, this race became the absolute overlord of the immortal ancient continent. Only a few races could be compared to them. At this time there was a rumbling sound. In a desolate mountain range where no one was, many mountain ridges suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc, divine light surging. Under the sky, some creatures and ferocious beasts passing by did not have time to react, and were blown into clouds of bloody mist. Then an incomparably terrifying young figure, wearing a long green robe, looking extraordinarily handsome, walked out from within. At this moment he seemed to be standing under the sky. The scene behind him was shocking, evolving the destruction of the universe drying up all around. Numerous golden and real dragon shadows spiraled between heaven and earth, bursting out in all directions. He was like a true dragon appearing. The light in his eyes was even more terrifying, as if there were stars rotating within, easily crushing everything. 2 resplendent and sparkling dragon horns grew from his forehead, covered in light green dragon scales, possessing a terrifying divine might that could break through the sky and pierce through all nothingness. Just one look was enough to make one's heart palpitate and soul split. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, sir. At this time, large amounts of creatures appeared near the mountain range, congratulating the person in front. There were men and women, all of them with powerful auras, ancient and surging. Among these young female creatures, the weakest cultivation was at the immortal emperor realm, many of them in the early stage of the void god realm, some even in the middle stage. Of course, the most important thing was that they were all extremely beautiful, moving to the extreme. Every frown and smile seemed to tug at one's heartstrings. Rise all of you, Longtongue said calmly, seeming a bit different from the rumors. However, those who were familiar with him knew clearly. This was his arrogance and confidence, regarding the world as nothing, and no one could enter his eyes. If he claimed to be the second, no one would dare to claim to be the first. The talent of a true dragon was not something that could be called just anyone. Moreover, Longtongue was also using his own strength and talent to prove the truth of this sentence. Now, his cultivation was already at the peak of the void god realm, just a little bit away from igniting the true dragon fire and becoming a true god. Just this cultivation alone was enough to make him look down on the world, and no one could be a match for him. Not to mention that he had the rainbow true dragon blood and many powerful abilities, etc. Ever since he was born, he could not even find a match for one of his palms, let alone defeat him. As a result, many dragon tribe elders suspected that Longtongue was the reincarnation of a true dragon. However, later on, they found that other than Longtongue's strength and talent, he was no different from ordinary dragon tribe elites in other aspects. Now Longtongue had already set his eyes on the elites of the other tribes, and there were already double digits. How's the matter I asked you to do? Longtongue asked as he led his followers away from this place. He, who had been invincible since birth, had no interest in anything other than finding some peerless beauties. Therefore, when he heard that the immortal ancient continent was open to the outside world this time, and many elites from the outside world rushed in, Longtongue gave the order. He wanted to find those young female supremes. Not to mention all the beauties in the world. How could he let go of those beautiful girls? Sir, according to your instructions, we have captured many elites from the outside world. Hearing this, the followers answered one after another. At the same time, a jade talisman appeared in their hands. Light flowed on it, and the faces of those elites appeared. Longtongue looked at it casually with a calm expression, as if he did not care. It was as if an emperor was selecting 3,000 concubines. Of course, that was Longtongue's attitude. Based on the strength of his followers, it should not be a problem to take down the elites from the outside world. Although the immortal ancient continent was closed to the outside world, it was not that it had not been opened before. However, the result was the same every time. The cultivators from the outside world were not as strong as them. After all, 590 was the difference between heaven and earth. The immortal ancient era was called that because at that time, true immortals would appear in the world. The rules of heaven and earth at that time were very suitable for cultivators to cultivate. The rules of heaven and earth of the immortal ancient continent preserved the environment of that time very well. There were many reasons that led to the cultivation of the younger generation from the outside world not being as strong as them. Otherwise, they would not care because they had the advantage of numbers. My lord, this time I found a peerless woman for you. That beauty is hard to find in a million years. At that moment, a woman with a flattering face came forward and said in front of Longtongue. She was the dragon lady who chose to retreat after the battle with Yumingkong. She used a shadow recording stone to record the scene of the battle, and Yumingkong's face was in it. Hearing this, Longtongue also had a slightly interested expression as he said faintly, "Let me see." Buzz. Seeing this, the dragon lady flattered even more. A hazy brilliance appeared on the jade talisman in her hand. The rest of the creatures also looked curious and surrounded her. They also wanted to know what the dragon lady meant. She was so confident. Soon the image appeared, and a peerless woman with fluttering black hair appeared. Although only a small part of her face could be seen, she was so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and she was peerless. For a moment the place fell into silence. Even Long Tongue's breathing quickened, and his eyes were filled with amazement. What a picturesque beauty! Who is this woman? Where is she? Long Tongue asked directly, a big smile on his face. The dragon lady's flattery disappeared, and she said, "My lord, this woman's name is Yumingkong, from the unparalleled celestial dynasty in the outside world. She is the current Empress Dowager and has the bearing of an empress. She also has a fiancé from the Longevity Gu family in the outside world. At the same time, he is also the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. His identity is extraordinary, and he is known as a perfected immortal. He is extremely powerful." In order to claim credit, she had naturally investigated Yumingkong's background. With her methods, she only needed to capture a few young geniuses from the outside world and ask them. However, the information she knew was limited. Good. There is actually such a woman in this world. It seems that things are going to be interesting this time. When Long Tongue heard this, his eyes burned with joy. He was not anxious. After all, he was too strong and rarely had the chance to make a move. It just so happened that this time he could personally make a move to capture this beauty. As for that fiancé who sounded a little scary, with his strength, was there a need for him to care? If he wanted to stop him, he could just slap him to death when the time comes. Now that he was in the immortal ancient continent, no matter what his identity was in the outside world, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he could only wait for death. Long Tongue did not care at all. Then he led a group of followers and headed to the area where the young geniuses from the outside world gathered. For a time, the various parts of the continent were in an uproar. Chapter 144. At the same time, outside the Black Sky Eagle clan's domain, Guchanga, who was hiding in a ruin, was refining and devouring the essence of a saint-level ancient corpse. His ears twitched slightly, sensing the sounds of creatures approaching from outside. Moreover, he was also mentioned. Wang. Guchanga took a step forward, suddenly appearing. A palm descended, directly suppressing the few young creatures who were discussing matters. Spare me. Their faces were full of fear and horror, some even almost pissing themselves. Guchanga was too lazy to speak nonsense, directly searching their souls. And soon, he obtained the information he wanted from these people's minds. During this period of time, he was equivalent to living in seclusion, so he didn't know what happened in the other regions. Dragon Race's inheritor Long Tongue wants to challenge me? He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a bit confused. He was still thinking that even he hadn't seen this Long Tongue before, so how did he mysteriously attract his attention? He even said he wanted to kill him, threatening to steal everything from him. Guchanga's first reaction was that he encountered a retard. Then, combined with the information about Long Tongue from immortal ancients creatures, he quickly came to a conclusion. He was definitely tricked by Yumingkong. After Gu Xian'er was done tricking, it was Yumingkong's turn. Guchanga felt like he was treating them too well, one after another drawing his anger. But this Long Tongue's brain really has problems. Even Long Outyin isn't this arrogant, with the talent of a true dragon, wanting to steal everything from me. I'm afraid he didn't take the initiative to send me warmth. Guchanga couldn't help but sneer, not caring about this kind of small matter at all. He already knew Long Tongue's goal, which was to take a fancy to Yumingkong, planning to steal his fiancée. Yumingkong's other aspects aside, there was definitely nothing to say about her appearance and figure. Otherwise, Guchanga wouldn't be so fond of her. There wasn't a man who wouldn't be moved after seeing her. Long Tongue, this kind of stallion template, was no exception. After all, no matter where and when, it was all about face. If Yumingkong was an ugly girl, Guchanga would not be so nosy and indulge her. After squeezing all the useful value out of it, they would definitely throw it aside. Even though he wasn't a superficial person, he was a superficial person. Furthermore, he felt that he had already treated Yumingkong well enough. He did not have that much patience for other women. But this guy actually dared to secretly scheme against him. Guchanga couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for her on account of her good performance a few days ago. But this Long Tongue is courting death. Thinking of this, Guchanga couldn't help but laugh. It had always been him who coveted other people's things, but this long tongue was good. His guts were fat to this extent. Wuxia also felt that he had been a bit low-key during this period of time. This group of immortal ancient creatures even dared to step on his face. Immediately, he closed his eyes slightly, and according to the wedding dress immortal art, the scene of the Black Sky Eagle clan's Haiming appeared in his mind, and he looked at his current progress. He was thinking that if there was time, he would first get rid of this eyesore long tongue. In the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory on a mountain peak. This was a dimly lit courtyard. A pair of black wings spread out behind Haiming. Black light flowed, flickering with a layer of bright and dark light. He was currently cultivating, and at this moment, his expression was a bit fanatical as he muttered to himself, "I've only planted the wedding dress on 3 people, and it has already brought him such great benefits. Now, even if I cultivate by myself, my cultivation speed is several times faster than usual. It's too heaven-defying. With this cultivation method, I will soon surpass everyone, and become an existence above everything." He was incomparably excited. He had already verified the terrifying power of the wedding dress immortal art. He only imparted the wedding dress portion of the cultivation method to his 3 followers. On the second day, he discovered that his cultivation talent had increased by a lot, and his cultivation had even broken through a small realm. In this way, it wouldn't be long before he could increase his cultivation and break through the Almighty Realm, and even beyond that, the Holy Lord Realm, the Marquis Realm. He would surpass his sister and become the #1 person in the younger generation of the clan. These were not problems. Therefore, Haiming had greater ambitions now. Dong dong dong. At this moment outside the courtyard there was a knock on the door. Haiming's body flashed with radiance, and he hurriedly restrained his fluctuations. With a joyful expression, he strode forward to open the door. "Sister, you're here," he said. The young girl outside the courtyard, although she was Haiming's sister, looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. She was dressed in white, with clouds surging around her, and her facial features were exquisite. Her black hair was like clouds with a 9 phoenix hairpin in it. She was dressed in a beautiful jade robe, and was as pure as a divine lotus. She was the current genius of the Black Sky Eagle clan, Haiming, and her cultivation had reached a very high level. "Haiming, why are you looking for me?" Haiming asked softly. Towards this useless younger brother of hers, she did not have any extra feelings. After all, he was her younger brother from the same mother. She would usually take care of him so that he would not be bullied by others. However, Haiming's cultivation talent was really not good. After so many years with so many resources, it was hard for him to improve. This made her unable to do anything, so she was too lazy to care anymore, and let him be a playboy. Today, Haiming said that he was looking for her, so Haiming took some time out to see what was the matter. "Big sister, come in quickly. I have something important to tell you." Haiming's expression was a bit serious. He looked left and right, and found that there was no one following behind Haiming, which made him feel relieved. According to the records, the part of the wedding dress immortal technique was not dangerous at all, and would not cause any harm to the cultivator. Instead, some of the insights were very profound, and involved the mystery of Tao. He was planning to pass this part of the technique to his sister. For him and Haiming, it was a win-win situation, killing many birds with one stone. Hearing this, Haiming followed Haiming to the courtyard with a puzzled expression. She asked, "Haiming, what's the matter? Did you get into trouble again?" She subconsciously thought that Haiming met with some trouble again, and needed her, his sister, to solve it. "Sister, that's not the reason. This time, I'm looking for you because I want to show you something good," Haiming said excitedly. He took out the manuscript of the wedding dress immortal technique, and casually found an excuse, saying that he found it in a stall by chance. "What is this? A divine ancient technique?" Haiming frowned, not believing it. First, she did not really believe it. However, after the second and third glance fell on this technique, she could not move her eyes away. Her expression was even a bit surprised and shocked. "What a profound ancient technique. Your luck is actually so good." Haiming was shocked, and she could not hide the shock and joy on her face. At the same time, she was also a bit relieved. She did not treat Haiming so well for nothing. After obtaining such a profound ancient technique, he actually told her immediately, "Big sister, you should memorize this cultivation method. If it is really useful, you can pass it on to father, the elders and the rest." Ming also calmed down at this time. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and did not let himself show any abnormality. Ming, you are really considerate. The family treated you so well, and you actually gave this ancient technique to the family as your first reaction." At this time, Yinyu was also a bit emotional. Her gaze towards Ming was even more gentle. Ming's actions today really made her, as his sister, admire him. "Sister, you also know that I am just a good-for-nothing with mediocre cultivation talent. It is a complete waste to leave this technique with me. It is better to give it to the family, and let the family become stronger. This way I can live better as a second-generation hedonist," Ming said with a smile. He seemed to be calm, but more of it was self-deprecating. This scene made Yinyu go silent for a while, and then sighed, "These years it has been hard on you. But Ming, don't worry, I will tell father, grandfather and the rest about this matter. The family will give you all the credit, not one less." With sister's words, I am relieved. Ming heard this and nodded, looking very happy and satisfied. Then the two of them talked about some things again. Yinyu expressed her concern for Ming, and then left the courtyard, intending to find the elders to discuss this matter. After all, it involved the overall strength of the family, and it could not be ignored. She faintly felt that this ancient technique was related to immortals. So, Yinyu was also a bit excited. "I did it." After seeing Yinyu leave, Ming, who was in the courtyard, finally could not help but reveal a look of wild joy, and his whole body trembled. He only needed to pass this ancient technique through his sister's hands, and then pass it on to the family. The rest of the family members who cultivated it would become his wedding dress. Thinking of this, Ming could not help but reveal an excited smile. All this is thanks to the Supreme Existence. He was so emotional, and he was even more in awe of the Supreme Existence that he had only met once. Tens of thousands of miles away, Guchanga, who was watching all this through Ming's eyes, could not help but smile a little. His acting skills are really not bad. It seems that sometimes a good-for-nothing is still useful. Ming actually had such plans and ambitions, and he really did not disappoint me. Guchanga could not help but laugh, and he was very satisfied. All this was a pleasant surprise. Ming performed exceptionally. After all, he was the source of the wedding dress immortal technique, and even Ming was just a branch of it. With the branch that Ming branched out, when the time came, life and death would be in his control. The wedding dress did not contain the slightest danger, and it would not affect the cultivator. Instead, it contained many mysteries and the truth of Tao. It was the best bait. But the wedding dress. At the same time, it was also the thread that controlled their life and death. As long as Guchanga's thoughts moved, he could instantly cut off this thread. If the thread was destroyed, the person would die. After all this was in his plan. When all the higher-ups of the He Tianning family become the wedding dress, it is also time for me to appear. At that time, the benefits will be much greater than searching for the ancestral tomb. Guchanga revealed a smile. However, this process still needed some time. Therefore, Guchanga got up and left this place, preparing to find trouble with Long Tongue first. At this time, the news of Long Tongue's movement quickly spread, causing a huge commotion among many immortal ancient clans in immortal ancient continent. The cultivators of the outside world might not know, but for the clans of immortal ancient continent, Long Tongue was the most powerful representative and symbol of his generation. Even those who were listed as the top 10 young experts changed their expressions when talking about Long Tongue. They were incomparably fearful, and they knew that they were not Long Tongue's opponent. Now that Long Tongue had moved, it naturally shocked the immortal ancient creatures. Even some of the older generation were shocked. Lord Long Tongue has said that he will suppress the young man named Guchanga in the outside world. He will take everything away. An immortal ancient creature spread such words, causing many of the younger generation in the outside world to be shocked and horrified. The immortal ancient creatures knew very little about Guchanga. However, for the young geniuses of the outside world, it was something that they were very clear about. Guchanga's strength could even be said to have entered the realm of the young taboo. It would not be wrong to say that he was the leading figure of the younger generation in immortal ancient continent. What kind of idiot is Long Tongue? How dare he say that he will kill young Master Chang'e? This is simply the biggest joke in the world. At this moment, it caused the young geniuses to laugh at him in various regions. Ha ha, my head is about to fall off from laughing. If he said that he will suppress the other young supremes, I think the possibility is still very high. But he said that he will kill young Master Chang'e. I'm afraid he doesn't know what the young taboo is. Crazy, this is really crazy. I finally have the chance to see what it means to be the most pretentious and get the most vicious beating. When the time comes, let's see how this guy named Long Tongue will be slapped in the face. Many young geniuses who heard this news were about to laugh crazily, and even tears were about to come out. The size of the upper world's inner area was difficult to describe. In terms of vastness and boundlessness, it was not qualified. But in the inner area, his name could shake all sides, and he was known as a young taboo with the potential of a true immortal. How could any random cat or dog be so arrogant? That's right, in their opinion, this young man named Long Tongue was a jumping clown. After all, which of Chang'e's battle records did not rely on his terrifying strength to kill his way through? Some time ago, even the invincible 7th princess of the Ocean Palace was easily killed by Chang'e. With such a battle record, no one dared to lightly say no. Of course, the most important reason was that no matter what, Chang'e was still an outsider, and not a native creature. Encountering a native creature so arrogant, they were naturally angry. Although the cultivation of the immortal ancient creatures was very strong, it was only because they had the advantage of time and place. Brother Chang'e's strength is unfathomable, but this Long Tongue, I heard that he is a tricky character. I just don't know how much of Brother Chang'e's strength he can force out. On a mountain peak, Yi Langtian could not help but shake his head as he said this. He raised his hand to shatter a terrifying python in front of him and plucked a strange flower. Thinking of this news, he did not care. In any case, he could not see through Chang'e more and more. On the contrary, Long Tongue, who had a terrifying reputation in the immortal ancient continent, was nothing to worry about. A truly powerful existence was a kind of terror that you could feel his strength but did not know how strong he was. Chang'e always gave him this feeling. When the time comes, if the two of them fight, I can go and take a look. If I can see some of Brother Chang'e's true strength, this trip will not be in vain. Thinking of this, Yi Langtian changed his direction, somewhat eager that the two of them could meet sooner. Scenes like this were still happening everywhere, and the young supreme beings from the outer world were all shocked. Long Tongue's strength came from his powerful innate talent and profound cultivation, but Chang'e's strength was the type of unknown that made even their hearts tremble, the younger generation shiver in fear. Regardless of who it was, none of them dared to look down on Chang'e, instead wishing to avoid him. Now Long Tongue's words made their eyes couldn't help but light up. This idiot, he didn't even investigate Chang'e's situation, yet he dares to say this. This is perfect. He did what we always wanted to do but didn't dare do. Young restriction, is this Chang'e's true strength? A young supreme being said softly, already having plans to challenge Chang'e a long time ago. However, because they did not have confidence, they always delayed, dragging it out until now. Hong! In front of a jade-like lake, divine light flickered, hazy immortal light flickering about. An immortal nectar-like plant was sparkling and translucent, bearing several fruits. A world-shocking great battle erupted here. Many people fighting over this immortal nectar. The ones who took action were young supreme beings from the outer world, as well as quite a few young creatures from immortal ancient. In the end, in the void, Yu Mingkong, who was surrounded by several people, her clothes fluttering about, her jade-like hand moved, her slender finger pointing out, and an awe-inspiring aura appeared between heaven and earth, as if she was a matchless empress. A monarch overlooking the world, only she was supreme. Terrifying, wondrous techniques erupted, as if a large expanse of immortal rain covered this place, everyone retreating in horror. With a flash, she stepped on the surface of the lake and snatched the immortal stalk. Immortal spiritual fruit containing immortal spiritual energy. Yu Mingkong nodded. In the end, she took these fruits without any effort. She had confidence that she could use this to quickly enter the void god realm. At that time, with the help of the immortal spiritual fruit, attaining a flawless immortal foundation would be easy. Princess about the true dragon race's Long Tongue's words. Soon after, Yu Mingkong planned to leave this place, find a place to cultivate in seclusion. A follower behind her suddenly came forward to report this matter. Yu Mingkong did not seem surprised to hear this. Then her eyes moved slightly, and she asked in return, "Do you know where Chang'e is going?" In her previous life, she did not come to the immortal ancient continent, so she did not encounter Long Tongue. All the various opportunities and so on here were summarized from various rumors and information in her previous life. At that time, Long Tongue did not have a feud with Guchanga. She guessed that Guchanga was planning something big and chose to ignore Long Tongue. But in this life, Long Tongue was so arrogant, and even planned to snatch her away. With Guchanga's character, he would definitely not let Long Tongue go. After all, this matter was deliberately led by her at that time, and she mentioned Guchanga casually. Occasionally, scheming against Guchanga was also a little pleasure for her. Guchanga always liked to tease her. Of course, this kind of trifle did not have any effect on Guchanga at all. It was insignificant. No matter how strong Long Tongue's talent was, it was impossible for him to be Guchanga's opponent. Encountering Guchanga, Long Tongue's only path was death. Yu Mingkong did not think of the second possibility. Act the biggest poser. Take the most vicious beating. Even her mind had such a sentence. Long Tongue's character was like that. He thought that he was invincible, and did not put others in his eyes at all. What she wanted to know now was where exactly Guchanga was. After all, he had disappeared for some time. "Princess, we are not sure about young Master Changa's whereabouts during this period of time." After that, she received the follower's reply. Yu Mingkong was not surprised. If someone could see through his whereabouts, then it was not Guchanga. When the time comes with his shrewdness, I'm afraid that he will easily guess that I was the one who schemed against him and pushed him to the forefront of the storm. Yu Mingkong felt that for the time being, it was better for her to avoid Guchanga. After all, she was also a little nervous. Guchanga was obviously planning to develop in secret. In the end, she did this and directly tricked him. When the time came, it would be strange if Guchanga was in a good mood. It was inevitable that he would look for her to settle the score. Chapter 145. Who is Long Tongue? It's rare to see someone like him looking for trouble with Guchanga. Whoosh! Under a waterfall that looked like the Milky Way, Guxian sat on a piece of bluestone. She lifted the corner of her skirt and soaked her small fair feet in the water. She swayed back and forth, looking very relaxed. From time to time, she would look at a group of red-eyed black apes not far away. No one knew what she was thinking in her little head. At this moment, she frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "I didn't expect that a villain like Guchanga would have such a day." Naturally, she also heard the news. Guchanga, who had always been looking for trouble with others, was also a little stunned that someone was looking for trouble with him. After she reacted, Gu Xian expressed pity for the person named Long Tongue. After witnessing Guchanga's strength that day, she didn't think that anyone in the younger generation could be a match for Guchanga. Unless she grew up, no one could compete with Guchanga. "Ahong, you said that the 8th Saint banana is about to ripen. Is that true?" Gu Xianer asked. The Ahong she was talking about was the big red bird with drooping eyelids next to her. Ahong had an unusual talent for finding treasures. It had helped her a lot along the way. So Gu Xian listened to it now and waited here for the 8th Saint banana to ripen. However, the group of black apes stared at her warily with red eyes, as if they were guarding against a thief. This made Gu Xianer a little angry. She was passing by and saw the beautiful scenery. Couldn't she stop and admire it? Ahong ignored her. Gu Xianer didn't care. She still muttered to herself, "Actually, I still want to see Guchanga suffer. It's a pity. I heard that Long Tongue is about to enter the true God realm. However, judging from how sinister Guchanga is, even if he enters the true God realm, he probably won't be a match for Guchanga." This was the conclusion she had come to after thinking about it for a long time. The cultivation level that Guchanga displayed on the surface was very likely just to mislead the public. Her eyesight far surpassed that of many people, especially under the guidance of several masters. She understood many secrets that her peers did not understand. When Guchanga was young, his cultivation had already crushed his peers. The cultivation that he had displayed so far was most likely just the tip of the iceberg. At that time, the rule power of 590 in that terrifying sword chi had shocked her. Afterward, she even suspected that Wuxia had already entered the ranks of the Saint Realm. Revenge seems to be a long way off. Let's go watch the show. Wuxia has always been cruel to his enemies. I wonder how tragic this long tongue will be. Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er stood up, grabbed the big red bird, threw it on his shoulder, and directly turned into a divine rainbow as he left this place. Although the 8th Saint Banana was rare, she still wanted to see Wuxia fight with others. During this period of time, the scene from that day appeared in her mind from time to time. Just like that day, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, blocking in front of her. It wasn't that large, but it was sturdy, making her feel at ease, as if it could hold up even if the heavens collapsed. Gu Xian'er didn't want to admit that she was actually looking for an excuse to see Wuxia. She wanted to see what kind of end the arrogant long tongue would end up in. At this time, the big red bird couldn't help but give Gu Xian'er a look. That expression seemed to be saying, "Hey, woman." Meanwhile, during this period of time, various parts of Immortal Ancient Continent were also stirred up. As the leader of Immortal Ancient's younger generation, Longtung led a large number of followers, moving out to search for Wuxia's figure. When he heard that the cultivators of the outside world were mocking him, he couldn't help but be furious. When he took action, quite a few young heavenly geniuses were killed. This matter also drew the anger of the outside world's younger generation. Quite a few people walked together on their own accord, resisting Immortal Ancient's creatures together. After all, in terms of strength, Immortal Ancient's creatures were tyrannical, not something normal young heavenly geniuses could compare to. This also made them suffer quite a bit. Quite a few young supreme beings were also injured in battle, suffering ambushes. Quite a few of their followers fell as a result. This result left the cultivators of the outside world shocked. Only now did many people understand the true essence of this experience. Immortal Ancient Continent had many opportunities, but it was also the easiest to lose one's life here. Among them, the most dangerous were Immortal Ancient's young creatures. With Longtung in the lead, many young experts were extremely powerful. Even the young supreme beings of the outside world suffered greatly. However, soon after, there were cultivators who noticed that Wuxia, who was at the center of all this, also appeared after many days. At his side, there was also a large number of followers, slaughtering their way over from another region. Along the way, many Immortal Ancient creatures were similarly killed by him. In that instant, Immortal Ancient Continent was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators of the outside world or Immortal Ancient's creatures, all of their eyes gathered over. Quite a few people felt like this was going to be a fierce struggle between giants. The two's identities could be said to be diametrically opposed. Among the younger generation, they both had representative statuses. On a mountain peak, Wuxia stood with his hands behind his back. Clouds and mist surged, his hair sparkling like ink feathers, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "Master, we've already found out the news. Longtung is currently in the east. There are 7 Void God Realm followers by his side. Apart from them, they are all titled King Realm existences. There isn't even a single titled Marquis." The Yuxia-like creature respectfully reported. Hearing the followers' report behind him, he nodded with some deep meaning. "Seems like this is the source of Longtung's confidence? Spread the news, tell him to stay where he is and not move. I'm coming to kill him right now. I have a younger sister in my hands. If you don't want her to die, then don't run around randomly." Wuxia smiled faintly. There were quite a few Immortal Ancient creatures suppressed behind him. During this period of time, they were all clamoring for Longtung to come and kill him. In the end, when he heard the news, he directly rushed over to wipe them all out. "Yes, master." Hearing this, the Yuxia-like follower received the order and did not dare to have the slightest doubt. He directly turned into a divine rainbow and left. And behind Wuxia, the group of Immortal Ancient creatures suppressed heard this and shouted unwillingly, "Surnamed Gu, don't be so smug. Lord Longtung will come and save us." Among them, there was a dragon girl with dragon horns on her head. She had a pretty face and slightly thin lips. When she heard this, her face immediately paled. She was the younger sister of Longtung that Wuxia had mentioned. She worshipped Longtung fanatically. She even took the initiative to bring some people to search for Guchanga's traces, threatening to kill him with Long Tongue. Moreover, it was said that she was the one who found the favored girls of various clans for Long Tongue. Even Yu Mingkong was found by her for Long Tongue. Therefore, after Guchanga left the Black Sky Eagle clan, he summoned a group of followers. When they heard this news, they directly went to block her. At that time, all of her subordinates were also killed by Guchanga. Guchanga, if you dare to make a move against me, Lord Long Tongue will not let you go. If I lose a single hair, all of you will not be able to escape death. That fiancée of yours, even if Lord Long Tongue takes a fancy to her, she will not have. This dragon girl had also been frightened by Guchanga's cruel methods these days. Her expression was frightened and trembling. At this time, when she heard these words, she only wanted to use Long Tongue's name to suppress Guchanga. Cut off her tongue for me. When Guchanga heard this, he frowned, and then ordered with a casual expression. Towards this kind of thing that had a retarded halo and didn't have eyes, he actually wanted to directly slap her to death. However, he wanted to leave it for Long Tongue when the time came. He did not kill her. Coveting his woman, this debt was not so easy to settle. Yes, master. Immediately, a follower directly pulled out a short sword with a whoosh. You dare. The dragon girl was shocked, and then alarmed, not daring to believe. She continuously shouted, but was suppressed, unable to move at all. In the next moment, under her frightened and resentful gaze, the sword descended with a pew sound. Blood splashed in all directions. Immediately, the mountain peak became much quieter. However, the other immortal ancient creatures were so scared that their faces became even paler. During these days, Guchanga had slaughtered them under all kinds of pretexts. A portion of the creatures were even killed on the spot by Guchanga under the name of being hungry, turned into their original forms, and then skinned and deboned, roasted on the spot. This scene truly frightened everyone quite a bit. Now they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Even though this young man looked handsome and refined, his methods were more cruel than anyone they had ever seen. Now even Long Tongue's sister had her tongue cut off, making them tremble, scared to the extreme. Hong! Then divine rainbows rushed into the sky, radiance pervading the air. The momentum astonishing. Guchanga brought everyone towards Long Tongue's location. Along the way, quite a few cultivators saw this scene, all of them shocked. Then many people were stirred up. When they heard that Guchanga was going to take the initiative to kill Long Tongue, they didn't even think about it, following behind him. In that instant, every region stirred up a commotion again. Many young supreme beings knew that Guchanga was extremely domineering, but they never expected him to do things so viciously at this time. Quite a few of Long Tongue's admirers were all directly grabbed by Guchanga, having Long Tongue not move, that he was going to kill him. During these past few days, many of the younger generation's dejection from being defeated by immortal ancients creatures were completely swept away. It seems like Brother Gu truly plans to fight against this Long Tongue, a bit impatient. Within the mountain range, Yilangtian brought his followers along, hurrying along. When he heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a smile full of expectation. In another place, the great golden-winged Peng race's inheritor Peng Fei was alone, turning into streak after streak of golden light, also heading in that direction. Longevity Wang family's young supreme being Wang Wushuang was also hurrying over. There were also the young supreme beings of Undying Lake and other orthodoxies, all of them excited, looking forward to this battle. At this time, all of Immortal Ancient Continent's cultivators were shaken up, hearing Guchanga's threat towards Long Tongue. Stand there and don't move, he was going to kill him. This type of understated confidence and domineering attitude made all of the young heavenly talents feel excited, to the extent where their blood was boiling. After all, during this period of time, they were ambushed by Immortal Ancients creatures, fleeing in all directions, truly sullen. Every place was in an uproar. Even many of Immortal Ancients creatures were shocked, feeling like a great earthquake was about to happen. It was because no one had ever dared to speak to Long Tongue like this, unless they were courting death. At the same time, on a mountain peak, a young figure stood there, his body covered in dragon scales and dragon horns, flowing with endless radiance and symbols, his aura powerful without change. His true body couldn't be seen clearly, wrapped in resplendent dragon symbols deep and powerful. Beside him seemed to contain an endless starry sky, a terrifying aura pervading the air. It was Long Tongue, standing there like a young true dragon. His face was as heavy as water. A terrifying aura and pressure pressed down on heaven and earth, shrouding down, making his followers want to kneel down and kowtow. Sir is angry. That young man named Wuxia is too arrogant, but no one has ever dared to speak to Sir like that. Damn it, he actually told Sir to stand there and not move. He's going to kill Sir. Wah, I'm so angry. Since when was Sir looked down upon by someone? And it's even a human from the outside world. Long Tongue's followers were furious. During this period of time, they were the ones searching for Wuxia's traces. Now, Wuxia appeared and directly said that he was going to kill Long Tongue. These words were even more arrogant than Long Tongue's. How dare you threaten me? Very well, I'll make you regret what he said. An ant who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then I'll wait for him here. Let's see if he dares to come. At this time Long Tongue also spoke up, the wind and clouds in his eyes changing, terrifyingly cold. His voice was full of gloominess and killing intent. Before this he had never thought he would be this angry today. Hearing someone dare to provoke and look down on him like this. Moreover, they actually threatened him, believing that he would run. How could Long Tongue, who was so proud and arrogant, accept this? Even though this might very well be the other party's intention, Long Tongue still couldn't help but be furious. If it was a normal person who said this, he might not care too much, believing that ants weren't worth caring about. However, this was after he announced that he was going to suppress and kill the other party, yet the other party wasn't scared. Instead, his attitude was even more domineering and arrogant than his own, making quite a few followers he sent out suffer under his hands. This made it hard for Long Tongue to calm down. He wanted to personally torture the other party to death, seize his woman in front of his face. Feel free to come and throw your life away. Meanwhile, soon after, Long Tongue also spread the news that he was here, waiting for Wuxia to come and throw his life away. The two replied from a distance, triggering a great earthquake, even more so erupting. In that instant, many immortal ancient creatures and the younger generation of the outside world hurried over. In the nearby mountain peaks, large amounts of people gathered, truly a sea of people. Chapter 146. Chi. Streaks of divine rainbows rushed over from all over the world. In a short period of time, many figures gathered around the mountain peak. They all rushed over after hearing the news. It was extremely lively. There were even some who couldn't hold it in any longer. They started bickering and fighting here. They began to take action. In an instant, brilliant light interweaved in the sky. All types of resplendent magical artifacts streaked across the sky, incomparably dazzling. Hong! Large amounts of mountains and ancient trees collapsed, filling the sky with dust. What kind of thing is Long Tongue? Just wash your heads and wait for our young master Chang'e to reap the harvest. A young heaven's pride mocked, fearlessly cursing at immortal ancients' creatures. Lord Long Tongue's power is something you can never imagine. That person surnamed Gu will definitely die today. There were also immortal ancient creatures who cursed back. Then both sides began to take action, killing until their eyes were red. All types of blood splattered everywhere, corpses and bones flying everywhere. The two groups of people here were mainly from two different camps. To the east were native creatures from immortal ancient continent. They were all different. There was a blonde girl with a pair of wings, an old flood dragon, a robust man with arms covered in scales, and a giant man with ox horns on his head. They all had cold expressions, powerful chi and blood. They rushed out from deep within the mountains, coldly looking at the group of young heaven's pride who came from the outside world. To the west were a group of supreme orthodoxies and imperishable great sects young supreme beings. For example, Yi Langtian with his golden divine halo, Wang Wushuang with his entire body shrouded in mist. They also stared coldly at immortal ancients' creatures. This place was full of brilliance. More and more people gathered around, whispering from time to time. Even though they knew that they might be implicated, they still hurried here, wanting to personally witness a great event that shook a mortal ancient continent. Even more people's gazes were focused on the distant mountain peak, on that terrifying figure shrouded in thick dragon runes. Just his aura alone was powerful enough to make people tremble. Long Tongue, Behind him, the figures of his followers were also silent. Their expressions were cold, like a group of iron-blooded warriors who had experienced thousands of battles. The aura of a peak void god was unmistakably displayed, like a young true dragon. Everyone could feel the terrifying pressure. Yi Langtian and the others couldn't help but change their expressions, feeling a great pressure. Not simple. His strength was extremely tyrannical. It was impossible for them to be Long Tongue's opponent. At this time, the difference in cultivation was too great. However, he doesn't have the unfathomable feeling that Brother Chang'e has. Yi Langtian shook his head slightly. Golden runes flashed in Wang Wushuang's eyes. He also noticed how terrifying Long Tongue was. I hope I'm not too late. In the distance, Gu Xian'er turned into a stream of light, crossing over mountains and ridges at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, he saw this ancient land. From time to time, divine rainbows would streak across the sky above this primitive ancient land. Those cultivators and living beings all flew in one direction. It was obvious that they were all heading towards the battle between Gu Chang'e and Long Tongue. She rushed all the way there and sneaked into crowded places. She was afraid that Gu Chang'e would recognize her. However, Gu Xian'er was soon disappointed. Gu Chang'e hadn't shown up until now. Not even a shadow could be seen. She even suspected that with Gu Chang'e's bad character, he might have stood Long Tongue up and played him like a monkey. Of course, she was just guessing. Hey, that's Sister Mingkong's white jade carriage. Suddenly, Gu Xian'er noticed something high up in the sky. There were 9 ancient beasts that looked like divine phoenixes pulling a jade carriage, galloping over. Stopping high up in the sky, the jade carriage was sparkling and translucent. Thousands of auspicious lights surrounded it, and it was extraordinary. A blurry and graceful figure could be vaguely seen in it. She recognized that it was Yu Mingkong's means of transportation. However, Gu Xian'er liked to be alone. After coming to the immortal ancient continent, she didn't look for Yu Mingkong. She also knew that when she was being chased by the 7th princess of the Ocean Palace, Yu Mingkong wanted to come and help her. But she was held back by someone else. Unlike Gu Chang'e, she could feel that Yu Mingkong's kindness to her was sincere and not fake. Many divine lights could be seen in the sky. The battle this time had attracted too much attention. Although the older generation of the immortal ancient continent had discussed with the orthodoxies in the outside world, they couldn't interfere. However, at this time, some of the older generation were still watching. After all, Long Tongue represented the hope of the immortal ancient dragon tribe. Is that Gu Chang'e's fiancée? A girl named Yu Mingkong. At this time, Long Tongue's gaze shifted. Many stars seemed to be moving in his eyes. He stared at the white jade carriage in the sky and looked at the figure inside with a burning gaze. It was as if he could see through layers of curtains. How about you give up on that Gu guy and follow me? At this time, a rare smile appeared on Long Tongue's cold face as he looked at the sky not far away. This was Long Tongue speaking in front of everyone. This sentence was like rolling thunder, but it also contained a terrifying Taoist rhyme. Many cultivators felt their ears vibrate. Their aura surged, and some of them almost fell to the ground. They were shocked. Then, after hearing Long Tongue's words, many people's expressions changed drastically. Who was Yu Mingkong? She was the future empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty in the outside world. This Long Tongue really had guts, daring to speak to her like that? At this time, many young geniuses glared at him. Of course, some people knew that the hatred between Long Tongue and Gu Chang'e was caused by Yu Mingkong. This was the so-called femme fatale. I've seen people courting death, but I've never seen someone like you. At this time, a cold and indifferent voice came from the white jade carriage. It was like the sound of nature, without the slightest emotion. It was as if she was talking to a dead person. However, only Yu Mingkong knew the strange look in her eyes. Long Tongue's death-seeking personality was indeed like this. She was naturally here to watch the show. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to respond so quickly, directly saying that he wanted to kill Long Tongue. If she remembered correctly, Long Tongue had a drop of rainbow true dragon blood on him. That was the true blood that would only appear after the true dragon's hardest scales were torn off. It was incomparably precious and had many uses. Coincidentally, she knew how to condense it. Gu Chang'e probably didn't know about this. I like this personality. Long Tongue was not angry at all when he heard this. Instead, His eyes were filled with admiration. He liked women with this kind of personality. The stronger they were, the more conquering they felt. These words really make me sick. However, accompanied by a cold voice, Yu Mingkong, who was in the white jade carriage, suddenly frowned. She made a move. She didn't have a good impression of Long Tongue, and these words made her feel even more disgusted. She couldn't help but want to make a move on Long Tongue before Guchanga. Clang! Clang! They didn't expect Yu Mingkong to suddenly attack Long Tongue without saying a word. With a thought, a bright light bloomed in the void. This was Yu Mingkong's powerful emperor technique. She had already broken through to the void god realm. Her current true cultivation was still much weaker than Long Tongue's. However, she was not afraid at all. Of course, she also wanted to know how strong Long Tongue was, so she tested him. Vaguely, the group of cultivators saw a rain of light at this moment, and the aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. The group of young supreme martial artists who saw Yu Mingkong for the first time all had solemn and fearful expressions. So powerful. It seemed that Yu Mingkong's true strength was far more than what she appeared to be on the surface. How dare you? How dare you attack me? Yu Mingkong's words made Long Tongue's face stiffen, and his smile disappeared. No matter how good his state of mind was, he felt embarrassed to be called disgusting by such a beauty in front of everyone at this time. Especially when the other party dared to take the initiative to attack him. It was fine if it was just Guchanga, but he didn't expect his fiancée to be like this too. At this moment, Long Tongue's good expression had disappeared. Before me you have no chance of winning. You're just an ant. Long Tongue's expression was very cold. He chose to put his hands behind his back with a look of contempt. In the face of Yu Mingkong's technique, a vast fluctuation came from between his brows. A golden ocean appeared like a wave. This was his powerful divine ability. It was like a surging sea exploding in the void. At this moment, even the true God realm cultivators' expressions changed. They didn't dare to take it head-on. This was too strong. It could destroy one's physical body. No matter how strong Princess Yu Mingkong is, she might not be this Long Tongue's opponent. This is a gap that is difficult to make up for in cultivation. Immediately, there were young supreme beings who frowned. Their eyes were like torches as they stared at Long Tongue's technique. If they faced it, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Hong! However, their expressions were a bit stunned. Then they were shocked, producing expressions of shock. Even the cold, indifferent, and arrogant expression on Long Tongue's face froze in an instant. They only saw large amounts of light explode like golden lotuses. They tore apart the sky dome one after another, enough to shatter the heavens. Bo bo bo. The lotuses broke apart one after another. Immediately afterwards, this golden ocean was blasted apart. Everyone could vaguely see an exceptional female emperor standing in the air. She was incomparably powerful. Her style unmatched. I admit that I underestimated you a bit, but this time I won't show mercy. His attack was actually blocked by Yu Mingkong like this. Long Tongue's face became even more so a bit ugly and overcast. Regardless of what the result was today, he had already lost enough face. Normally, even the 10 great young experts of Immortal Ancient couldn't withstand a single palm from him. Didn't Long Nu say that Yu Mingkong's strength was about the same as hers? What was going on? With your little bit of ability, where did you get the confidence to provoke Chang'e? At this time, Yu Mingkong's reply also seemed to be understated. She didn't show herself from start to finish, only remaining in the white jade carriage. However, the attack just now was already shocking enough, making many of Immortal Ancient's creatures endlessly shocked. Asking for fresh flowers, even the young 9 Heavens Supremes were astounded. Our strength is not Mingkong's opponent. Although they were unwilling, they could only admit this fact. However, when they heard Yu Mingkong's words, many people's expressions became strange. Why did they feel like they had heard it before? Back then, when Gu Xian'er was being chased by the Ocean Palace's 7th princess, she seemed to have also said this to the 7th princess. Now that Yu Mingkong said these words, wasn't the meaning the same? They seemed to be incomparably confident in Guchanga. You really succeeded in infuriating me. Long Tongue's expression was gloomy. He felt that he needed to show some powerful methods, otherwise this woman would not know what was good for her. She actually tried to anger him time and time again. The group of followers behind him surged with chi and blood like dark clouds, surging violently. At this time their eyes also revealed a cold light, staring in the direction of Yumingkong. From the looks of it, it seemed that if there was a disagreement, all of them would attack together and take Yumingkong down. You have also angered me, little ant. At this time, a faint voice suddenly sounded from the side of the world. Long Tongue and all the cultivators' expressions changed slightly as they looked towards the sky. Needless to say, everyone could feel that the main character had arrived. Rumble! There was a vast and mighty sound, and streaks of divine rainbow swept across the sky, causing many cultivators to suck in a breath of cold air. This gale was really frightening. Something's not right, however. Long Tongue's reaction was very fast. He sensed the change in space. His expression changed slightly, and terrifying runes flowed all over his body, turning into a resplendent dragon armor to resist. However, the void in front of him distorted and blurred. A young man walked out from it, his expression indifferent, looking very casual. Divine light was faintly discernible, and when he raised his foot, it seemed that endless gravity was transformed into a power that covered heaven and earth. Boom! The void trembled as if it was about to be shattered by this power. Long Tongue did not have time to react and was kicked in the stomach. With a puff, he coughed out blood, and his internal organs were torn apart. There was a trace of unwillingness on his face as he was kicked into the ground with a bang. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the mountain range collapsed, and a shocking large crack appeared. Guchanga had arrived. I told you to wait, and I'll come to kill you now. You're really obedient. He let out a laugh that was either mocking or playful. At the same time he raised his palm, and all kinds of runes appeared in it, densely packed like raindrops, but they were dazzling sword chi. A terrifying power manifested in the void, erupting with endless power. The runes were like the sea, a vast expanse. Among them there was a sword chi that was as thick as a star, falling like a red sun. Puff, puff, puff. The large mountain range in front exploded in an instant, turning into fine dust. Long Tongue's group of followers all vomited blood and flew backward. Some could not resist and directly exploded in the void. Blood mist splattered everywhere. For a moment, everyone who planned to watch this shocking battle was stunned. They completely did not expect that the first moment Guchanga appeared, he would kick Long Tongue into the ground. Sure enough, it confirmed that sentence: the more fun it was to posture, the more painful it would be when the face was slapped. Guchanga finally encountered an opportunity to slap the face, so he naturally had to cherish it well. Say it, how do you want to die? He looked down from high above, overlooking Long Tongue who was buried by the mountain range, and asked casually. It looked like he was asking something like, have you eaten yet? Master, what do you want to do with them? At this time behind Guchanga, a group of followers who were escorting Long Tongue rushed over. Among them, Yumingkong was familiar with Long Nu. After all, she deliberately let them go at that time, intending to trick Guchanga. But now Long Nu looked frightened, covered in blood, and even her tongue was cut. Along the way, she was obviously tortured by Guchanga's people. This is a big gift. Naturally I have to kill in front of Long Tongue, Guchanga said lightly. At this time he glanced at Yumingkong. First deal with this guy, I will settle the score with you later. Yumingkong guessed the meaning of his eyes, looking calm, as if she did not notice. She did not believe that Guchanga could do anything to her. Of course, she really misunderstood Guchanga. Guchanga glanced at her, just to make sure that she was not injured. However, he did not see anything, so he asked, are you okay? Yumingkong was a little flattered that Guchanga would care about her, but thinking that this was most likely Guchanga's act in front of everyone. At that moment, she shook her head and said coldly and naturally, Changa, you don't have to worry, I'm fine. The little touch in her heart quickly returned to calmness. She could not tell at all what Guchanga said, whether it was true or false, and she was really fine. Although Long Tongue was strong, she was not weak at all. Soon many cultivators near the mountain peak reacted. Looking at this scene, they could only sigh in their hearts. It was really a husband and wife singing together. Chin. Chapter 147. Just when everyone was shocked and enviously watching Guchanga and Yumingkong flirting with each other, Guchanga suddenly changed her attitude. There was a rumbling sound. The mountain range and many ruins below suddenly exploded, turning into dust and ashes that filled the sky. "How dare you!" A furious roar, accompanied by a cold voice filled with killing intent, was heard. Subsequently, a terrifying figure that was completely coiled by golden talisman markings transformed into a divine ray of light that shot over from below. At this moment, Long Tongue's body was surging with qi and blood, and even the top of his head was gushing with a terrifying sea of qi and blood. It was like a Wangyang, a stormy sea, terrifying to the extreme. The cultivation of the peak of the void god realm was displayed without a doubt, powerful beyond compare, but coupled with his current sorry state, this caused many cultivators to reveal strange expressions. Even the creatures of Immortal Ancient were the same, as they couldn't bear to look directly at him. After all, the scene just now was really trampling on Long Tongue's face. The strong, cold, and domineering image that he had deliberately created before collapsed directly. "Guchanga, how dare you launch a sneak attack? You really want to die?" Long Tongue said coldly. He was really angry. He never thought that Guchanga would suddenly appear and directly kick him to the ground. This scene was really too embarrassing and sullen, simply making Long Tongue go crazy with hatred. There had never been a moment like today when he wanted to kill someone. Looking at Long Tongue's flustered and exasperated, extremely cold eyes, Guchanga's expression was natural, as if he didn't care, as if the person who attacked just now wasn't him. At this time he stared at Long Tongue with a faint gaze, muttering to himself, "It seems that I didn't guess wrong. It really is the template of Long Outyen. What a pity, this method is even more old-fashioned than trash. To be able to encounter it on you, it really surprises me." Although he said so, his face didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. At this time, the system's voice appeared in his mind. "Ding, the Son of Destiny Long Tongue has appeared. Triggering the following mission. 1. Kill Long Tongue. Obtain 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points. Additional rewards will be calculated separately. 2. Subdue Long Tongue. Obtain 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points. The additional rewards will be calculated separately." Regarding these two missions, Guchanga naturally chose the first option without any hesitation. Why would he subdue such a brainless and fearless creature? It was completely useless. Not to mention Long Tongue even had thoughts that he shouldn't have. Guchanga felt that casually killing him would be merciful. Therefore, there was no second possibility. Come to think of it, Long Tongue had a total of 4,000 luck points. This reminded Guchanga of the few luck plunder cards that he had thrown away in the system mall. They were almost covered in dust. The original price was 5,000 fate points. However, if it was used on Long Tongue, it would not be at a disadvantage at all. When the plundering was successful, it would trigger the rule that the Son of Destiny's luck points would be reset to 0. Maybe this Long Tongue could even give him some good stuff. In Guchanga's eyes, Long Tongue was not even qualified to be a leak. At most, he could be considered an experience monster. At the very least, Yiling still had a brain and knew what to do. This Long Tongue was really fearless. He was right to be reckless. However, according to normal circumstances, the opponents Long Tongue encountered were all weaker than him. It was normal for him to be looked down upon and looked down upon. How could he meet someone like Guchanga, who was a final boss? "Guchanga, what do you mean by that?" Long Tongue's expression was extremely cold. He did not understand what Guchanga was saying, but he knew Guchanga's contemptuous and indifferent attitude. This made Long Tongue's anger and killing intent even stronger. After all, ever since he was born, he had never met someone like Guchanga who dared to humiliate and ignore him like this. "It's nothing. I just mean to call you an idiot." In this regard, Guchanga did not feel like he was bullying him at all. This kind of scolding sounded extremely natural and casual when it came out of his mouth. So much so that many cultivators felt that he was stating a fact. All the young living beings in the immortal ancient continent were stunned. He first humiliated them, then scolded them again. However, all of them felt that it was hard to refute. This Guchanga was really strong. He was a guy who was even more difficult to deal with than Long Tongue. What they saw today really shocked them to the core. For a moment they could not find anything to say. Is this guy really trying to anger Long Tongue to death? In the crowd, many people were stunned. Gu Xian'er was also stunned. Looking at Guchanga's familiar figure, she did not know what to say for a while. She originally thought that Guchanga would choose to directly attack and quickly get rid of Long Tongue. But who would kick someone down as soon as they came up and then call him an idiot so calmly? It's really Guchanga's temperament. His poisonous mouth is simply full of hatred in an instant. She remembered that when she was so angry with Guchanga that her liver hurt, perhaps her emotions were similar to Long Tongue's now. Guchanga, what did you say? Long Tongue's expression froze, and he was also stunned by Guchanga's words for a moment. Before this, he had never encountered such a thing. Moreover, with Guchanga's calm appearance, it was as if she had drawn the hatred to herself. Zung! Zung! Long Tongue's anger rose. When he reacted, Long Tongue's eyes were as cold as ice, and his face was even a little red. The mist around him surged, and the divine talisman was faintly visible. A terrifying aura was rising, and it was extremely cold. Didn't I tell you to stand still and I'll kill you? Why are you in such a hurry? You're really disobedient, Guchanga said calmly with a playful look in his eyes. He seemed to be a little helpless about Long Tongue's death. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His moon-white feather clothes seemed to be embroidered with thousands of stars, and there was a hazy immortal aura and charm circulating. At this moment, in the eyes of many, he was even more arrogant and domineering than Long Tongue just now. Men, bring up the gift that I've prepared for Long Tongue. Then Guchanga continued to speak. Immediately, a few followers behind him stepped forward. Amidst the slashing sound of the blade light, there was a dazzling splash of blood. Lord Long Tongue, save us! Lord Long Tongue, save us, we don't want to die. A large group of creatures were all natives of the immortal ancient continent. Now they were suppressed, and their cultivation bases were sealed. His face was deathly pale as he shouted in fear and despair. They hoped that Long Tongue in front of them could save them. After all, they were all working for Long Tongue. After receiving Long Tongue's order, they went to look for Guchanga. However, they didn't find Guchanga. Instead, they were found by Guchanga, who directly came to kill them. Poof! However, before Long Tongue could speak, the blade light had already fallen, easily filling the place with a strong smell of blood. On the various mountain peaks there was a sea of people. For a moment all the cultivators and creatures saw this scene, and their backs were slightly cold. It had nothing to do with cultivation base. It was purely a word, and it gave people a strong sense of fear. Compared to Long Tongue's overbearingness, Guchanga's methods were much colder and stronger. Kill them all, including that dragon girl. The faint smile on Guchanga's face finally disappeared at this time. He ordered coldly. Before Long Tongue, whose expression changed, made a move. Boom! Guchanga's figure moved, and he took the initiative to directly attack. His sleeves shook, and the void suddenly became blurry and hazy. A terrifying and vast aura suddenly appeared. A large hand stretched out and the universe rotated. The brilliance was dazzling, and the world seemed to darken. Chongshingu family's Qiankuan sleeve. The expressions of many young supremes changed. They recognized Guchanga's move, and compared to the Qiankuan sleeve they were familiar with, the move in Guchanga's hands was much more terrifying. It was a qualitative change. Moreover, Guchanga's cultivation seems to have broken through to the void god realm. From the pressure just now, I'm afraid it's far more than that. It's really unfathomable. It's hard to feel fear. Even the 10 young experts of immortal ancients creatures had solemn expressions at this time, revealing fear. When an expert made a move, it was clear whether it was real or not. Guchanga was definitely a great enemy. Just now they thought that he only knew how to launch a sneak attack, but now it seemed that he just wanted to embarrass Long Tongue. You dare to attack me first, I will kill you today. Long Tongue's expression changed, and he was about to save the group of creatures. But Guchanga's sudden attack completely destroyed his plan. Boom! He also made a move. The strength of the peak void god realm was simply overwhelming. It was accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar. A powerful divine light shone in it, golden like a dragon claw cast from gold, enveloping an area of nearly 1,000 miles. At the same time, golden symbols appeared around his body, turning into streaks of golden divine spears. They possessed an unstoppable and terrifying sharpness. No matter how presumptuous you are today, you won't be able to change the situation of being killed by me. Even if the world is destroyed and the era ends, I, Long Tongue, will leave behind my name in this world." At this moment Long Tongue recovered his cold and domineering attitude, his voice like rolling thunder exploding in heaven and earth. He didn't use any divine abilities, but it made countless cultivators' ears hurt, as if they were about to explode. Countless people were shocked, their eyes wide open. Long Tongue's strength was not a boast, he had true ability and ability. In an instant, a shockingly powerful fluctuation appeared here. A terrifying dragon's roar resounded between heaven and earth. The clouds shattered, the universe reversed, and a true dragon appeared. As if a claw could destroy the heavens of eternity. This was Long Tongue's true dragon precious technique. At this moment, it displayed its invincible divine might, its offensive aura tyrannical to the extreme. Heaven and earth are endless reincarnation. How many geniuses have been buried? You are just an ant that I am about to trample to death. Are you worthy of leaving your name? Wuxia replied unhurriedly with a slight mockery. At the same time he attacked. The cultivation base he displayed was only at the early stage of the void god realm, but when his sleeves fluttered. However, there was an undefeatable and transcendent aura around him. He was surrounded by endless celestial light, as if a young celestial was standing in the void. Silver-like divine abilities smashed down one after another. Among them, the scene of the sun and moon sinking was incomparably terrifying. It appeared in his hand and attacked Long Tongue. Long Tongue's entire body was covered in golden flames, crushing the sky. At this moment he was using all kinds of terrifying divine abilities. Rumble! There was a blazing and dazzling light here, as if endless stars were being destroyed, causing all the cultivators to close their eyes. Boom! Are you worthy of killing me? Long Tongue roared with killing intent. The great Tao is boundless, and the mortal world is rolling. All living beings are ants. Killing you is as easy as raising my hand. Wuxia's expression was very indifferent at this moment, and his voice was full of contempt. Long Tongue was about to go crazy from being called an ant. He had always regarded others as ants. When did he become an ant in the mouth of others? Suddenly Long Tongue's expression changed. Wuxia was really raising his palm. Behind him endless light appeared. That was the aura of the great Tao. The great Tao bone was shining. The great Tao body condensed, as if it was standing in the universe of tens of thousands of worlds, hanging rivers of stars falling. Great stars rotated one after another, incomparably majestic. It was as if an ancient universe had descended and appeared above Wuxia. It was as if he had suddenly arrived at the end of the universe. What kind of divine ability is this? It should be Wuxia's innate divine ability. Many young supreme beings couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, feeling a strong sense of terror from it. This is my great Tao body. Wuxia couldn't help but clench her small hands. She sensed the aura of the same origin. The great Tao body was in Wuxia's hands, displaying incomparable power, as if it was blooming with the brilliance it should have. This power even made her feel a bit of the rules of the great Tao. In the next moment, the heaven and earth behind Wuxia seemed to have turned into his domain. The shape of the great Tao appeared, as if it was transformed from the blue sky. As he raised his palm, it covered the sky and the sun. Poof! Wuxia looked down at Long Tongue coldly. Above the gigantic palm formed by the blue sky, the stars fell down, covering the entire area. In just an instant everyone saw a shocking scene. Some even trembled all over, including their souls. They couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground and worship. The aura of the great Tao, Long Tongue's expression changed, knowing that he couldn't take this palm head-on. A terrifying aura rushed over. Amidst a muffled groan, his figure retreated extremely quickly as if he wanted to escape from the Five Fingers Mountain. However, the speed of Wuxia's palm was too fast. It directly covered the heaven and earth, wanting to refine him within. How arrogant! Long Tongue wanted to resist and threw a punch. The ancient true dragon appeared in his bloodline, and his chi and blood pierced through the top of his head. However, accompanied by a cracking sound, his face was filled with shock, horror and disbelief. Then it was as if he was struck by lightning. Both his arms were bleeding, as if he had collided with a boulder. In everyone's eyes, this was more like an egg hitting a rock. How is this possible? I have the true dragon bloodline. Long Tongue couldn't believe it. With a low roar, His arms spasmed and drooped powerlessly. It was so painful that it was as if they were about to break. He was defeated in the first head-on confrontation. This was simply unimaginable to him. A chill ran down Longtung's back. I told you not to move. Don't you understand? Guchanga's casual voice fell into Longtung's ears. At this moment there was a shocking chill. This palm continued to cover him. With a poof, he let out a miserable cry. Following that, his arms shattered and exploded. The mighty force of heaven and earth pressed down. It was as if a piece of the sky had fallen. It was terrifying to the extreme. This kind of power was definitely not something that cultivators and living beings could resist with their physical bodies. Chapter 148. From the time Guchanga made his move to Longtung resisting with all his might, it was actually not that long. In just a few short contacts, Guchanga sent Longtung flying, and then a palm fell, shattering both of his arms. Simple and straightforward without any sloppiness. Combined with his previous words, it seemed incomparably natural. Everyone watched this scene, and at this moment they were shocked to the extreme. It seems that this guy should have had a lot of opportunities during this period of time. It's very likely that he went to touch other people's ancestral tombs. I knew he wouldn't settle down. If there was anyone who was not surprised by this, it would be Yu Mingkong. She felt that she was the one who knew Guchanga the best. She knew his strengths and weaknesses. She also understood his thoughts. Longtung's cultivation clearly had a strong upper hand, but in front of Guchanga, he could not gain the slightest advantage. Instead, he was suppressed everywhere, and there was no room for resistance. This was no longer a matter of talent, this was definitely a gap in combat strength. Guchanga's true strength had long been high to an unknown extent. It is indeed a forbidden domain. Brother Changa has undoubtedly reached that step, otherwise it would be impossible to easily suppress Longtung at the early stage of the Void God realm. Apart from relying on his profound cultivation base, Longtung is indeed not much of a threat. In the same realm, his true combat strength is at most the upper middle level of the young Supremes, far from reaching the level of a young Taboo. I'm afraid that from now on, apart from the ancient freaks, it will be difficult for anyone in the younger generation to contend with Guchanga. Many people could not help but say. The shock in their eyes had not faded. They all knew that Guchanga was very strong, but they really did not expect that he was strong to this extent. Even Longtung was easily suppressed. Perhaps only the older generation powerhouses could contend with Guchanga. Thinking of this, they felt a burst of pressure. An invisible mountain was pressing down on the heads of many people. If the inheritor of the demonic arts appears in the future, I'm afraid only young Master Changa can contend with him. Speaking of which, I haven't heard any news of the inheritor of the taboo demonic arts recently. Did he not sneak in? If that's the case, then that's good. At this moment, many young geniuses were discussing amongst themselves. Many proud daughters of the heavens looked at that figure, their eyes full of strange colors. They wanted nothing more than to offer themselves to him. Meanwhile, the group of immortal ancient creatures were all full of restraining fear and seriousness, no longer having the arrogance from before. In the beginning, they looked down on the geniuses from the outside world because their cultivation levels were higher than theirs. But now, this scene proved that even though the cultivation level of the geniuses from the outside world was lower than theirs, their strength was stronger than theirs. Guchanga was so strong that it made them tremble. At this time, do you have any last words? Guchanga walked down from the sky. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair danced in the wind. He appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll. He chuckled as he stared at Longtung, whose arms had been crushed. How is this possible? How could I lose to you? I still have the most powerful ability that I haven't used yet. Longtung's face was pale, and he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance and confidence from before. As soon as he fought with Guchanga, his self-confidence was shattered. Before this, with his tyrannical cultivation level, crushing his younger generation was no problem at all. But when facing Guchanga, all of this was useless. On the contrary, he was firmly suppressed, in such a miserable state. Are these your last words? Guchanga carried a faint mockery, his eyes as if he was looking at a little ant. Even an experienced monster who took the initiative to throw away His life was not as stupid as Long Tongue. At this time, did he still not understand the difference between the two? He attacked again. Boom! When this palm landed, a strange phenomenon covered heaven and earth, making the sky seem to tremble, and then completely explode. The universe rotated, and large amounts of mountain peaks collapsed under this aura. Guchanga, Long Tongue's broken arms, wanted to recover, but at this moment his expression changed drastically, ugly to the extreme. He used the true dragon step to dodge. At the same time, a layer of golden light appeared on his body. Those were resplendent and fine dragon scales. His reaction was already fast enough, but he was still hit by the edge of the palm, coughing out blood and broken pieces of his internal organs. His head buzzed and went blank. After all, this was just the aftermath. Before his body touched it, that layer of golden light was shattered, completely unable to resist at all. If he was really hit by Guchanga's palm, he might be directly smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Thinking of this, Long Tongue felt a chill all over his body. How can you be so strong? This is impossible. He couldn't help but growl in disbelief. His cultivation was much stronger than Guchanga's. If you're not strong, how can I kill you? Guchanga put his hands behind his back and stared at his prey with a playful expression. He knew that Long Tongue was still hiding his last resort, so he was not in a hurry. After all, he had not experienced despair. Letting him die like this was too easy for Long Tongue. At that moment, the void in front of Guchanga blurred. He took a step and disappeared directly. The next moment, he appeared in front of Long Tongue. Long Tongue was shocked, his eyes wide open. This speed made his soul feel cold, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Could this be the lost supreme ability, so close yet worlds apart? But before he could react, he saw a fair and slender hand with a jade-like luster reaching over. It was very slow and he could even see the trajectory clearly. But it was difficult to resist, and there was a mysterious aura in it. Buzz! Endless brilliance filled this hand, as if it was covered with the power of the flying immortal. The next moment, Long Tongue roared, and an ancient aura appeared in his bloodline. The figure of a terrifying true dragon appeared behind him, proud and unparalleled, wanting to repel this hand. It's useless, don't you understand the gap between us? Guchanga looked at him pitifully, as if looking at an idiot. All of a sudden, the void stagnated and time seemed to have stopped. No matter how extraordinary this true dragon figure was, it was instantly broken by him. In any case, the strength of Guchanga's physical body was far beyond any existence in his current realm. Apart from him, even if others noticed this, it would be difficult for them to think deeper. After all, he was a young taboo and he had a powerful body refinement technique. Was there anything wrong with that? The next moment, Guchanga grabbed Long Tongue's neck, broke through his defensive ability, and lifted him up. Long Tongue's arms were shattered, and now he could not resist at all. His face was red and he was extremely sullen. In the eyes of everyone, this was like Guchanga carrying a drowning dead dog. From the beginning to the end, Long Tongue did not have the slightest resistance. Lord Long Tongue. The native creatures of the immortal ancient continent looked like the sky had collapsed at this time. Lord Long Tongue, who was invincible in their eyes, was now in the hands of the other party like a dead dog. This huge difference was completely unbearable for them. How is this possible? This is not real. A few female creatures even cried out, unable to accept it. Their eyes rolled back and they fainted. Today's scene would be a nightmare for many creatures for a lifetime. The spiritual sustenance that they had followed for more than 10 years collapsed just like that, making their eyes darken and their legs weak. Long Outyin style is no longer popular these days. Long Tongue, you were actually born in the wrong era. Guchanga smiled casually. He said something Long Tongue did not understand. As the strength in his hand increased, accompanied by a cracking sound, Long Tongue's bones broke, and he could not help but let out a low scream. You've gone too far. Guchanga, I'm going to fight it out with you. Long Tongue roared and his eyes were red. If he could not kill Guchanga today, he would definitely be humiliated, and it would be a stain that he could not wash away in his life. You're a bit late. Guchanga's eyes gradually darkened as he stared at Long Tongue's dragon horns. The best way to deal with this kind of Long Outyin son of destiny was to crush him. because he was brainless and fearless. Many calculations fell on him, but they were bloated and useless. At this time he felt that it was about time. The success or failure of the Destiny Plunder card mainly depended on the opponent's state. At this time, a 7-colored light suddenly appeared in Longtong's body. This aura was very strong, containing an unparalleled vitality, surging abnormally. Boom! A terrifying aura appeared between heaven and earth. Longtong seemed to be transforming at this time, and actually broke free from Wuxia's hand. His damaged body was healing, and his astonishing vitality was recovering. The void trembled continuously, as if it could not withstand this pressure. His cultivation base at peak Void God Realm suddenly broke through to True God Realm, far stronger than before. This scene caused a stir in the surroundings once again. Many people widened their eyes. Longtong's admirers were even more excited, cheering, and could not help but feel excited. Some people were so excited that they shed tears, saying tremblingly, "Lord Longtong, who was born invincible, how could he lose? Today is just a small setback. This great villain surnamed Gu will pay the price he deserves," they said excitedly. At this moment they even forgot who started the trouble first. Now Longtong was easily crushed by Wuxia. His appearance was miserable, and he had become the weaker party. They originally thought that Longtong had no hope, but at the critical moment, he actually broke through his cultivation base and narrowly escaped death. Now many living beings thought that Longtong would change the situation just now and forcefully reverse all of this to wash away the humiliation. Is this your hidden trump card? Breaking through cultivation base at the critical moment. TSK. Wuxia was a little surprised by this, but after thinking about it carefully, he did not feel surprised. After all, breaking through at the last minute was the treatment of a child of destiny. Every time they encountered a great enemy or dangerous situation, they would be able to break through their cultivation base and forcefully reverse the situation. He was also familiar with this kind of routine in his previous life. At that time when he saw this kind of routine he was really annoyed. He wished he could dig out the brains of those stupid authors and see what was inside. Wuxia did not expect that he would be able to encounter an opponent breaking through at the last minute. The timing of this breakthrough was too deliberate. It was probably because of Longtong's explosive potential and coincidences. However, facing him, this Longtong would probably break through a few major realms at the last minute, and it would probably be useless. Thinking of this, Wuxia's expression was a little playful. "Wuxia, you didn't expect it, right? The heavens are on my side. Today you're destined to become a corpse." Longtong let out a low roar, standing at the edge of the sky, his entire body burning with divine fire. Runes resplendent, his vitality surging. His head was even more crystal clear, the divine fire burning from head to toe. His cultivation base rose abruptly, more than several times stronger than before. At this moment, he recovered his confident, cold, and disdainful expression. "I'm afraid you took the wrong script. Isn't your cultivation higher than mine?" Wuxia still had that completely indifferent attitude, saying casually, with a faint smile. Longtong saw mockery and playfulness in his expression. This made his heart angry again. He had already broken through to the True God Realm now, his cultivation base several times stronger than before. He could definitely kill Wuxia, this opponent who was stronger than him. That's right, a powerful opponent at the early stage of the Void God Realm. "I'm not going to play with you anymore. After all, despair is the best time to plunder." In this regard, Wuxia smiled calmly. He pointed forward. Clang, clang, clang. In the void, shocking sword chi appeared, carrying with it the intent to destroy everything. There was even a sea of blood rising and falling in the void. Immortal corpses piled up. Cut down an immortal king. Cut down an immortal defying. The endless immortal art. At this moment, a peerless bronze immortal sword seemed to have appeared in Wuxia's hand. This is... Many young supreme beings' pupils shrank, and their expressions changed drastically. The expressions of the immortal ancient beings also changed drastically, their souls leaving their bodies trembling all over. The terrifying sword technique that killed the Ocean Palace's 7th princess. A young supreme being's face was full of fear. Even from far away he could feel this terrifying aura. In a daze they saw a bronze immortal sword slashing over in the vast universe, capable of destroying chaos. Qi. Gu Chang'e stepped out of the void like a peerless sword immortal. To him, being handsome was the end of the matter. As for the offensive power of this sword Qi, it contained the sharpness of the endless immortal art and the origin of metal. No matter who came, they would still bleed. Why does this guy have so many tricks up his sleeve? Long Tongue's cold and confident expression changed drastically, a little in disbelief. He saw a sword light slash down from the sky. Before it even got close, the surface of his body was cut into countless cracks by the sword Qi, as if he was about to explode. His soul was leaving his body. He thought that Gu Chang'e had already used all his strength before, or else how could he not be a match? But now, Gu Chang'e's methods were clearly more tyrannical than before. This made him feel despair and even regret. I don't believe it. Long Tongue roared, resisting with all his might, feeling the terrifying killing intent. He might very well die here today. Even if the elders in the clan broke the rules to save him, they might not be able to make it in time. He now regretted not letting the elders break the rules and follow him secretly when he left the clan. Boom! The void trembled. That was a pure killing intent. Long Tongue's head was surrounded by an icy aura, as if it would fall off in the next moment. At the critical moment, his eyes turned red, burning his blood essence, erupting with his last resort, breaking free from the will of the rules of certain death. Crack! However, the hardest dragon horn on his head was cut off, falling to the ground with a thud, splashing 5-colored blood. Gu Chang'e put his fingers together and casually slashed down, still stepping forward at extreme speed. You! Long Tongue's face was full of horror and a little despair. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his body couldn't stand steadily. Don't kill me, plunder. Gu Chang'e was very indifferent to this, only these 2 words. The luck plunder card was activated. At the same time, a wisp of sword Qi, sharp as if it could destroy heaven and earth, easily piercing through Long Tongue's glabella, penetrating from front to back. Chapter 149. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a scream of despair. Long Tongue's glabella was directly pierced through by Gu Chang'e's sword gleam, creating a bloody hole that penetrated from the front to the back. However, this sword gleam had not dissipated yet and firmly pierced through Long Tongue's primordial spirit. There was still a look of horror and despair on his face, and he regretted it to the extreme. Long Tongue did not expect this at all. Even if he broke through this realm again, he was not Gu Chang'e's opponent at all. He was severely injured as soon as he made a move. The gap between the two was not something that he could make up for by increasing his realm. Thinking of this, Long Tongue was in despair. The terrifying pain was tearing at his primordial spirit, pierced through by the sword aura of the Endless Immortal Mantra. After all, the Endless Immortal Mantra was the strongest primordial spirit attack technique. Gu Chang'e's figure appeared in front of Long Tongue, his robes fluttering in the wind, his body clean. In everyone's eyes, he did not look like he had experienced a great battle at all. If one ignored the colorful blood on his hands, he looked handsome and elegant. At this moment even Gu Xian'er was slightly dazed, not knowing what to think. Her small face was slightly red. After all, this was the real Gu Chang'e that she had imagined before, cold and cruel. At this time, Gu Chang'e's mind also sounded the notification of the successful use of the Luck Plunder card. Ding, the Luck Plunder card is successful. You have obtained 4,000 luck points. Long Tongue's luck is 0, triggering the drop rule of the Son of Destiny killing. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly returned to normal. As he expected. In a desperate state, the success rate of the Luck Plunder card was the highest. Now, the luck points on Long Tongue had already been transferred to him. The only remaining use was to see if there was anything good left after killing it. The additional Heavenly Dao treasure chest, plus the reward given by the system, could be considered a considerable income. At that time, Gu Chang'e could consider exchanging for another Transcendence bone. After all, this thing was really powerful, allowing him to directly use the rule power without needing to rely on himself to comprehend it. In the end, it would be easy to directly overlap and even control the true laws and even the origin Dao. Lord Long Tongue, surnamed Gu, if you know what's good for you, quickly release Lord Long Tongue. At this time, Many of Longtung's followers reacted and shouted. Their faces changed greatly as they paled. They were incomparably worried and terrified, afraid that Guchanga would directly kill Longtung at this time. Even though the training in the immortal ancient continent was agreed upon by the various orthodoxies, the immortal ancient continent was not a place to be. After arriving here, life and death were not to be discussed. Not even the older generation were allowed to interfere and break the rules. But now Longtung was about to be killed. How could they sit still? However, out of fear of Guchanga, this group of young creatures with either golden wings or bull horns only dared to shout at him, not daring to approach. They were not as stupid and arrogant as Longtung. They knew that they were no match for him, but they still wanted to go over and die. Even the Longtung who broke through to the true God realm in a desperate situation was also not Guchanga's match. Who among the young generation in the immortal ancient continent could stop him? Guchanga stared at this group of creatures, and an inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. In an instant, this group of creatures trembled all over. Their bodies were cold, and even their souls were trembling. This kind of gaze was filled with condescension and casualness, causing them to be completely frozen in place, not daring to move at all. Master, should we kill them? Seeing this, the followers behind Guchanga also stepped forward. Some of them grinned, revealing a cold and cruel smile. Facing the powerful immortal ancient creatures, they were not afraid at all. Even someone as strong as Longtung was not Guchanga's match. As followers, they were even more so. Kill, Guchanga said indifferently. Killing one Longtung was the same as killing a group of creatures. To him it was the same. Yes, master. The followers replied respectfully. Immediately a great battle broke out again. Soon, all the cultivators and creatures on the mountain peak were in an uproar, discussing intensely. No one expected Guchanga to be so ruthless and decisive, not planning to leave anyone alive. But Yumingkong, who knew Guchanga well, knew that this was what Guchanga would do. Anyone who dared to offend him would not have a good ending. Seems like the old man in the dark is not stupid. He did not dare to show himself to save Longtung. At this time, Guchanga glanced at the sky in the east, and his smile was a little strange. He naturally sensed that there were immortal ancient continents old antiques spying on them, but he did not care at all. If he had to kill, he would kill. He did not have to worry at all. After all, the battle between him and Longtung was a battle between peers. Life and death were not to be discussed. If he interfered at this time, was he planning to slap all the other forces in the face? Even if the immortal ancient dragon clan saw this scene today, they would not dare to stop it. Soon, Longtung's primordial spirit was shattered in Guchanga's hand, and it disappeared in an instant. Yilang Tian, Wang Wushuang, Peng Fei, and the other young supremes were shocked when they saw this scene. They shook their heads and sighed, smiling bitterly in their hearts. Guchanga's method was really strong. He did not plan to let Longtung live. If they were in his shoes, they would probably hesitate for a long time. However, Guchanga was the successor of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace and the young master of the Longevity Gu clan, so the immortal ancient continent would not dare to do anything to him. If they really crossed the line, the other supreme Taoism and imperishable sects would not sit back and do nothing. After killing Longtung, Guchanga threw the dragon corpse into his storage ring, not wanting to waste it. At least among those present, no one dared to say anything and take Longtung's corpse back from him. Even if the dragon clan's elites showed up, he would not care. Everyone looked at this scene with a complicated expression. They were so shocked that they could not calm down for a long time. What happened today shocked many of the younger generation in the immortal ancient continent, including the native living beings and the cultivators from the outside world. They needed time to calm down. Longtung, who was strong and confident and looked down on everyone, died just like that. Even his corpse was taken away by Guchanga. However, if they were in his shoes, they would not let go of Longtung's corpse either. After all, it contained a lot of Longtung's true blood. It was a good choice to refine it slightly, and use it with some herbs to refine the treasure body. It would be even better if they could get a glimpse of the dragon clan's innate treasure skill. Many people guessed that this was Guchanga's real plan. At this moment, Guchanga heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding! Mission to kill the son of destiny Longtung completed. Calculating. The Son of Destiny's luck points have been cleared to 0. You have triggered the drop rule and obtained an additional Heavenly Dao treasure chest X1. Mission completed. You have obtained 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points. Speaking of which, these two gains were not small. He had obtained 4,000 luck points from plundering. Now he had obtained 3,000 luck points and 15,000 fate points from completing the mission. Guchanga could do a lot of things again. Open the Heavenly Dao treasure chest. Very soon, he said in his mind. Every time he killed the Son of Destiny, he would obtain a lot of good things. He also wanted to know what Long Tongue would drop. Buzz. Soon, a dazzling golden treasure chest jumped out in front of Guchanga. It looked very mysterious and fog surged around it. Then it opened with a bang. A 5-colored halo spread out from it, and a drop of sparkling blood that seemed to reflect the world floated in it. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining the 5-colored True Dragon's Blood origin. Introduction. The 5-colored True Dragon's Blood is the true blood under the True Dragon's hardest scales. It is extremely rare and contains the ultimate defense and recovery power. After seeing this introduction, Guchanga couldn't help but nod slightly. He was quite satisfied. Speaking of which, he just treated Long Tongue as an experience monster. It was a pleasant surprise for such an origin to drop. Guchanga guessed that Long Tongue's sudden increase in strength when he was in danger might be related to this 5-colored True Dragon's Blood origin. Soon Guchanga fused with this talent. A warm and familiar feeling flowed into his limbs and bones. Even his cells seemed to be gushing with a vast amount of life essence. Kacha Guchanga heard the sound of his muscles and bones transforming. It was as if they were quickly dissolving and then reassembling, covered with a subtle feeling like dragon scales. My physique has become much stronger. My vitality and defense. It seems that I have to develop in the direction of omnipotence. Guchanga thought in his heart, but he quickly threw this thought away. His strength had always been increasing very quickly. These talents were just icing on the cake. Chi. Soon, all the cultivators and living beings who were watching the show from all over the mountain chose to leave. Streaks of divine rainbows swept across the land. Gu Xian'er secretly glanced at Guchanga, and then left with the big red bird. She didn't appear to greet him. She still hated the scene of Guchanga bullying her. She originally wanted to see Guchanga suffer once. But this Long Tongue was too useless. He was killed so easily by Guchanga. This made Gu Xian'er, who wanted to find out more about Guchanga's strength, a little angry. The news spread very quickly. Almost in an instant, it was transmitted by cultivators and living beings using shadow recording stones. The result of this battle was within the expectations of many, but the process in the middle was shocking and unbelievable. Not only was Long Tongue defeated, he was also dead. Secondly, Guchanga's strength was verified. His strength was beyond doubt. He had indeed entered the ranks of the young taboos. And this was only the most conservative estimate. Then the news spread very quickly, causing a huge commotion in all areas of the immortal ancient continent. After all, not everyone came to watch the battle. In an instant it caused a huge commotion among the immortal ancient clans. Guchanga's name also became a taboo existence. Those who heard it were frightened and those who saw it were frightened. Many living beings of the immortal ancient clans planned to avoid him. Even the strongest of their generation, Long Tongue, was killed. Now that they had encountered him, could they still survive? How could they encounter such a terrifying young existence in this life? His strength was so strong that it was ridiculous. This made many young people of the immortal ancient continent feel gloomy. Then Guchanga moved and stepped in front of Yu Mingkong's carriage. He looked straight at Yu Mingkong, who was sitting inside. Mingkong, after coming to the immortal ancient continent, you didn't take the initiative to look for your husband. You made me a little sad. Guchanga said casually, as if he wanted to discuss this matter with Yu Mingkong. But there was no sign of sadness on his face. Greetings, young Master Changa. Yu Mingkong's followers said respectfully. Guchanga waved his hand. They knew their identities, so they left quickly, leaving some space for the two of them. What's there to be sad about? I'm not around to hinder you. Isn't this what you want? Yu Mingkong, who had watched the battle from the beginning, suddenly felt a little alarmed. After all, she was guilty of scheming against Guchanga. Gu Chang'e looked like he was going to settle the score with her. Hearing this, he said with a calm expression. It was obvious that he was very familiar with Gu Chang'e. She was very good at maintaining her composure. Why do I feel that you're a little nervous? Gu Chang'e seemed to see through her thoughts. Yu Mingkong looked at him through the curtain of the white jade carriage. At this time she was calm. She knew that she couldn't hide her scheming against Gu Chang'e from him. She answered, after all, I'm guilty. What are you guilty of? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. Of course I'm guilty. I'm afraid that you'll settle the score with me. Yu Mingkong's voice was cold and a little angry, but she was rolling her eyes in her heart. At this time, Gu Chang'e was still pretending not to know. But from Gu Chang'e's attitude, it seemed that he didn't care about this matter. She heaved a sigh of relief. What's there to settle the score with? After all, it's not your fault that you're good-looking. Gu Chang'e shook his head, giving a look that said, You're thinking too much. Then he said naturally, only good-looking people would be coveted. This was a simple logic. Unfortunately, this Longtongue had the wrong idea. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong was stunned. Then she blinked her eyes. She found it hard to believe. For a moment she thought that she had misheard. Was Gu Chang'e praising her for being good-looking? Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel a little happy. It wasn't easy to hear such words from Gu Chang'e. Chapter 150. Yu Mingkong sat quietly in the white jade carriage. Her hair was tied up in a snail bun, and her face was as beautiful as a painting. His black gemstone-like almond-shaped eyes were calm and deep, but at this moment, her face couldn't help but reveal a slight blush. Her expression seemed to be happy, but also seemed to be pleasantly surprised. It had to be said that Gu Chang'e's words disturbed her state of mind. After all, these words came from Gu Chang'e's mouth, and it was completely different from what others said. If others said this, she wouldn't care and wouldn't take it to heart. But when Gu Chang'e said it, the meaning was different. Yu Mingkong suddenly felt that Gu Chang'e had suddenly become enlightened. He also knew that she was good-looking. Yu Mingkong had always been very confident in her own charm. How many women in the world could be compared to her? But Gu Chang'e just couldn't be moved by her. Whether it was in her previous life or now, it made Yu Mingkong feel a little frustrated. Longtongue had thoughts that she shouldn't have. Letting him die like this is letting him off easy. Gu Chang'e said casually with a faint smile, as if he didn't know Yu Mingkong's current state of mind. After all, there was no need to pay any price to say some nice words. And what he said wasn't wrong. Hearing this, Yu Mingkong stared at him without blinking, as if she wanted to see through him. Longtongue is courting death. He can't blame others, she said calmly. Although she was happy in her heart, she didn't show it on her face. She revealed an indifferent expression. But Gu Chang'e knew that she liked to hear this kind of word, so he didn't care. He also smiled faintly. Indeed, he can't blame others. Even if I didn't kill him, Mingkong, you would probably do it. There was no one else here. Gu Chang'e might as well be frank with Yu Mingkong. As a reincarnator, Yu Mingkong should know what Longtongue's personality was like. But she had to scheme against him. This meant that even she hated Longtongue and wanted to use him to get rid of Longtongue. Gu Chang'e had always indulged and spoiled Yu Mingkong, so he was too lazy to care about her little thoughts. What do you mean? Yu Mingkong acted as if she didn't understand Gu Chang'e's words. She stared at him coldly. Gu Chang'e did not expose her, and only laughed. Longtongue's corpse is in my hands. What exactly do you want from him? Tell me, and I might give you his body. Yu Mingkong was stunned. Gu Chang'e had hit the nail on the head. Recently, she had been thinking of ways to scheme against Longtongue. What she longed for the most was Longtongue's drop of 5-colored true dragon blood. It was said that Longtongue obtained it by chance, and its origin was very mysterious and ancient. If she refined that drop of 5-colored true dragon blood, her strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, it also contained the powerful innate talent and surging vitality of the dragon clan. Yu Mingkong did not expect that Gu Chang'e would see through her little thoughts so quickly. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and frustrated. Why was she always in a weak position in front of Gu Chang'e? If I tell you, will you give me Longtongue's body? Yu Mingkong calmed herself down and asked. Why have you always been so distrustful of your husband? Gu Chang'e said with a little regret. His expression really made it difficult for Yu Mingkong to guess what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, Yu Mingkong said, I heard that there's a drop of true dragon blood in Long Tong's body. It's very useful to me. She didn't know if Gu Chang'e would go back on his word and not do as he said after telling this to Gu Chang'e. After all, he cultivated the immortal devouring demonic art, and the requirements for various kinds of physical origins were even more frightening. Long Tong's true dragon blood came from that ancient and mysterious primordial dragon. According to Gu Chang'e's selfish personality, he would definitely not let go of such a good thing. Even if she didn't say it, Gu Chang'e would probably be able to refine it. True dragon blood? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned. He thought about the drop of 5-colored true dragon blood that he had fused with. Could it be the true dragon blood that Yu Mingkong mentioned? However, since it was an additional heavenly treasure chest obtained after killing Long Tong, it should be a reward related to Long Tong. This reward came from the system. Otherwise, it wouldn't be dropped after killing him after his luck points were reset to 0. In other words, there should be a drop of true dragon blood in Long Tong's body. To be honest, Gu Chang'e's first reaction was to take back what he had just said. This was a good thing that contained powerful spiritual energy and strong defensive attributes. Naturally, he had to keep it for himself. The more the better. However, on second thought, he had already fused with 1 drop, and the effect would probably be greatly reduced. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had already sensed Yu Mingkong's resentment. Although he couldn't tell anything from her calm expression through the curtain, how could this be hidden from his thoughts? At that moment, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. First, you're scheming for Yi Ling's inheritance, and now you're scheming for Long Tong's true dragon blood. Mingkong, what are you thinking about all day? You're really full of evil ideas. These calculations are pretty good. It would have been better if she didn't listen. Once she heard Yu Mingkong, she was secretly annoyed. At that moment, she just wanted to strangle Gu Chang'e. Just now, she was actually a little happy because of Gu Chang'e's praise. What the hell? What did he mean by what she was thinking about all day? She was full of evil ideas. Before saying that, could he think about himself first? Yu Mingkong didn't know where Yi Ling had gone during this period. Presumably, with Gu Chang'e watching, she couldn't have any ideas about Yi Ling's inheritance. Now it seemed, now that Gu Chang'e said that, she probably didn't even need to think about this drop of true dragon blood. After that, Yu Mingkong didn't say anything. She looked like she didn't want to talk to Gu Chang'e at all. She seemed to be angry. Look at you. It's as if I'm bullying you. Gu Chang'e was still laughing. When he said that, he didn't have any self-awareness at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hearing that, Yu Mingkong suddenly looked up. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. She gritted her teeth on her picturesque face. She looked like she was extremely angry. That look was like an ice blade that wanted to stab him to death. Gu Chang'e, you're really shameless. You only know how to bully me all day. Besides that, what else can you do? She almost jumped out of the carriage. She couldn't bear it anymore. She was so angry at Gu Chang'e's words that she wanted to kill someone. She also felt a little wronged. What did he mean by like I'm bullying her? Wasn't that obvious? Seeing that, Gu Chang'e also saw the situation and stopped teasing her. He smiled faintly. I can give you Long Tong's body, but before that, you have to call me husband first. What? Yu Mingkong was suddenly stunned. Her bright eyes even widened slightly. She doubted her ears again. Gu Chang'e really intended to give Long Tong's body to her. He didn't covet that drop of true dragon's blood at all? He was so willing. Yu Mingkong suspected that she might have seen a fake Gu Chang'e today. Husband. But soon, afraid that Gu Chang'e would go back on his word, Yu Mingkong immediately shouted coldly. Her face was not red, and her heart was not beating fast. As for this sentence, she was not embarrassed to say it. Ordinary women might be bashful, but she was not. In her previous life, she and Gu Chang'e were already married. In this life, they were also husband and wife. These 2 words were simply a matter of course. Gu Chang'e smiled. I didn't expect Mingkong to be so obedient. Yu Mingkong suddenly felt that she had been played by him. But after saying that, in Gu Chang'e's storage ring, there was a flash of brilliance. and then the incomparably huge dragon corpse appeared in the void. Long Tongue was dead, and his corpse turned into its original form, which looked incomparably huge. But he was not the descendant of the true dragon, but a part of the true dragon's blood flowed in his veins. On the huge corpse the vitality dissipated, but it still gave people a huge sense of pressure and power. As if it was made of green-black molten iron, the dragon's scales were cold and dazzling, incomparably tough, and filled with a tyrannical aura. Yu Mingkong also stared at this huge dragon corpse. It had only been dead for a while, and its vitality had long dissipated, but Gu Chang'e had not touched it in the slightest. There were no traces of refining. This made her feel relieved. But soon Yu Mingkong was a little suspicious. Her eyes fell on Gu Chang'e's face and asked, "You really don't plan to refine and devour this dragon corpse?" Why? After all, Gu Chang'e had the devouring immortal demon technique. He was naturally very lacking in all kinds of physique sources. Would he be so kind as to give Long Tongue's true dragon's blood to her? Gu Chang'e didn't covet it? Was he really willing? One question after another appeared in Yu Mingkong's mind. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but smile faintly. Of course I plan to refine and devour Long Tongue's source, but since Mingkong wants it, then I'll give it to you. There's no need to ask. Of course, the main reason was that there were more cultivation resources waiting for him in the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory. Gu Chang'e didn't lack such a dragon corpse. Since Yu Mingkong wanted it, then he would give it to her. Hearing that, Yu Mingkong was stunned again. Gu Chang'e's answer suddenly made her a little at a loss. Logically speaking, with Gu Chang'e's previous character, it was impossible for him to agree to such a thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking for cultivation resources everywhere, and even secretly making a move on some young geniuses. Long Tongue's source was still very precious. At least many young supremes were far from it. But Gu Chang'e was willing to give it to her? Without any hesitation. This made Yu Mingkong couldn't help but feel moved in her heart, and the anger she had towards Gu Chang'e just now was almost gone. Since the dragon corpse is so important to you, you should keep it for yourself, Yu Mingkong said as if she had been possessed by something. But as soon as the words came out, she was stunned. She didn't expect that she would suddenly say this. It wasn't easy to get something from Gu Chang'e, and now she was giving it back? She was too much of a failure. Words that were said were like water that was spilled. Even if Yu Mingkong regretted it now, she could only endure and not show the slightest abnormality, lest Gu Chang'e laughed at her. Since I said I'll give it to you, then I'll give it to you. When Gu Chang'e heard this, he was a little stunned, and then couldn't help but laugh. Mingkong, you're so considerate of your husband, I'm a little touched. At this time Yu Mingkong also calmed down, and said naturally on her face, "It's not too late for you to realize it now." Her words were full of dissatisfaction and resentment towards Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e shook her head and didn't say anything. She sighed and seemed to have something to say. However, he still didn't say anything. Of course at this time he was laughing in his heart. To be honest, Gu Chang'e didn't expect Yu Mingkong to suddenly say this, which made him a little surprised. He had already given her the good stuff, but she still had to consider for herself. She was really stupid. Gu Chang'e didn't know what to say to her. However, he was also sure of one thing, even if he didn't do anything. In the end, Yu Mingkong's strength surpassed his, and even if she was strong enough to kill him, she would still be soft-hearted and unable to do it. At most, she would be like a wronged wife, stomping her feet, throwing the sword on the ground, and turning around to leave. In front of the world, she was clearly the cold-blooded and indifferent future empress. But how could she take revenge like this? However, Gu Chang'e also knew that Yu Mingkong's change in attitude was the result of his actions during this period of time. So it wasn't surprising. This was completely within reason. Immediately, Gu Chang'e didn't delay, and directly gave the dragon corpse to Yu Mingkong. Since he had promised something, he wouldn't easily go back on his words. Yu Mingkong looked at him silently, and didn't know what to say for a while. Just now, she seemed to have caught something from Gu Chang'e's sigh. However, Gu Chang'e's silence made her feel a little annoyed. "I'm leaving." In the end, Gu Chang'e didn't say much. He looked in the direction of the sky, called over his followers, and turned into divine rainbows. Then, he led everyone away from this place. Just now, when he was fighting with Long Tongue, if he remembered correctly, There was a wave of cultivation fluctuation. Long Tongue had been killed, but there were still some things that needed to be resolved. The immortal ancient remnant race didn't dare to do anything, but they definitely wouldn't accept it. After all, Long Tongue was a successor that they had painstakingly nurtured. He died before he could succeed. This was the logic behind Long Tongue. Long Tongue's corpse is now in Yu Mingkong's hands. The immortal ancient remnant race might try to snatch it. She can't avoid some trouble, so I'll just take care of it for her, Gu Chang'e muttered to himself. Moreover, in view of today's situation, Gu Chang'e would let Yu Mingkong fiddle with her own opportunities for the time being. He had already done so much. Next, with Yu Mingkong's intelligence and her identity as an outer rebirth, she would definitely act according to Gu Chang'e's speculations. Gu Chang'e wasn't worried about this at all. We can put aside the matter of Yiling's reincarnation ancient, heavenly venerate cave abode for now. According to normal circumstances, it's unlikely for him to find the mysterious cave abode in a short period of time, and it won't be that easy. Along the way, he might have to make a breakthrough in his cultivation or pick up a divine artifact or something. The wedding dress immortal art will also take time to infiltrate the entire Black Sky Eagle race, so it can't be rushed. Gu Chang'e led his many followers and chased after that aura. Many cultivators near the mountain peak had already left by this time. Only a few people stayed behind to greet Gu Chang'e. However, it was obvious that Gu Chang'e didn't care about them at all. Looking in the direction that Gu Chang'e disappeared. In the white jade carriage, Yu Mingkong had a complicated expression. Then she rubbed her glabella, feeling very tired. It was mainly because of Gu Chang'e's actions today that made her feel even more puzzled. At that time, Gu Chang'e's fleeting emotions clearly indicated that he had something to say. This was clearly captured by Yu Mingkong. It was precisely because of this that she felt that perhaps Gu Chang'e had some reason. Whether it was in her previous life or in this life, she had never seen Gu Chang'e like this. According to Gu Chang'e's personality in her previous life, this was too strange. It was as if something had suddenly changed. But no matter what, Gu Chang'e's demonic nature is deeply rooted. Although he doesn't have any ill intentions towards me now, there's no guarantee that it will be the same in the future. In order to prevent the tragedy from repeating, I still have to become stronger. Now, Gu Chang'e's cultivation is even more unfathomable. If his current behavior is actually to confuse me, then it's too scary. Yu Mingkong was just guessing about the last possibility. After all, it wasn't very likely. Why would Gu Chang'e want to confuse her? She didn't need to think too much about it because there was no need to do so. However, this also strengthened her previous plan. After leaving the immortal ancient continent, she had to investigate everything about Gu Chang'e. Yu Mingkong didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Since the last time she saw Gu Chang'e at the Gu family, she realized that compared to before, Gu Chang'e had changed a lot. His attitude towards Gu Xian'er was the same as well. Then he took a stab and helped Gu Xian'er. All these seemed to be to make up for the harm he had done to Gu Xian'er. And today, for the first time, he gave her Long Tongue's blood of the real dragon. Yu Mingkong had always thought that Gu Chang'e was an absolutely cold person who put benefits above everything else. It was her misfortune to fall in love with such a person. Not to mention that she loved him so deeply. This was already something that couldn't be described as misfortune. But now she saw a change in Gu Chang'e. This made Yu Mingkong feel hopeful. Go to the Baiheng mountain range in the east. Then, Yu Mingkong ordered to go to that place to make arrangements. Because according to the memory of her previous life, the Baiheng mountain range was the place where immortal essences were born. Chapter 151. In the depths of immortal ancient continent, in a vast primitive mountain range, there were many towering divine mountains. Endless fog shrouded them, and immortal light lingered. Divine light rushed into the heavens. Many powerful qi and blood fluctuations appeared in the horizon, causing the mountain range to rumble and shake like an earthquake. This was a bleak scene. Many clansmen couldn't help but cry out in grief. Young Master Long Tongue was killed. No one even retrieved the corpse. A group of dragon clan creatures knelt in front of an ancient palace. Their faces were pale without a trace of blood. Even their souls were trembling. This was a terrifying matter that shook the entire immortal ancient dragon clan. Long Tongue was the hope of this generation. Many clan elders felt that Long Tongue had the potential of a true dragon. In the future he could wield the will of the heavens and sweep through everything. But now Long Tongue was killed. This made the entire immortal ancient dragon clan furious. Many clansmen were frightened, feeling disbelief. Because how could someone as powerful as Long Tongue be killed by someone of the same generation? But this was the truth. If the person who killed Long Tongue was an ordinary person, it would be fine. But the other party was the young master of a longevity family from the outside world, and also the successor of an imperishable sect. With such a status, the immortal ancient dragon clan could do nothing to the other party. That bottom line was really crossed. At that time they would not only be facing one or two orthodoxies, but also many powers from the outside world. The entire immortal ancient continent would probably be turned upside down. We have to bear with this even if we can't. Long Tongue's skills were inferior, and he was defeated by someone of the same generation. Our clan has no complaints. Within the palace, a terrifying old man with a dragon horn spoke with a face full of grief, suppressing his voice. But we must retrieve his corpse after he dies. This is already the biggest concession we can make. If they couldn't even retrieve his corpse after he died, it would be a disgrace to the immortal ancient dragon clan's name. After Long Tongue died, his spirit in heaven would not be able to rest in peace. Most importantly, the true dragon blood in Long Tongue's body could not be lost. When the time came, they could use this to create another successor. Third Elder, what if young Master Gu doesn't agree? In the palace, someone could not help but ask, worried that Gu Chang'e would not return Long Tongue's corpse. He will return it. If he doesn't, then I'll use the Dragon Emperor token to unite with the other races and clean up the younger generation in the outside world. The grief on the Third Elder's face disappeared as he said coldly. He did not believe that when the time came, Gu Chang'e would be able to withstand such pressure. Once the Dragon Emperor token was issued, all the lost tribes in the immortal ancient continent had to obey them. However, in order not to cross that bottom line, all the young creatures in the immortal ancient continent would unite. This way, even if the other orthodoxies were enraged, they would not be able to find a reason to attack. After all, both sides had agreed that the older generation was not allowed to interfere. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Gu Chang'e was, he would have no choice but to retreat when facing the pressure of the immortal ancient clans. Their request was not excessive, they just wanted to return Long Tongue's corpse. Boom! At the same time, among the mountains and ruins, streams of flowing light streaked across the sky and into the distance. Upon seeing this, the expressions of many cultivators and beings changed drastically, and they all retreated in various directions. They were afraid that they would accidentally bump into this group of people. Everyone probably knew the young man who was leading the group. Even someone as powerful as Long Tongue, the leader of the immortal ancient clans, was killed by him. This incident caused a commotion in the immortal ancient continent, stirring up thousands of storms. To put it bluntly, there were no young creatures or cultivators who did not turn around after seeing Gu Chang'e. This is a real young taboo. His strength is boundlessly powerful. If you see him in the future, stay away from him. On a mountain peak, a young Heaven's Pride was solemnly explaining this to his junior brothers and sisters. Senior brother, what does he know? Didn't he kill the young people of the immortal ancient clans and intimidate the immortal ancient creatures? Why do we have to stay away from him? A more innocent girl looked at the departing figure of the young man who looked like an immortal. She could not help but blush and ask in confusion. Don't think that he's a good person just because he's good-looking. You should know that many young supreme beings have died in his hands. The senior martial brother said with a resentful look on his face. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e's followers could be seen everywhere in the immortal ancient continent, where divine light rushed into the clouds. He did not show himself. Just the appearance of the followers made it so that no one dared to make a move to steal from them. Some people did not believe it and still wanted to steal the treasures. In the end, they were killed on the spot. This incident sent chills down the backs of many Heaven's Prides. There were many opportunities in the immortal ancient continent. If they encountered Gu Chang'e, they had no choice but to retreat. Therefore, when they encountered something good, they could only pray that Gu Chang'e would not find it. After all, In terms of strength, Guchanga could really do whatever he wanted. Not to mention the other heaven's prides. Guchanga even stole the treasures of the disciples of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Such a robber's behavior made many heaven's prides angry, but they did not dare to say anything. And now, Guchanga was chasing after someone. He did not know that he had been targeted by the dragon tribe in the depths of the immortal ancient continent. Of course, if he knew, he would not care. He might even chuckle. What a coincidence. Because he also had his eyes on the immortal ancient continent's remnant tribe. To be honest, the dragon clan was his main target. Because Guchanga knew that when the immortal essence appeared in the future, it would definitely alarm the older generation and even affect many orthodoxies in the outside world. At that time, everyone would be in trouble. The immortal ancient continent's remnant tribe would not be spared. The dragon tribe's remnant tribe was definitely the tribe with the deepest foundation. The person who was spying in the dark back then has not shown himself after being chased by me for so many days. He sure is patient. Guchanga narrowed his eyes. He was the only witness when he handed Long Tongue's corpse to Yu Mingkong. Since Long Tongue had the true dragon's blood in his body, his corpse was a hidden danger. Guchanga did not know if the rest of the immortal ancient dragon tribe knew about this. If they knew, they would definitely think of a way to get Long Tongue's corpse back. After all, that drop of blood was equivalent to the blood of an ancestor. For the immortal ancient race who valued bloodlines, its value and importance was self-evident. Therefore, it was very likely that he would become the target of the immortal ancient dragon tribe for a period of time. The immortal ancient dragon tribe thought that Long Tongue's corpse was in his hands. They did not know that he had already handed the corpse to Yu Mingkong. The only witness was the person he was currently chasing. Guchanga had already planned to make a fuss about this matter. Naturally, he would not allow this matter to be exposed. Besides, he was the one who killed Long Tongue. If the immortal ancient dragon tribe found out that the corpse was not in his hands, they would find trouble with Yu Mingkong and implicate her. What would that count as? Would that count as him tricking Yu Mingkong? Guchanga had never considered doing this. Although Yu Mingkong would occasionally trick him and secretly scheme against him, Yu Mingkong truly loved him deeply. Guchanga was not heartless. He could naturally feel this. That was why he doted on Yu Mingkong so much. Guchanga was planning to get rid of this hidden danger to ensure that Yu Mingkong would not be implicated. Of course, I can't do this for free. I have to find a way to let Yu Mingkong know. Guchanga thought of this and could not help but smile. He was not prepared to be a nameless hero. If he did a good deed and did not let others know, then what was the point of doing a good deed? He wanted nothing more than for Yu Mingkong to know that he had taken the initiative to protect his woman. She would definitely be moved to tears. And why aren't you running anymore? Suddenly, Guchanga's thoughts returned. He noticed that the aura in front of him had stopped and did not continue to go deeper. There were mountains nearby, but there was a relatively remote city in the middle. The city was not very big, and could only accommodate a few 100,000 people. However, most of them were creatures of the immortal ancient, and very few were cultivators from the outside world. Guchanga felt that the aura should be hiding in the city. Immediately, he did not hesitate in the slightest and rushed over with the people behind him. After running for so many days, are you planning to tell me all your cards? Or are you waiting for my arrival in the city in front and secretly setting up a trap? Or are you planning to mix in, hide your aura, and use this to escape? Guchanga narrowed his eyes. To be able to be chased by him for so long, the strength of the opponent was definitely powerful. It was impossible for him to be of the younger generation. However, he did not care in the slightest. The fact that the dragon corpse was not in his hands could not be exposed during this period of time. Seal the city in front for me. If anyone suspicious comes out, capture them or kill them. Guchanga ordered the followers behind him. Then, he took the lead and turned into a divine rainbow. Yes, master. Soon, a group of powerful creatures and cultivators surrounded the ancient city in front of them. Surging divine lights of all colors appeared in all directions, planning to lock down all the skies. At the same time in the city, a middle-aged woman with golden wings was strolling on the streets, not continuing to run. She was frowning in thought, her expression gloomy. Logically speaking, Long Tongue was killed, and the dragon clan was furious. I shouldn't have this kind of vague uneasiness. After all, this has nothing to do with me. Also, who exactly has been chasing me these past few days? She muttered to herself, feeling that her heart was not calm. This was a very terrifying intuition. No one would dare to believe it if she said it out loud. That was why she had been running the entire time, not daring to stop at all. After witnessing the battle between Long Tongue and Guchanga, she did not leave, but secretly observed for a while. She felt that Long Tongue's matter would not be so simple. Perhaps she could use this to curry favor with the Dragon Clan and improve her status in the clan. In the immortal ancient continent, the Dragon Clan was the absolute overlord and the royal family, ruling over everything. Right, it should be Guchanga. That young taboo from the outside world seemed to have noticed me at that time. If it is him, why is he chasing me? Is it because I saw him give Long Tongue's corpse to his fiancée? Asking for fresh flowers, thinking of this, the middle-aged woman with golden wings suddenly had a flash of light in her eyes. What is hidden in Long Tongue's corpse? Why is he chasing after me? Or is it because of other reasons? At this time, the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. The middle-aged woman with golden wings suddenly changed her expression. She felt several powerful auras coming from the horizon, and knew that it was the group of people who had been chasing her. In this city, there were several young members of her clan, so she planned to use this opportunity to inform her clan to come and help. She had never thought that there would be a time when she would be chased by a young junior. However, the other party's strength was so strong that it made her heart beat faster. Even as a divine realm existence, she was afraid and was not confident that she could take him down. Third Aunt, why are you here? At this time, in front of a pavilion, several young creatures, both male and female, recognized the middle-aged woman with golden wings, and could not help but shout in surprise. Why are you all here? The middle-aged woman with golden wings frowned, and hurried to the pavilion. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. At the same time, the middle-aged woman with golden wings glanced outside the city. Seeing that no one had landed here, she heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, several young creatures led her to the pavilion. Third Aunt, I heard that you went to watch the battle this time. Is Lord Longtongue really dead? Along the way, several young creatures revealed expressions of grief and disbelief as they questioned the golden-winged middle-aged woman. The leader of the younger generation, Long Tongue, had died in that battle, which was a heavy blow to them, and they were unwilling to accept it. Many people didn't believe it. When she heard this, the middle-aged woman with golden wings frowned and said, Why are you all asking about this? Also, why are there so many people gathered here? 00 She noticed that there were many young creatures in the pavilion, all of them from Immortal Ancient's various clans' younger generation. We are discussing how to get revenge for Lord Longtongue. Think of a way to kill that great evil named Guchanga. When she heard this, a young woman stood out. Her facial features were pretty, and she was quite pretty. She also had a pair of wings behind her. When Guchanga was mentioned, it was full of hatred and killing intent, as if she really wanted to hack him to pieces. She was one of Longtongue's admirers. This time, Longtongue was defeated and killed, his reputation sweeping the floor, triggering a huge commotion among Immortal Ancient's clans. This was especially the case for those who normally admired Longtongue, so the blow was even greater. In their hearts, Longtongue was an undefeated legend. Even now, there were still many people who weren't willing to believe this matter. Right now, many people were gathered in the pavilion to discuss this matter. Many of them hadn't even seen Guchanga before, but that didn't affect their hatred for Guchanga. Among the many young supreme beings who came to Immortal Ancient Continent, they only remembered Guchanga. When the middle-aged woman with golden wings heard this, she sighed slightly. Even though she also wanted to take action to capture Guchanga and serve the Dragon Clan. However, at that time, under the gazes of so many people, she didn't dare to do so at all. Moreover, she felt that with her own strength, she might not be able to do so. Don't talk about it anymore. You all should speak less about this matter. Guchanga's strength is too great, not something that can be solved through discussion. She shook her head, directly pouring cold water on this group of youngsters. Impossible. Guchanga definitely used some kind of trick back then. Otherwise, his strength is far inferior to Lord Longtongue's. It is definitely impossible for him to defeat Lord Longtongue. Some young creatures didn't believe it, their faces turning red. The human race of the outside world is despicable. In my opinion, that Wuxia is nothing more than a despicable person. I heard that he only succeeded because he launched a sneak attack. If he fought Lord Longtongue fair and square, he would definitely be the one to die. The woman who spoke just now also said hatefully, not willing to accept it at all. Hearing the words of the middle-aged woman with golden wings, it was like igniting a bomb. All the young creatures in the pavilion began to shout in indignation. They said that Longtongue was so great and invincible, and that his opponent was a despicable and shameless person who won by using improper means. Hearing these words, the middle-aged woman with golden wings' expression changed slightly, and she felt helpless. She was there, so she naturally knew that these rumors were just words used by the races of immortal ancient to smear Wuxia and elevate Longtongue. At this time she couldn't pour cold water on them and attack them. This kind of unity to resist the cultivators of the outside world wasn't a bad thing. Moreover, they needed a Wuxia to vent their anger on the younger generation of the various races of immortal ancient. That was why when she saw the young creature's resentful expressions, she nodded. She nodded and said, "You're right. I was also there at the time. Lord Longtongue indeed died very sullenly. His opponent was very despicable, using all kinds of underhanded moves. Lord Longtongue disdained to make a move." As she spoke, the middle-aged woman with golden wings suddenly shivered, as if she was being stared at by some terrifying existence. At the entrance of the pavilion, a young man in moon-white feathered clothes walked in unhurriedly with his hands behind his back. He had a calm smile on his face. "What are you talking about? Since it's so lively, why don't you let me listen as well?" The middle-aged woman with golden wings looked at him, her pupils constricting. A terrifying chill appeared on her back. Her entire body was ice-cold, as if she had fallen into an ice house. Chapter 152. In the pavilion, the golden-winged middle-aged woman felt cold all over. At this moment, even her divine soul was trembling. She didn't even dare to turn her head, for fear that the young creatures behind her would see her pale face. Wuxia. How did he find her? And when did he walk in? Why was it that none of the immortal ancient creatures outside detected it? The golden-winged middle-aged woman felt cold all over. She was from the Golden Crow clan. Of course, she only had a part of the Golden Crow's blood flowing in her veins. She wasn't a real Golden Crow. Although her strength was only in the divine realm, she could be considered one of the best in the same realm. Facing Wuxia, she only felt fear and trepidation. This young man was so powerful that it made people feel terrified. Especially just now, she even slandered Wuxia behind his back. Wuxia definitely heard those words. At this moment, the golden-winged middle-aged woman felt extremely desperate. "Why didn't you continue? I'm still very curious," Wuxia asked. Then he casually found a place to sit down with a faint smile on his face, as if he had returned to his own home. He didn't feel unnatural or embarrassed at all. The young creatures in the pavilion were still a little confused at this moment. They hadn't realized why a human had suddenly walked in. Most of them had only heard of Wuxia's name, but no one had actually seen his real face. Many people even guessed that Wuxia was a ferocious and ugly person, but they didn't think of this elegant young man in front of them at all. "Who are you? How did you get in?" At this moment, the beautiful woman with wings frowned and asked unhappily. She had never had a good impression of the human race. To them, who had always valued bloodline inheritance, the human race was so despicable that they couldn't be compared to the ancient and honorable ones. But now that the immortal ancient continent had opened, a large number of humans had poured in, which made them feel extremely disgusted. "Of course I walked in. The door is right there and no one stopped me," Wuxia replied naturally. After all, who could stop him from walking freely in the sun of the void? Unless a saint realm existence sealed the space. But how many saints could there be in such a small city? Here he could do whatever he wanted. When they heard that no one was stopping Wuxia, quite a few young creatures were still frowning in disbelief. It was impossible to enter this small gathering without an invitation. But why would a human have an invitation? Or was the servant at the door seeing things? At this time, the golden-winged middle-aged woman reacted with a trembling voice. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Guchanga with a chuckle. We've been friends for so many days, so there's no need to say these words. After chasing the golden-winged middle-aged woman for so many days, it wasn't wrong to call her an old friend. Hearing this, she gave Guchanga a smile that was uglier than crying. Young master, you must be joking. She felt a chill run down her back, as if she was facing an exceptional vicious beast. She couldn't even speak clearly. Guchanga definitely had the power to kill all of them here. At this moment, their lives were in Guchanga's hands. She didn't dare to reveal Guchanga's true identity. She didn't know what Guchanga's purpose was, but she was sure that he didn't have good intentions. Third aunt, who is he? A young woman with golden wings asked. She was also very dissatisfied, so she didn't directly ask Guchanga to leave. Schwer, the middle-aged woman smiled bitterly. She didn't know what to say at this time. Her heart was full of fear. Guchanga acted as if he didn't see these creatures' hateful expressions. He poured himself a cup of wine, raised it to his lips and took a sip. He couldn't help but smile and praise. This wine is not bad. It contains many kinds of celestial fruits. Hearing this, someone immediately showed a disdainful expression and said, "This is wine that only exists in the immortal ancient continent. You can't drink it in the outside world. You can't see it even if you want to." Guchanga nodded in agreement. Yes, but it doesn't matter. I will drink it in the future. No one understood the meaning behind his words. At this moment they didn't know why, but they felt uncomfortable and uneasy. This young man had an aura that made them tremble. "Who are you? Why did you come to our banquet?" Someone couldn't help but shout. They couldn't see through Guchanga's power, but since he was about the same age as them, he shouldn't be too powerful. After all, the cultivators in the outside world were known to be weaker than them. Even Lord Longtongue was a whole realm higher than his opponent. If he hadn't been used despicable means, how could he have been killed? This was a pain in their hearts forever. They didn't have a good impression of this strange man in front of them. They couldn't wait to attack and kill him. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I am very interested in what you said just now. Guchanga smiled casually. He looked at everyone in front of him with interest. This game of cat and mouse was really interesting. At the same time, he glanced at the golden-winged middle-aged woman. There was an indescribable meaning in his eyes. The middle-aged woman understood the meaning, and her face became even paler. "If you dare to say my identity, all of you here will die." This was Guchanga's intention. Her entire body was trembling, unable to suppress the fear. "Third aunt, what's wrong?" The woman who spoke just now noticed her abnormality and couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman hurriedly shook her head and said, I'm fine, I'm fine." The group of young creatures present were not stupid. They had clearly sensed the abnormality from this place. Why was this expert from the Golden Crow clan so scared when this young man came in? This is the territory of our immortal ancient clans. No matter how arrogant this person is, what does he dare to do? Some people felt disdain, thinking that no matter how terrifying this man was, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in their territory. "What did you say?" "We were obviously talking about that despicable guy named Guchanga. We will kill him and take revenge for Lord Longtongue." Immediately, a beautiful woman with feathers said hatefully. Her voice was full of killing intent and anger. "He is the young genius of your human race. In a fair battle he used despicable methods to kill Lord Longtongue. We will remember this grudge." The other creatures also said. At this moment it seemed that all the hatred was directed at Guchanga. Everyone could not wait to crusade against him. They didn't notice that when the golden-winged middle-aged woman heard this, she was trembling like a sieve. Her face, which was facing away from them, was completely pale. Oh, how despicable and shameless was Guchanga! Hearing this, Guchanga's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he asked with interest. He didn't have the slightest self-awareness of being a great villain. "Humph, that guy first launched a sneak attack during the battle, then used the creatures of our immortal ancient clans as a threat. He told Lord Longtongue not to resist or he would kill. Lord Longtongue didn't resist for the sake of the overall situation. Otherwise, how could a puny nihility realm cultivator like him hurt Lord Longtongue? When they heard this, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. It was as if their anger had been ignited. They were incomparably indignant and murderous. At this moment, the entire pavilion was filled with their anger and hatred. Oh, in that case, Guchanga is really a despicable and shameless villain. Hearing this, Guchanga still raised his glass and took a sip of wine. He nodded with a look of agreement. Hearing him say this, everyone was a little stunned. They thought that as a human he would try to defend himself. However, they didn't expect him to agree. For a moment they didn't know what to say. Some people's attitudes even softened. It seems that Guchanga isn't a good person among the human race. I really don't know where the name of the young taboo came from. He doesn't deserve it. However, the feathered woman was still speaking hatefully. Her words showed that she couldn't wait to tear Guchanga into pieces. At this time, the golden-winged middle-aged woman's face was ashen. She felt that Guchanga's aura had already locked onto her. As long as she made the slightest move, she would face Guchanga's thunderous attack. Therefore, she didn't even dare to say a word. However, I think you guys are still wrong about one thing, Guchanga said with a smile. The expression on his face even made them feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. What's wrong? Someone was stunned and then asked. Guchanga is indeed despicable and shameless, but he loves to kill innocent people the most. For example, especially those who slander him behind his back. He shows no mercy. Guchanga smiled faintly and replied, "Right." As he spoke, he asked the golden-winged middle-aged woman behind him. When the middle-aged woman heard this, her entire body trembled. She quickly turned around and squeezed out a smile. "Young master, what are you saying? This is all fake, all fake. These rumors are all fake." They were merely slandered maliciously by others. Back then, Longtongue had no strength to resist at all. She continued to speak. However, these words immediately made the young creatures widen their eyes. They were all wondering if they heard wrong. Someone was so angry that his face turned red. He shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could Lord Longtongue be defeated in a direct confrontation? How is this possible? This was simply a fantasy story. This was something impossible. Lord Longtongue was born undefeatable, destined to sweep through the world. He is the young leader of Immortal Ancient's various clans. There is no way he would lose, especially to a human." Many people shouted, feeling like their beliefs were being insulted. These words made the golden-winged middle-aged woman's entire body tremble uncontrollably. She wanted to stop them, but it was too late. "Yeah, what nonsense are you spouting? I, Guchanga, am nothing more than a despicable person. How could I be as strong as you say?" At this time, Guchanga also stared at her, speaking. The smile on his face didn't diminish, becoming even more interested. "What?" These words immediately made the young creatures in front of him stunned, and then they became stupefied. A few people didn't even react. The woman who hated Guchanga so much, the one who was furious, was also stupefied. She pointed at him, momentarily speechless. What did you say?" She was incomparably shocked, simply unable to believe this. Did they hear wrong? This young man in front of them was actually Guchanga? When they reacted, this group of creatures immediately widened their eyes, their bodies becoming ice-cold. They froze in place, as if they fell into an ice cellar. Especially just now, they were actually cursing Guchanga in front of Guchanga. Their scalps were going numb, finding this hard to believe. "Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me to get revenge for Longtongue? Now I am right in front of you all?" Guchanga said with a playful expression, like a cat playing with a mouse. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and the entire pavilion rumbled, as if a thick fog was rising. Runes flickered, as if it had been absorbed into a world. No, the winged woman who was cursing him in front of him was struck by a terrifying force in fear, horror, and despair. She exploded into a bloody mist on the spot, her body and soul destroyed. The rest of the people came to their senses, knowing that a battle to the death was unavoidable today. Fight it out with him. Avenge Lord Longtongue. Kill. This group of young creatures was furious, but at the same time, they were frightened to find that the world had been sealed. Their only way was to kill Guchanga in front of them, or else they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Boom! All kinds of divine lights appeared on their bodies. They covered all directions, hazy and blurry. Some took out their Dharma artifacts, some tore divine talismans, and some roared loudly, displaying their strongest means to break out. At this moment they seemed to have become warriors who were ready to die, ready to fight to the death with Wuxia, the great villain. Wuxia, if you have anything to do with me, come at me. Let them go. At this time they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. The middle-aged woman did not have the slightest hesitation. She stood in front of Wuxia with trembling words. A powerful aura began to rise from her body. Her divine realm cultivation base was undoubtedly displayed. The terrifying and surging divine realm Dharma body was like a galaxy incomparably vast, as if it was about to rush out of the pavilion and appear outside. Let them go? Who will let me go? Wuxia smiled faintly. Buzz. The divine light was as heavy as billions of stars. As Wuxia's palm fell, the sky and earth turned upside down, and the universe shook as if billions of stars were falling. Puff! The golden-winged middle-aged woman suddenly coughed up blood as if she was struck by lightning. She was slapped to the ground, and her body exploded. Countless bones were broken. How can you be so strong? Her expression was filled with despair and disbelief. After all, she was a divine realm Dharma body. She was usually high and mighty, so powerful that she could easily slaughter an entire city. She knew that she might not be a match for Wuxia, but that should be after Wuxia used many methods. In the end, in front of Wuxia, she could not even withstand a single slap. At this moment her divine soul was trembling, and she was in extreme despair. It was not an accident that Long Tongue was killed by such a young taboo. He was so powerful that it made people despair. Even the older generation might not be a match for him, so who in the younger generation could compete with him? How is this possible? What? Even Third Ant is not a match for him? Third Ant is a divine realm Dharma body. Could it be that Lord Long Tongue was really killed by him? Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, all the living beings were in despair. The most powerful existence around them was almost killed by Wuxia's palm. What did they count for? What a pity. I wanted to play with you for a while more. Wuxia's expression was regretful, but there was not much regret in his words at all. Boom! He quickly attacked, too lazy to waste any more time. His large palm crossed the space in front of him, and in an instant, it was as if he had split open the universe. This space had been sealed, so the commotion here would not be leaked out at all. Boom! A terrifying aura appeared, turning into a huge millstone that was enough to crush everything, so powerful that it made people's divine souls tremble. No, I don't want to die. It was accompanied by screams. The bloody mist collapsed one after another. No matter how the young living beings in front of him resisted, it was useless. The difference was too great. Except for one person who survived, the rest of the living beings were all destroyed here. The one who survived was a terrified, pale woman with feathers on her body. She was looking at Wuxia in horror. Don't kill me. She trembled in fear. She never thought that all of them combined could not be compared to Wuxia's casual palm. This person was simply too terrifying. They were completely no match for him. Wuxia looked at her and smiled faintly. No rush. I won't kill you now. Why are you doing this? At the side, the golden-winged middle-aged woman was obviously in despair. She wanted to use her heavenly god celestial artifact, but as Wuxia attacked again, it directly exploded in the void with a bang and turned into ashes. He smashed it with one palm. Her face was pale, completely drained of blood. You saw something you shouldn't have seen. Can you blame me? Wuxia smiled casually. After doing this, it was as easy as killing a group of ants. I can swear on my Tao heart that I won't tell anyone. Please spare my life. The golden-winged middle-aged woman was in despair. She did not expect that because of a trace of thought, she would bring about such a disaster. She could not help but kneel on the ground, wanting to beg for mercy, wanting to live. No one wanted to die. Compared to swearing on one's Tao heart, I still believe in the dead. Wuxia smiled faintly, not prepared to let her go. He had always been meticulous in his actions and would not leave behind any hidden dangers. Then, he attacked and smashed the middle-aged woman to death with a single palm, destroying her body and soul. After doing all this, he did not choose to leave. Instead, he was waiting for the right time. After all, Guchanga did not plan to deal with this scene. Otherwise, how could he let others know that he had done such a good deed? The woman he left alive was obviously scared silly. Previously, she had even said that she wanted to kill Guchanga to avenge her Lord Long Tongue. But now she was just short of urinating on the spot. Speaking of which, at this time, someone should have noticed the abnormality here. Guchanga estimated the time, and then retracted the array patterns that enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood drifted out. Soon, many of the living beings on the street sensed it. What a strong smell of blood? What's going on? What happened? Why is there such a strong smell of blood? Someone was shocked, hurrying towards the direction of this aura. Damn it! Immediately, a powerful creature noticed the scene in the pavilion. His expression immediately changed, becoming furious as he rushed over. Soon after they saw the scene there. Within the bloody mist, a young man was currently leisurely slapping a Featherman race Heaven's Pride to death. Sensing their arrival, he seemed to be a bit surprised. Huh, someone actually noticed me? After speaking, the space in front of the young man became blurry. He turned around and stepped inside. Behind him, a large group of experts from various clans rushed over, but they did not have time to stop him. Their faces were ashen as they roared towards the sky. Damn it! Coming to our territory to kill people. This is simply going too far. They roared angrily, going crazy with hatred, releasing shocking roars. There were even their clansmen here. This grudge had to be avenged. The most important thing was that they did not even see who that young man was, what he looked like. Chapter 153. Buzz. In the void 3,000 miles away from the ancient city, Guchanga's figure walked out of it. He turned around and looked at the chaotic city with a smile on his face. He did not feel guilty at all. Didn't the various clans of Immortal Ancient want to take revenge on him? Then let's see who's faster. Of course, the main reason was that Guchanga wanted to get rid of the hidden danger of exposing the dragon corpse first. When the time came, even if the various clans of Immortal Ancient suspected him, there was nothing they could do. It might even increase the hatred between the various clans of Immortal Ancient and the orthodoxies of the outside world. Guchanga's plan was vicious, killing two birds with one stone. When the time came, the waters of Immortal Ancient would become even more chaotic, which was a good thing for him. Master, we've gotten rid of all the suspicious people. Soon, Guchanga's followers from all over the place rushed over and reported respectfully. They obeyed Guchanga's orders and stopped the suspicious living beings nearby. Hearing this, Guchanga nodded and said, "Very good. Let's go." In this way, the living beings who saw him coming here were also dealt with. Coincidentally, he controlled the time very well. When he was discovered, he was killing people. Otherwise, it would seem too deliberate and it would have the opposite effect. Guchanga's plan was to let Yu Mingkong guess that he was protecting her. However, he could not make it too obvious. Otherwise, when the time came, Yu Mingkong would suspect him again. That would not be good. Guchanga naturally did not like to do a good deed, but still be unknown in the dark. Otherwise, what was the point of doing a good deed? To him, if he spent a bit of effort to do a good deed, he would definitely spend a lot of effort to publicize it. Otherwise, when the time came, how could he make Yu Mingkong so moved? He wanted her to understand that her husband was also very good to her. At the thought of this, Guchanga also left with his followers. He did not plan to stay any longer. Soon, many of the Heaven's Prides of Immortal Ancient clans were ambushed by a young supreme being of the human race during a gathering. This shocked the entire Immortal Ancient clans. The Featherman race and the Golden Crow race were incomparably furious. This was because many of the geniuses from the two clans had also died. It was during that banquet that their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Not even a speck of dust was left. Moreover, one of the Golden Crow clan's heavenly deity realm experts was also killed, causing a huge commotion. Because that was no longer something that could be done by the younger generation with their own strength. Or they could rely on external forces, such as artifacts, secret treasures, and so on. Either that or they had incomparably terrifying strength that could kill heavenly deities. Moreover, the fluctuations at that time were not large, otherwise, it would not have caused such a small commotion that many experts only discovered later. This was a great humiliation for immortal ancients' various clans, making them incomparably furious. They began to search everywhere. In that instant, quite a few immortal ancient clans began to suspect who exactly did this. After all, to be able to silently sneak into the ancient city, avoid everyone, and then silently kill people before safely retreating. Such a method was obviously not something that an ordinary young genius could do. Apart from a few young supreme martial artists who possessed extreme speed, there were probably not many who could do it. And what was the reason for this? Why did he do this? Unfortunately, everyone there died, their bodies and souls directly erased. Even if they wanted to investigate, it would be difficult to find anything. Then, many immortal ancient creatures narrowed down the scope of their guesses, in the end settling on a few heavenly geniuses from the outside world. Among them, Wuxia was the most suspicious, and also the most likely culprit. Only no one could prove that this was done by him. Towards this, Wuxia naturally acted like he didn't know what was going on, putting on a "stop talking, it wasn't me" look. This made many immortal ancient creatures furious. They were already certain that this was done by Wuxia. However, even though they were certain, they couldn't bring out any proof. In that instant after Longteng's death, immortal ancients' clans stirred up great waves again. Many young creatures gathered on their own, planning to suppress Wuxia. These actions unavoidably harmed other young cultivators. The gap in hatred between the outside world and immortal ancients' clans also continuously grew. During this period of time, one could often see creatures from both sides kill until their eyes turned red. For the sake of a bit of opportunity, they continuously fought, blood flowing in all directions. Meanwhile, immortal ancient dragon clan also released news, having Wuxia hand over Longteng's corpse, or else suffer the consequences. In that instant, these words triggered a huge commotion. Towards this, Wuxia's reply was also extremely domineering. Impossible. It was to the extent where he even said that immortal ancient dragon clan's younger generation had to appear, or else he would kill every single one he saw. These words were naturally not just empty words. After saying this that very day, Wuxia then brought his majestic followers, searching everywhere for young creatures related to immortal ancient dragon clan, wantonly killing them. His domineering actions left immortal ancients' clans and the outside world's inheritances endlessly shaken. Immortal ancient continents stirred up a storm of blood. However, immortal ancient dragon clan still didn't dare send their younger generation to contend against Wuxia. The higher-level clansmen's expressions became ugly to the extreme. Several clan elders even more so smashed apart the clan's jade table. 100 horizontal mountain range, within a grand and majestic historical ruin. Yumingkong led a group of followers, occupying this place, as if waiting for something. Apart from her, only a few cultivators and creatures were in this area. Just as Wuxia predicted, she naturally also learned of the news from these past few days. It seems like after he disappeared, he went to hunt down the expert that was hiding in the dark. Yumingkong stood on top of a mountain peak, her expression calm and profound. Her bare feet were purer than snow. Her hair danced in the wind, her dress fluttering in the wind as she gazed at the fog-shrouded historical ruin ahead. Right now, she was muttering to herself, recalling the direction Wuxia left in. Others might not know why Wuxia killed that Golden Crow clan's heavenly deity realm existence, but with her intelligence she was able to guess. Back then, when Wuxia gave her the dragon corpse, that Golden Crow clan expert seemed to have seen it. So, Wuxia went to hunt him down for this reason? In this way, apart from Wuxia, no one else knew that the dragon corpse was on her. Wuxia was protecting her, taking the blame for her. "Chang'e, what on earth are you thinking of doing this?" Yumingkong's eyes suddenly became a little blurred, and her nose became a little sour. In her previous life, Wuxia would never do this. He would even be eager to spread the news that she had the dragon corpse on her. How could he protect her like this, taking the blame for the dragon corpse on himself, and attracting the wrath of the immortal ancient dragon clan? To be honest, at this moment she was really moved. It seems that when he was silencing her, he was noticed by the other clans in Immortal Ancient. However, in this way, not only did he attract the wrath of the immortal ancient dragon clan, but he also attracted the wrath of the other clans. Yu Mingkong's brows furrowed tightly. She suddenly wanted to move and look for Guchanga. Even someone as strong as Guchanga would not have an easy time if he was targeted by all the clans of immortal ancient. It was true that she wanted to take revenge for her last life, but she would not let others hurt Guchanga. This was a private matter between her and Guchanga. She could not see Guchanga in danger and not do anything. However, when the immortal essence appears, many old antiques will come. At that time, the clans of immortal ancient will definitely be more restrained. It's best for me to stay here. The immortal road is hidden in the 100 horizontal mountain range. When it opens, I can be the first to enter. After thinking seriously, Yu Mingkong felt that it was best to stay here. In her previous life, Guchanga was able to quietly steal the immortal essence from the hands of many old antiques. He definitely had many life-saving methods. She was obviously overthinking. At this time, no matter how much the clans of immortal ancient hated Guchanga, they would not dare to send the older generation to take action. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she was hesitating whether to reveal the immortal essence to Guchanga in advance. After all, many things had proven that Guchanga was really different. At the same time, in immortal ancient continent, in a remote courtyard in the Black Sky Eagle clan's territory, a young man named He Ming was sitting cross-legged. Wisps of black fog curled around his face like silk threads, floating continuously. It was very strange. Then he opened his eyes, and there was a flash of excitement. How long has it been? It hasn't even been a month. And I broke through to the Holy Lord realm. I was only in the Transcendent realm before. At this speed, I can break through to the Emperor realm in half a year at most. Then I will surpass my sister and become the absolute genius of the Black Sky Eagle clan. He Ming said excitedly. If it was a month ago, he definitely would not have dared to think like this. But now, not only did it happen, his cultivation had even broken through 2 major realms, and it was still increasing every day. This level was simply inconceivable. The wedding dress immortal art was too terrifying and heaven-defying. A while ago, his sister He Yenyu had provided part of the wedding dress immortal art to a group of elders, shocking the entire clan and causing a huge commotion. After many elders studied it, they concluded that this was definitely an immortal art that contained the supreme Tao, and could lead directly to the immortal path. This shocked everyone in the Black Sky Eagle clan, and they treated it as a supreme treasure. A group of elders and higher-ups studied it, and found that the cultivation that had been stuck for a long time was showing signs of loosening. This made them even more surprised and overjoyed. Everyone thought that this was a good opportunity for the Black Sky Eagle clan to rise up and swallow the other 4 clans, and then dominate the immortal ancient continent. An immortal art. This was something that could be passed down for thousands of years. A supreme treasure that could be passed down as a foundation. He Yenyu's status also rose because she had provided the immortal art, and she was even more famous than before. Of course, she did not forget to mention He Ming, saying that He Ming had obtained it by chance at a stall, and then willingly provided it to the clan to cultivate, making the clan stronger. This kind of heart made the elders sigh, and they all said that He Ming was really a good child. After this, He Ming naturally became one of the younger generation in the clan, and his status was second only to his sister. Moreover, what shocked the elders was that perhaps because he had cultivated that immortal art, He Ming's cultivation was also rising. According to him, he felt that his talent was becoming stronger. This statement shocked the Black Sky Eagle clan elders, and then they were pleasantly surprised, and they focused more on cultivating this immortal art. He Ming looked respectful, but he was sneering in his heart. As long as more people cultivated this immortal art, his talent would become stronger, and the reverse nurturing he would receive would become stronger. At that time, he would even surpass the elders and become the true master of the Black Sky Eagle clan. Apart from this, He Ming also passed this immortal art to the rest of the clan. His ambition was great, and it was not limited to just the Black Sky Eagle clan. When the time came, the other clans would become his resources to strengthen himself. Now, basically all the elders and those with better talent in the clan have cultivated this immortal art. There are even 2 ancestors who have woken up and started cultivating this immortal art. Thinking of this, He Ming became even more excited. and he could not suppress his trembling. Because those two ancestors were the most ancient and terrifying existences in the Black Sky Eagle clan, and they had not woken up for nearly 10 million years. Now that they were awakened, it was because of this. Once the two ancestors cultivated this immortal art, his talent and strength would definitely increase greatly. If only I could see that supreme existence again. If not for him, I would probably still be a useless person waiting for death. Ming revered that supreme existence from the bottom of his heart, and he could not wait to see that supreme existence again, and be bestowed with even more powerful techniques and abilities. Little brother, the two ancestors want to see you. They have something to ask you. At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. It was Ming's sister, Yanyu. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and she was dressed in white, surrounded by clouds, and had exquisite facial features. Her black hair was like clouds, and there was a 9 phoenix hairpin in it. She was wearing a beautiful jade robe, and she was as holy as a divine lotus. At this moment, she was gently saying to Ming that she had something to discuss with him. Sister. Ming also stood up and walked over. He knew that the two patriarchs wanted to verify the authenticity of his words and asked him some questions. To be honest, at this time he was still a little nervous. After all, the origin of this technique was very mysterious. Using the excuse of picking it up from a stall might be able to fool them for a while, but he could not fool them forever. There would always be a time when he would be exposed. Now, the two ancestors wanted to ask him about this matter. Of course, it was very likely that they would search his soul. After all, people were greedy. After knowing such a heaven-defying immortal art, they were afraid that he would hide other things. Therefore, Ming was also a little nervous at this time, and his palms were full of cold sweat. At that time, if that supreme existence was noticed by the two ancestors, what would happen? Ming was actually very worried about this. At this moment, he was praying in his heart that the supreme existence could hear his words and help him get through this hurdle. At this time, Ming suddenly felt a slight tremor in his mind, as if a mighty force had suddenly descended. An ancient and terrifying deity appeared in the center. It had 6 heads and 8 arms, and it looked at him indifferently. At this moment he felt as if there was a hazy fog in his mind. Could it be that the supreme existence heard my prayer? Ming was shocked and then excited. Yanyu noticed his abnormality and could not help but ask, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Ming hurriedly shook his head. Nothing. I'm just very excited to see the ancestors. When the time comes, you just need to calm down, don't be too cautious. The ancestors are very nice people." Hearing this, Yanyu did not doubt it. After all, those two ancestors were the oldest existences in the Black Sky Eagle family, and they were suspected to be quasi-supreme existences or even higher. There was no junior who would not be excited when they saw them. After all, she was no exception at that time, and was very excited and nervous. At the same time, in a ruin 6 million miles away from here, Wuxia had a slight smile on her face, and the brilliant light in her eyes like the golden lines disappeared. The scene that Ming saw also disappeared from his vision very quickly. During this period of time, Ming's actions did not disappoint him at all. He had actually almost infiltrated the entire Black Sky Eagle family. His acting skills were indeed not bad. Of course, compared to Inmei, it was still incomparable. The two ancestors of the Black Sky Eagle family. But I'm a little worried that they will see the abnormality of the wedding dress immortal art. If they are Emperor Realm cultivators, it is very likely that they will fail. When the time comes and the whole Black Sky Eagle family is used as a hostage, I don't know if they will give in. If they are not supremes, they should not be able to see any problems. This way I can be at ease. Wuxia stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the vast and majestic group of cities in front of him. He was alone and did not bring any followers with him. After all, when it came to planning, the less people knew, the better it was for him. Wuxia naturally would not let his demonic arts be exposed. It would be too stupid to make the entire world his enemy. But no matter what, he was now in the most advantageous situation. Even if Ming's abnormality was discovered by the ancestors, no one would be able to find out that all of this was secretly planned by him. Just like the immortal devouring demonic art, the wedding dress immortal art had appeared in the long river of time. If he happened to meet a group of old antiques who had some understanding of it, it would not be good. This possibility should be very low. Those who understand the wedding dress immortal art should at least be in the emperor realm. I think I am overthinking. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. After all, he had to calculate all possibilities and not make a single mistake. Once these two ancestors are under my control, the entire Black Sky Eagle family will fall into my hands. It will be as easy as blowing off dust. Then, thinking of this, he let out a soft laugh. At the same time, Gu Chang'e planned to increase his strength a little before this. It just so happened that the recent Providence points and Fate points had skyrocketed. He had also obtained a lot of Providence points from the two daughters of Providence, Gu Xian'er and Yu Mingkong. He opened his current attributes interface. Owner, Gu Chang'e Aura. Destined Villain Weapon. 8 Desolation Demon Halberd Identity. True Disciple of the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace. Young Master of the Longevity Gu Family. Physique Bloodline. Demonic Heart Tao Bone Cultivation. Early Void God Realm Techniques and Abilities. Tao Heavenly Immortal Canon Myriad Demonic Body. Innate Divine Will, Void Power Transcendence, Immortal Devouring Demon Technique, Endless Immortal Mantra. Fate Points. 35,000 Providence Points. 12,000 System Store. Unlocked Inventory. Boundary Breaking Talisman X1. Restriction Breaking Talisman X1. Providence Plunder Card X2 inch in the blink of an eye. I have more than 10,000 Providence points. Even my Fate points are more than 30,000. Looking at his huge sum of money, Gu Chang'e could not help but feel satisfied. System exchange for 4 Transcendence Bones. Then Gu Chang'e ordered. He spent 12,000 Providence points. Soon a familiar mysterious aura came. This time he exchanged for the Transcendence Bone at the spine, the palm, leg and skull bones, a total of 4 bones. In this way, every large part of his body was distributed with a Transcendence Bone. Chapter 154. The bones at the top of his skull underwent complex changes immediately. They became crystal clear and shrouded in immortal aura. It also seemed to have an immortal aura. Among them, terrifying and dazzling rays of light and qi and blood gushed out like a long dragon. It was like a surging Wang Yang that could shatter the heavens. Gu Chang'e felt that his essence qi was much more condensed and refined than before. Just in terms of power, he had a terrifying feeling that he would not be destroyed even if the myriad worlds collapsed, and that he would not be destroyed even if the universe collapsed. This was the benefit of the Transcendence Bone. This kind of improvement was comprehensive, but the skull was where the sea of consciousness was, and where the primordial spirit resided. At this moment, even the innate divine will showed signs of metamorphosis. From a god to an immortal, the power of the primordial spirit showed a 9-colored glass-like color. The vertebrae, metacarpals, and leg bones had also undergone mysterious changes because of this. His spine was like a human dragon that ran through his 4 bodies. The drop of 5-colored true dragon blood that merged with him even faintly resonated with it, letting out a dragon roar that shook the sky. These luck points are really worth it. Gu Chang'e opened his eyes and said with some satisfaction. He felt that his strength had at least increased by many times compared to before. This was an intuitive feeling. He could clearly see all kinds of laws and mysteries between heaven and earth. With a stretch of his hand, tens of thousands of divine chains of order fell, even turning into rules and order blades that were extremely powerful. I could kill a quasi-saint in an instant before, but now I should be able to easily kill an ordinary saint. If I break through from the Divine King realm to the quasi-saint realm, won't I be able to fight even an absolute saint? Gu Chang'e's words were not without basis. His current control of the use of the rules was far superior to that of many saints. In the various orthodoxies and even the great sects, saints were old monsters, and old monsters like the elders of the clan. Peers? What was that? It was impossible to even see a trace of them. With a variable like me, I'm afraid the heavenly axiom will nurture even more powerful children of fate in the future. But that's good. To me, they're all leeks waiting to be harvested. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e thought of Yi Ling. He had been given more than a month. Logically speaking, he should have found the cave abode that the Samsara ancient heavenly venerate had left for him by now. After that, Gu Chang'e sensed the mark that Yin Mei had left for him and rushed towards Yi Ling and the others. Brother Kong, what do you think those Black Sky Eagle clansmen and Ancient Flying Serpent clansmen have been doing? It looks like it's searching for something. Do you think it has something to do with Yi Lin and the rest? Logically speaking, Miss Qiliang and the rest have already left for more than a month, but there is no news from them at this time. At the same time, in a mountain range, a group of young cultivators had set up camp here, surrounding the bonfire and discussing some matters. They were the followers of Qiliang and Yin Mei. There were both men and women among them, and they came from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the Vermilion Bird clan, and other places in the outside world. The weakest was at the Marquis realm, while the strongest was at the Emperor realm. The person who spoke was also one of Qiliang's followers. In front of him was a handsome man with a gloomy expression. He was Kong Yang of the Peacock clan, Qiliang's admirer and follower at the same time. Hearing that, Kong Yang's expression turned ugly. Yi Lin is up to no good. He clearly knew what was hidden here, but he didn't tell us. He only took Qiliang and Yin Mei with him. Clearly, he has an ulterior motive. Don't you understand this point? Now that a month has passed, other than seeing living beings searching everywhere, who else has seen news of them? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Although he was more at ease with Qiliang, it was different with Yi Ling by her side. In particular, Yi Ling's origin was unknown, and he hid a lot of his strength. He seemed to know everything here very well. How could he not be suspicious of Yi Ling? Actually, I suspect that Yi Lin has something to do with the inheritor of the forbidden demonic technique that appeared briefly some time ago. At this moment, Kong Yang suddenly spoke. His voice was very gloomy, and it attracted everyone's attention. They all looked over. After all, the inheritor of the demonic technique had caused a huge commotion. Even the young master of the White Tiger clan had lost his life. Until now, the White Tiger clan was still searching everywhere for the inheritor of the demonic technique. Brother Kong Yang, this is not something you can say casually. You have to think carefully. When someone heard that, they immediately spoke with a solemn expression. They were from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, Yin Mei's clan. The inheritor of the demonic technique was a matter of great importance. If Yi Lin was really the inheritor, then their young mistress was in great danger. Hearing that, Kong Yang's expression darkened. I think you've all seen Yi Lin's methods. He's very mysterious and tricky. It's okay for the weak to defeat the strong. He's not weaker than some of the young paragons. Most importantly, don't you think the name Yi Lin sounds familiar? Yi Lin? Yi Lin. It sounds familiar. Could it be that Yi Ling? Hearing Kong Yang's words, some people were still a little confused. However, after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it made sense. They were stunned. Their eyes widened and a chill ran down their spines. In the beginning, Yi Ling was indeed unimpressive. However, the methods he displayed later shocked everyone. That was the strength of a young paragon. At that time, they did not think too much about it. However, now that they thought about it, why would a person with the strength of a young paragon become Qiling's follower? What was his motive? Furthermore, combined with Kong Yang's words, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines from head to toe. Yi Ling. Yi Ling. This name, is it really not a coincidence? Their voices were trembling. Naturally, they knew that Bai Lai's brother was called Yi Ling. This was also the name of the inheritor of the demonic technique at the beginning. When Yi Ling first introduced himself, they felt that the name was familiar. It sounded a little like a homophone. However, now that Kong Yang said this, everyone was stunned. This was probably done deliberately by Yi Ling because he did not care about this at all. He was also not afraid that they would know. After all, Yi Ling could easily change his appearance and identity and continue to escape. This was too arrogant. Thinking of this, they could not help but tremble. Miss Qiliang and Heavenly Maiden Yin Mei actually trusted Yi Ling so much. This is too dangerous. Now that they are with Yi Ling, I'm afraid the odds are against them. Who knows what evil plan Yi Ling has to bring the two of them along? Kong Yang's expression was solemn. He clenched his fists tightly, hating that he realized it too late. It seems that we can only spread the news that Yi Ling has appeared here, and let the rest of the cultivators come. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Soon everyone discussed for a while and came up with such a plan. They could only hope that this would make Yi Ling wary and not dare to act rashly against Qiliang and Yin Mei. Kong Yang nodded slowly. This matter cannot be delayed. If Yiling's whereabouts are exposed, Qiling and Heavenly Maiden Yinmei will be safer. After that, everyone took action. They used various communication talismans to spread the news, intending to attract the rest of the cultivators to come and suppress Yiling. Inheritors of demonic techniques were killed by everyone. At the same time, just as Kong Yang and the rest spread the news of Yiling's whereabouts, on a desolate mountain ridge 15,000 kilometers away, Yiling, Qiling, and Yinmei were hurrying toward an ancient town in front of them. The trees on the mountain ridge were very tall and ancient. The vines were like clouds, allowing the three of them to travel without being discovered for a while. Compared to more than a month ago, the three of them were in a sorry state now. Their faces were stained with blood because they had been hunted down by the Black Sky Eagle tribe along the way. In the end, the three of them were still discovered. Due to the slave seal, some of the powerhouses of the Black Sky Eagle tribe could vaguely sense Yiling's location and determine his direction. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation among the three of them, which made them feel surprised and confused. It seemed that someone was transmitting Yiling's exact location to them. It was because of this that Yiling and the rest had spent this period of time avoiding being hunted down. However, Yiling had a breakthrough in his cultivation by chance. He even found some good things along the way. Qiling did not know what to say about his good luck. On the other hand, she and Yinmei were in danger many times. They were physically and mentally exhausted along the way, and were almost seriously injured many times. They were not as lucky as Yiling. This time, while accompanying Yiling to find his opportunity, they only found a few good spirit herbs. Other than that, they did not find anything. Instead, they suffered many injuries. Qiling was a very loyal and trustworthy person. Since she had promised Yiling to accompany him, she would not go back on her word easily. However, she could not understand why they were discovered every time. No matter where Yiling led them to hide, they would be found. She suspected that Yiling had something on him that could allow him to track the three of them. However, Yiling did not believe her at all. Qiling could not do anything about it. Yiling disappointed her. Old Tortoise, I feel that the cave abode is in the ancient town in front of us. At this time, Yiling showed a faint excitement as he communicated with Old Tortoise in the pendant. This premonition was very strong. Along the way, he had avoided many dangers by relying on this premonition and even gained some benefits. Now, this premonition made him even more certain. By the way, Old Tortoise, what do you think is the reason? Why is it that no matter where I hide, I am always found by those creatures? Yiling then asked. This made him very depressed. Qiling had mentioned this to him before. At that time, Yiling did not care at all because he had asked Old Tortoise and knew that those creatures could only vaguely sense his location but could not confirm his real location. So why? Why was he always found by those creatures? Yiling even suspected that Qiling was deliberately leaking his whereabouts. He also suspected Yinmei, but along the way, Yinmei had suffered the most injuries. Now she looked very tired and pale, so he could not bear to doubt her. Moreover, he did trust Yinmei very much. This was because her previous actions made him understand that this woman had her own perseverance in her heart. Even in the face of Guchanga's oppression in the sect, she dared to resist. In addition, Yiling believed in Yinmei's feelings for him. However, he found it hard to accept that he doubted Qiling's words. After all, Qiling was his old friend and also the one who chose to believe him after hearing that he was the inheritor of demonic arts. At this moment, Old Tortoise's voice also entered Yiling's ears, making his head buzz. This situation can only mean that one of the two is definitely suspicious. Yiling, you have to be careful and decide according to your own judgment. Old Tortoise's words made Yiling fall into silence. In fact, he had vaguely guessed it himself, but he was unwilling to accept this situation. One of the two would actually choose to betray him. Old Tortoise, I want to hear your opinion. Then Yiling asked with a serious expression. My opinion on this matter is only excluding my personal feelings, so it's more subjective. You can listen, but the final decision is still up to you. Hearing this, Old Tortoise in the pendant thought for a while and said slowly. Yiling nodded. Old Tortoise, I believe you. Actually, in my opinion, Qiling is the most likely. The possibility of Yinmei is very small. If the one who betrayed you is Yinmei, then what is her intention? This is actually very difficult to say. After all, You were the one who saved the damsel in distress. Otherwise, you wouldn't have interacted with her. It's even more impossible to bring her to this place. All of this is completely accidental. Old Tortoise soon opened its mouth and analyzed. This was also based on its own subjective opinion, without the slightest hint of emotion. Hearing this, Yi Ling was very silent. In fact, he was also clear about this. What could Yin Mei possibly want from him? To be honest, he was the one who coveted Yin Mei's beauty. If he had not saved the damsel in distress in the beginning, Yin Mei would not have come to this place with him now. All of this was filled with too many coincidences. If Yin Mei had deliberately planned this, then it was too scary. It was very frightening. Most importantly, Yi Ling suspected that the inheritor of the demonic arts was actually Guchanga, and Yin Mei had offended Guchanga. Both of them were in the same situation. Old Tortoise, continue. Yi Ling's expression was heavy. If it's really Crimson Spirit, there are actually a lot of suspicious points. At first, you firmly believed in you, and said that you could find someone to help you clear your suspicion of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. If you say that she helped you willingly, then I have nothing to say. But now someone is leaking your whereabouts. This is very suspicious. Qi Ling should know that you are the inheritor of the reincarnation Heavenly Venerable. She followed you all the way. Her motive is actually very obvious. Old Tortoise continued. These were the points that it thought were suspicious. Of course, Qi Ling was very likely to know Guchanga's true identity. Yi Ling had reminded her many times to be careful of Guchanga, but Qi Ling was indifferent. Combining all these points, Qi Ling was actually the most suspicious. After all, it was hard to know what was in a person's heart. Who knew what she was thinking? Yi Ling nodded. These words made his heart heavy. It was obvious that Old Tortoise's words were very reasonable. Yi Ling then turned to look at Yin Mei, who was resting with her eyes closed on a piece of green rock. Her oval face was as white as mutton fat jade. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was high, her lips were red, her teeth were sparkling, and her hair was as smooth as silk. But now she was very pale and weak. Her dress was also stained with blood. On the other hand, Qi Ling had a delicate face. Her eyes were like gems shining with light. She looked very natural and did not seem to be injured. At this time he had made a decision in his heart. Thinking of this, Yi Ling stood up. Qi Ling and Yin Mei were recuperating at this time. When they saw Yi Ling suddenly stand up, they looked at him in surprise. The following journey will be very dangerous. How about this, let's split up. I'll go with Yin Mei. Her injuries are very serious. If she goes alone, it will be very dangerous. Qi Ling, you're not that badly injured. We'll meet at the ancient town in front. Yi Ling chose his words carefully. At this time he did not intend to fall out with Qi Ling. Therefore, these words were very natural and very reasonable. But when the time came to meet, what could Qi Ling do if he did not show up? In his opinion, if Qi Ling coveted his opportunity, she would choose to accept it even if she was unwilling. Hearing this, Yin Mei and Qi Ling were shocked and could not help but widen their eyes. Especially Yin Mei, she could not help but ask anxiously, Yi Ling, what are you talking about? How can we split up at this time? We can take care of each other if we go together. Qi Ling looked at Yi Ling in a daze. At this time her expression gradually turned cold and unfamiliar. At this time Yi Ling suddenly suggested splitting up. What did he mean? Could it be that he saw that the opportunity was coming and wanted to take it all for himself? So he planned to let her go separately from him? Qi Ling was stunned for a moment. Then she could not help but feel a chill. She was not coveting Yi Ling's opportunity. If she had not promised Yi Ling that she would help him, she would not have come to this place. There were so many opportunities in the immortal ancient continent. She had already wasted a lot of time here. But now Yi Ling's sudden words surprised Crimson Spirit. She had suspected that there was an abnormal relationship between Yi Ling and Yin Mei for a long time. Now that Yi Ling suddenly pointed it out, she could not help but want to laugh. Alright, since Yi Ling said so, then we'll split up, Qi Ling said straightforwardly. Her cold and arrogant face was emotionless. She did not explain anything, nor did she ask anything. From that day onwards it was time for her and Yi Ling to end their friendship. Found you. At this time, a terrifying pressure suddenly came from the sky. A surging pressure appeared. Rolling black clouds appeared, surging and boundless. Several supreme experts appeared from within, coming from the Black Sky Eagle race, Ancient Flying Snake race, and other races. The weakest among them was in the divine realm. There were even divine kings. In order to capture Yi Ling and the others, these tribes had mobilized their powerful forces. Oh no! Seeing this, Yi Ling's expression changed. Before he could react, he turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. At the same time, Yin Mei transmitted her voice to him from afar. It's too late. Let's escape on our own and meet in the ancient town. Originally, he had planned to bring Yin Mei with him, but things happened so suddenly that it was too late. The other party's target was him. He might be able to lure them away. It might also lighten Yin Mei's burden. Yi Ling suspected that Crimson Spirit had suddenly lured these experts over. Otherwise, how could the other party have discovered their tracks so quickly? But now was not the time to settle the score with Qi Ling. Are you still in a daze? Why aren't you escaping? Seeing that Yin Mei was in a daze, Qi Ling frowned. Then she fled quickly. At the same time, she crushed a Strider talisman and was ready to leave this place. Yi Ling had disappointed her. She had already decided to draw a line between them. As for Yi Ling's opportunity, she did not care at all. Soon Yi Ling and Qi Ling disappeared. They quickly left the mountain range. Yin Mei, who was sitting on the green rock, had the worried expression on her face disappear. She became very calm. She even looked a little relieved and reluctant. Master, the mission you gave me has finally been completed, Yin Mei said softly. During this period, she had not forgotten the mission Guchanga had arranged for her. She was to sow discord between Qi Ling and Yi Ling. Today she had finally succeeded. However, she had attracted so many experts along the way. She was indeed seriously injured. She was not as lucky as Yi Ling and Qi Ling. After all, the enemy was a group of heavenly gods. There were even many divine kings. Her cultivation level had only broken through to the mid-stage regal emperor realm. The gap was too big. Being able to survive so many times already had to do with the luck of the nine-tailed fox clan. To put it bluntly, she was able to successfully complete Guchanga's order to sow discord between Yi Ling and Qi Ling because she had sacrificed her life. Now that she was seriously injured, she could not escape far even if she wanted to. Yin Mei also calmly accepted it. However, she was a little regretful that she could not see Guchanga before she died. However, she also had some indescribable emotions. After all, she was just a chess piece in his hands. She was the kind that would be thrown away after her value was used. He would not even take a second look at her. Haha, this guy is not running anymore. Is he waiting for death? After running for so long, he seems to have accepted his fate. Looking closely, he is a beautiful girl. There were still two experts in the sky. One was a heavenly god and the other was a divine king. Their auras were terrifying and overbearing. Their surging blood energy made the surrounding mountains silent. The one who spoke was the divine king. He had a snake tail and was from the ancient flying serpent clan. He stared at Yin Mei with a lustful gaze. He was a little tempted. How about this? If you are willing to submit to me, I will spare your life, he said. Looking at the expressions of the two experts, Yin Mei was very calm. She said indifferently, "Stop dreaming. I will not let you get away with it even if I self-destruct." She did not want to die, but she would not live in such humiliation. In the end, it all depended on the person. She could submit to Guchanga and take him as her master, but it did not mean that she would submit to others. At this time, Yin Mei would rather die. Humph, you are still so stubborn when you are about to die. Yin Mei's words made the divine king in the sky angry. He did not expect this girl to be so reckless. Boom! At that moment he directly made his move. A tyrannical aura descended from the sky, transforming into a giant hand that was about to grab Yin Mei. Yin Mei was very cold. She was not afraid and was about to self-destruct. Buzz! Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura appeared in front of her. It turned into a dazzling and peerless sword Qi. With clanging sounds it cut the divine king in half. Who is it? The other divine king reacted. He was very angry and looked in the direction where the sword Qi came from. He was full of killing intent. Master, Yin Mei was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at the young man who walked out of the void in front of her. She suddenly jumped into Guchanga's arms. Master, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Chapter 155. Inmei could not believe it. Just a moment ago she thought she was going to die. After all, she was facing a divine king and a divine god. Especially when she was severely injured and had almost used up all her life-saving treasures. She would choose to be humiliated, but what else could she do but wait for death? And she was just a chess piece in Guchanga's hands. Now that her value was depleted, there was no need for her to exist. No one would care about her, and no one would care about her life or death. But, the moment she saw the sword light descend, she was completely stunned. Her head buzzed and she could not believe her eyes. To be honest, she did not expect the cold and emotionless Guchanga to appear and save her. She could not believe it. When she saw the scene in front of her, her first reaction was to think that she was hallucinating. But hallucinations could not be so real. She was all too familiar with Guchanga's aura. So Inmei could not suppress her joy, and she jumped into Guchanga's arms. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was really touched. This kind of situation, from despair to new life, from life to death, could only be understood after experiencing it. Moreover, Guchanga was very powerful. She believed that even a divine king could not do anything to him. As long as he appeared, it meant that all the dangers would be gone. This made Inmei feel very relieved. What are you thinking? How could I not want you? Guchanga patted her head. He had a faint smile on his face, and he allowed her to jump into his arms. At the same time he raised his hand, and a thick sword energy slashed out. It was mixed with the terrifying dark golden metal laws, and its sharpness was shocking. Chi! The sword energy was blinding, and it made clanging sounds as if it was breaking out of the scabbard. It broke through space and landed in front of the divine king, who was still in a daze and in disbelief. How is this possible? His face suddenly turned pale. His eyes widened in shock and horror. He wanted to dodge, but he realized that space seemed to have stopped. The sword energy slashed toward him lightly, but it seemed to have split the universe. At this moment, he still had a terrified expression on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of monster was this? He was a dignified divine king powerhouse, and he was renowned in the various races in the vicinity. It was hard to find a match for him. He screamed madly in his heart. Who was this young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him? How could he be so terrifying, casually using the power of rules? Even Air 603 was under his control? His entire body was filled with cold air. There was no time to react. He felt a chill on his neck, and the world in front of him instantly turned dark. Puff! In the next moment, blood splattered in all directions as the sword beheaded him. Together with his primordial spirit, both his body and soul were destroyed. Guchanga didn't even look up. After dealing with these two people, Guchanga looked at Inmei, who was still sobbing softly. He shook his head and took a step forward. The void vanished as he brought her away from this area. Now that there were many powerhouses chasing after Yiling, the commotion here would soon attract other people. At that time it would be detrimental to his plan. Moreover, he did not understand why Inmei felt that he would abandon her and treat her as a chess piece. How could he let Inmei die in such a place? As the heavenly lady of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, Inmei controlled a lot of resources. No matter how one looked at it, she was the most useful to him alive. Even if Guchanga had been using her and threatening her with his life, he was not an extremely cold person. Inmei was wholeheartedly working for him and had almost lost her life. How could he not see it? How could he remain indifferent? In the end, it was Inmei who thought too badly of him. Although I am a little black-hearted, I am not that bad. Guchanga felt that he should treat her a little better in the future, so that she would not look like she was going to die in such a situation. Soon Guchanga left the mountain range with Inmei. Along the way, he killed a few ancient serpent clan powerhouses who had sensed the blood and chased after them. Finally, at the entrance of a relatively remote and quiet underground cave, there was rich spiritual energy and the sound of water dripping could be heard. He and Inmei stopped here. Master. Inmei had also calmed down at this time. She left Guchanga's arms and her face was dizzy. She was a little embarrassed to look up at Guchanga. To be honest, she had crossed the line today. Without Guchanga's permission, she had directly pounced on him. However, Guchanga did not blame her for this matter. During this period of time I have made you suffer. Guchanga smiled and took the lead to walk into the cave, intending to find a place to stay first. For Master's mission this is nothing. Hearing this, Inmei shook her head and suddenly felt a little sour in her nose. With this sentence, the grievances and injuries she had suffered during this period of time suddenly did not matter. Although at first, her life was in Guchanga's hands and she was threatened by him. But later on, she slowly accepted her fate and realized that there was nothing wrong with following him. Once this emotion appeared, it was like a rolling snowball that was difficult to reverse. Then she realized that she was falling deeper and deeper. Guchanga's mind was vicious, his methods were cruel, his personality was cold and heartless, he had all kinds of bad qualities. But this kind of Guchanga made it difficult for her to express her feelings, and she was willing to do things for him. Now that she heard Guchanga actually ask her with concern, this kind of unprecedented thing made Inmei tremble. Although this was very likely just a casual question from Guchanga, it could also be that he casually expressed his attitude and did not mean it from the bottom of his heart. But it also made Inmei very happy. The injuries she had suffered for so many days were worth it. Being cared for, being praised. Let her know that she was still useful to Guchanga now. Inmei's emotions. Guchanga could actually still sense it. He had always been meticulous in his actions and naturally knew how to comfort Inmei at this time. Roar at this time in the depths of the karst cave. A ferocious scarlet eye appeared like a small lantern. A ferocious beast that looked like a dragon turtle roared and pounced over, ready to eat these two uninvited guests who had intruded on its territory. Guchanga glanced at it, then shook his hand, and the void suddenly distorted. The void in front of him was like a mirror, and layers of ripples appeared. The ferocious beast was suddenly stuck there in fear. Then with a bang, it was crushed into ashes by the power of the void and dissipated. Seeing this scene, although Inmei was a little shocked, she did not think much of it. Because Guchanga's strength was indeed far beyond what she could imagine. Perhaps other than Guchanga himself, no one would know how strong he was. Rest here, Guchanga said and casually cleaned up the karst cave. Inmei's injuries were indeed quite serious. She needed to recuperate well. Next she would need to suffer a little more. Inmei was an irreplaceable step in the plan against Yiling. Thinking of this, Guchanga took out a lot of divine pills and elixirs. The purple pole token of the purple pole elixir sect was in his hands. Therefore he did not lack pills and elixirs at all. He had as many as he wanted. He took out a lot of them at once. Dense pill chi and a strong fragrance lingered here. There were many effects such as nourishing the primordial spirit, stabilizing the body's limbs and bones, stabilizing the spirit sea. Don't think about other things. Heal your injuries first, Guchanga said. Yes, I know, master. Inmei did not argue and took some of the elixirs that were quite effective for her. During this period she had indeed used up a lot of the elixirs on her. Otherwise, her injuries would not have dragged on for so long. Soon Inmei, who had swallowed the elixirs, began to sit cross-legged. Her charming face was very calm, and her usual charm was gone. She looked clean and pale. Buzz! Hazy runes appeared on her body, and her 9 fluffy snow-white foxtails swayed with the wind. Her injuries were indeed healing. Guchanga glanced at her and nodded slightly. Then he moved and left the cave. Simple words were useless. At this time it was time to rely on real actions. At this time, she noticed that Guchanga's aura had disappeared. Inmei, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at the empty cave, and her expression was a little disappointed, reluctant, and sad. But soon she shook her head and discarded these emotions. What was she thinking? She was just a chess piece in Guchanga's hands. It was enough that he came to save her. What was she still hoping for? Of course, although Inmei comforted herself, she was still a little sad. Especially now that she was injured, she could not help but feel a little remorseful. In the blink of an eye the sky outside darkened. Inmei also withdrew from the state of recuperation. Needless to say, Guchanga's elixir was very effective. She looked at the gradually darkening night outside. Her expression was a little regretful, as if she was expecting something. But in the end, this expectation disappeared. After Guchanga saved her, he left. Thinking of this, Inmei lit a bonfire. But she could not feel much heat. Her ruby-like eyes quietly looked at the bonfire, as if dancing with loneliness. At this time, Inmei's ears twitched slightly. She suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside the cave. She turned her head to look. She saw that Guchanga had returned with some clean fruits. At the same time, he used a green lotus leaf to hold water. The faint light of the fire fell on his familiar face, and Inmei could not help but be pleasantly surprised. It turned out that Guchanga did not leave. "Master." Guchanga's face revealed a smile. "How are your injuries?" A bonfire was dancing. Inmei was holding her head, tilting her head to look at the bonfire. Her chin was on her knees, and the light of the fire was reflected in her beautiful eyes. She looked at him with some astonishment, and her eyes slowly overflowed with surprise. Guchanga walked over and handed her the fruits and water. "Are you hungry? I went to solve some problems while I was at it," Guchanga said casually, as if to explain to Inmei why he suddenly left. Of course, what problems he solved was not important. What was important was that he did not intend to leave. This was enough for Inmei. Guchanga grasped this point very well. He knew the best way to comfort her now that she was injured. Hearing this, Inmei took the fruits that Guchanga specially washed for her. Her heart was even more moved. The previous guesses disappeared like smoke in thin air. No matter what, when she was injured, Guchanga did not choose to leave. Instead, he stayed here to take care of her. Obviously, she had thought too much before. Guchanga was not as cold and heartless as she thought. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Guchanga could not help but smile in his heart. However, his expression did not change at all. Speaking of which, Inmei had helped him a lot. He controlled Inmei's life. Inmei worked for him and he let Inmei live. This was an equal trade. Even if Guchanga did not do anything, Inmei would not be disloyal to him. However, in this way many things would be less interesting. "Master, a rift has formed between Qiling and Yiling. If my guess is correct, Qiling should have left this place now." Then Inmei said as she ate the spirit fruit. Guchanga nodded and smiled. It was rare for him to tell her his purpose. That's good. However, Yiling can't die yet. When Yiling and Qiling's relationship broke apart, he heard the system's notification sound. No matter what, Qiling, who had the Vermilion Bird tribe behind her, was considered a core friend of Yiling's. Although the breaking of this relationship did not mean much to Guchanga, it was still a considerable amount of luck points. "I know. Master, you still need Yiling to live and continue to take the blame for you." Inmei nodded and said. This was not a lie. No matter what, Yiling was still a Heavenly Lord's successor. The power behind him was not small. A Heavenly Lord was in existence close to or even beyond immortals during the immortal era. He did not leave behind his tribe or orthodoxy. Instead, he left all his inheritances to his successor. This was a great opportunity. Even though supreme orthodoxies and imperishable sects would be tempted, Inmei had been carefully observing Yiling during this period. Naturally, she had noticed his abnormality. He did not dare to expose his inheritance. Therefore, he could only swallow his pride and take the blame for Guchanga. To be honest, Guchanga's plan was vicious and flawless. It was difficult to find a flaw in such a short time. Moreover, Yiling could hide his origin and avoid being hunted down. Even if he was hunted down by all the cultivators in the world, he would be like a rat crossing the street. He would be able to escape unscathed. To be honest, until now, no one was as suitable as Yiling to take the blame for Guchanga. Yiling is more useful alive than dead. I'm still waiting for him to help me find the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord's cave abode. Guchanga smiled casually. His words showed that he did not care about Yiling's life. With his current strength, it was actually very easy to kill Yiling. However, what was the point of the so-called Son of Providence if he did not squeeze all his value out of him step by step? Don't worry, Master. As long as you still need me, Inmei will definitely do everything to help you," Inmei said with a serious expression. Her eyes were like blood-colored gems as she looked at Guchanga. "I'm relieved to hear that." Guchanga smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. "However, I'll still have to trouble you for a while. He was still thinking about how to ask Yin-mei to continue hiding by Yiling's side for a while. Now that she had spoken first, Gu Chang'e did not have to think of other excuses. It's not a problem to work for Master, Yin-mei said seriously. Her words were from the bottom of her heart. There was not a trace of falsehood in them. What a pitiful person. Gu Chang'e looked at her and sighed softly. Hearing that, Yin-mei looked at him with some anticipation and some shyness. At this time Gu Chang'e naturally knew what to do. It was a sleepless night. Chapter 156. The next day, Yin-mei's injuries were almost healed. Gu Chang'e parted ways with her. Yin-mei went alone to the ancient town where she had agreed to meet Yiling. She was prepared to follow Yiling to the cave abode left by the Samsara ancient lord. There was no need to explain how precious this thing was. It was not an exaggeration to call it an immortal's cave abode. It could be a small world that could be carried around. Yiling had been searching for it for so long. Naturally, he was not willing to give up. In order to help Gu Chang'e determine the location of the cave abode, Yin-mei had to find Yiling first. He watched as Yin-mei's figure gradually disappeared into the mountains. Gu Chang'e's expression could not help but reveal some thought-provoking. At this moment, Yiling might still feel guilty that he did not have time to take Yin-mei away yesterday. Now that he saw Yin-mei rushing over, he would not be suspicious. There was a knife above the word lust. This saying was not wrong. Now he only needed to wait for a good show. When the time was right, he would harvest the ripe fruit. He had to keep Yiling alive for the time being. Now, some of the troubles in the immortal ancient continent were waiting for him to shoulder. My guess is right. Once Qiling and Yiling break off their relationship, she will be the first to leave this place. At this time, Qiling's followers and Yin-mei's followers will be the first to suspect Yiling's identity. Even if Qiling's explanation is nostalgic, I'm afraid no one will believe it. When the news that Yiling is here spread, it will attract a large number of cultivators to suppress the inheritor of the demonic arts. Combined with the fact that Yiling is being hunted down by the Black Sky Eagle clan, the matter in the ancestral tomb will be exposed. Everything is wonderful. Yiling, I'm afraid you won't be able to clear your name with such coincidences. Gu Chang'e stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. He looked at the outline of the city ruins in the distance and could not help but laugh. He then left this place and planned to summon his followers. He would also be a righteous person, who suppressed the inheritor of the demonic arts. At the same time, amidst the ancient trees a petite figure with a delicate face moved swiftly through the mountains, evading the pursuit of a heavenly god behind her. It was Crimson Spirit who had separated from Yiling. Now she looked a little tired and pale, but more than that, her heart was cold. While escaping, she ran into Yiling again. However, Yiling did not care about her at all. He turned around and ran. He even attracted the attention of the heavenly gods who were chasing after him. Diverting the water of calamity, he turned around and ran. Yiling's actions left Crimson Spirit speechless. He only thought that he was really blind. His previous good intentions had been eaten by a dog. Fortunately, her strength was not weak. Among the young supreme beings, she was considered to be in the upper middle level. She had many magic tools and spiritual herbs. Along the way, although the situation seemed to be very dangerous, it was actually not a big deal. Now she felt that Yin-mei, who had been severely injured before, was in danger. Yiling had been thinking about her all this time. However, in the face of danger, he had taken to his heels and run. He did not care about Yin-mei at all. She had seen through his character. It seems that Brother Chang'e is still the most reliable. Should I tell him about this matter? At this time, Crimson Spirit was considering this problem. Since Gu Chang'e had said that he wanted to uphold justice in the world and eliminate the inheritor of demonic arts for the sake of all living beings, he would naturally pay attention to Yiling. After all, Gu Chang'e had said that he had also suspected Yiling. Now that she and Yiling had broken off their relationship, Crimson Spirit was actually thinking about whether to tell Gu Chang'e everything. When the time came, whether Gu Chang'e would choose to continue helping Yiling clear his name, or not to interfere in Yiling's affairs would be up to him. Soon Crimson Spirit once again crushed a divine travel talisman. Every divine travel talisman counted. If it was not necessary, she did not intend to use it. Buzz. After crushing the divine travel talisman, a hazy brilliance rose from Crimson Spirit's body. Her entire body seemed to spread a pair of vermilion bird wings. It was dazzling and colorful, and she quickly disappeared. Damn it, she escaped again. The heavenly god behind her cursed fiercely, but there was nothing he could do. As a young supremacy, who did not have some life-saving items on them? And soon, Crimson Spirit found them in a valley through the connection between her and her followers. There were now many young supremacies gathered here. What surprised her was that among them was the young figure of the Longevity Wang family, Wang Wuxia, that extremely mysterious existence. In addition, the young supremacy of the Immortal Lake was also here. There was also Yilang Tian of the primordial immortal tribe, the inheritor of demonic arts that she suspected the most. Crimson Spirit did not expect so many people to have gathered here to suppress Yiling. Miss, are you all right? Many young supremacies in the valley were the first to notice when they saw Crimson Spirit, who looked a little tired and was stained with blood. Her followers also hurried over, especially Kong Yang of the Peacock tribe, who looked the most excited. It could be said that it was all thanks to him that news of Yiling had spread and attracted so many young supremacies. The rest of Crimson Spirit's followers also heaved a sigh of relief. They were most afraid that something had happened to Crimson Spirit during the month that she had disappeared. But now it seemed that Crimson Spirit was fine. Miss Crimson Spirit, did you see our miss? At this time, many of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe's young clansmen's expressions changed slightly. Their Miss Yinmei was among the people who had been with Yiling at that time. Now Crimson Spirit had escaped from the clutches of the demons safe and sound. Where was Yinmei? Crimson Spirit's expression changed slightly when she heard this question. She deliberated over her words and then said, Yinmei may still be with Yiling now, but they may not be together. Before she finished her words, it caused a huge uproar. What? The young clansmen of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe were instantly shocked. Now everyone knew that the inheritor of demonic arts, Yiling, was here. So, it was absolutely needless to say how dangerous Yinmei's situation was. At this time, the Longevity Wang family's young supremacy, Wang Wuxia, the successor of the Undying Lake, Yilang Tian, and the others also heard the commotion and came over with serious expressions. Crimson Spirit, are you sure about this? Wang Wuxia asked. There seemed to be a golden divine fire burning in his golden eyes. Yiling dared to appear here and kidnap the heavenly maiden Yinmei. This is going to be tricky. Yilang Tian frowned. As the successor of the ancient Yi clan, if this matter was not handled properly, he would not only face the wrath of the White Tiger tribe, but also the wrath of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe. The consequences were very serious. So when he heard that Yiling was here, he quickly rushed over. Crimson Spirit frowned and organized her words. Then she explained the cause and effect of the matter. She was not clear about Yinmei's current situation. She only explained the situation that she might be in. Moreover, Yinmei knew that Yiling was not an inheritor of demonic arts. However, no one would believe her now. So she did not say much. Instead, she told them about how the three of them were hunted down by the Black Sky Eagle, the Ancient Snake, and the Crocodile God. After hearing this, the crowd was instantly filled with murderous intent. Their eyes were cold. Inheritors of demonic arts should be killed by everyone. They did not expect Yiling to be so arrogant. After killing Bai Lai, he actually targeted Yinmei. Damn it! What did Yiling do? How did he cause the great tribes to be so angry? Did he capture the younger generation of those tribes to cultivate his demonic arts? Many young sky prides were filled with murderous intent as they asked. They came from various orthodoxies and knew more about inheritors of demonic arts than others. They knew how terrifying this demonic art was. Once it was fully developed, it would definitely be a disaster for the world in the future. Crimson Spirit, do you know what Yiling's goal is? Now that he's here, it's an opportunity for us. Wang Wuxia, Yilang Tian, and the others asked solemnly. In their opinion, this great battle against inheritors of demonic arts would definitely affect the rest of the young living beings in the immortal ancient continent. Perhaps some of the older generation powerhouses would be drawn out. Crimson Spirit shook her head and said, He told us that he was going to meet us in a small town. We were separated then. I'm not sure what he's going to do now. She did not want to interfere in Yiling's affairs anymore. However, when she said this, she stared at Yilangtian and observed his expression. However, she did not see anything unusual on his face. Crimson Spirit had been suspicious of Yilangtian. However, after breaking off relations with Yiling, she felt that Yiling might be the inheritor. After all, he could even hide his origin. The reason why he was certain that Yiling was not an inheritor of demonic arts was because the power that Yiling displayed during the trial involved the mystery of time. According to the strangeness of demonic arts, Yiling might be able to hide his origin. When she thought of this, Crimson Spirit felt that this was quite possible. It seems that this matter still needs to be discussed. I heard that Brother Gu heard the news and is on his way here. At this moment, Yilangtian shook his head slightly and said, if the younger generation had Guchanga, they would have a much higher chance of winning against the inheritor of demonic arts. Needless to say, Guchanga's strength was widely recognized as powerful. Many people were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Is that so? That's great. Even Wang Wushuang agreed. Indeed. I heard that Brother Gu is on his way here for this matter. If he's here, we'll have a better chance of defeating the inheritor of demonic arts. That's great. Young Master Chang'e is here too. With him here, even the young powerhouses of the immortal ancient continent will be afraid. Everyone has the right to kill the inheritor of demonic arts. Young Master Chang'e will definitely be on our side at this time. Asking for fresh flowers for a moment, many of the younger generation heaved a sigh of relief. The inheritor of demonic arts would not be weak. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive the pursuit of so many clans. They were not confident in facing Yiling either. However, if Guchanga was here, things would be different. Now, there were rumors of him all over the immortal ancient continent. He was so strong that it was a mess when he faced all the major immortal ancient continent clans. When many of the immortal ancient creatures heard his name, they immediately fled. In this regard, they were also fascinated and full of admiration. Although there were some negative comments such as stealing the opportunities of his peers, but that didn't matter anymore. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. It was normal. Is that so? That's great. If Brother Chang'e is here, things will be much smoother. Crimson Spirit's cold and arrogant face was full of joy. She had many things to tell Guchanga. During this period of time, she had naturally heard the news about Guchanga. She admired Guchanga very much. At this time, a huge commotion suddenly came from the east. It was incomparably vast. Many divine rainbows rushed over. The young man in the lead was Guchanga. After separating from Yinmei, he had gathered all his followers, intending to be a righteous warrior for once. He wore a moon-white feather robe with wide sleeves. It seemed to be embroidered with the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. It contained the universe and intertwined with the brilliance of stars. It was extremely exquisite and gorgeous. His entire person came from the sky, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. Greetings, Brother Chang'e. At this moment, everyone in the valley saw this scene and bowed. 0. Including Wang Wushuang, Crimson Spirit, Yilangtian, and the others were no exception. Guchanga's arrival boosted everyone's morale. This time they were much more confident in their crusade. It was simply inspiring. Brother Wang, Brother Yi, Miss Crimson Spirit. Guchanga landed with his hands behind his back. With a warm and natural smile on his face, he greeted them. To be honest, he was not surprised to see Crimson Spirit here. Then, everyone exchanged pleasantries. Yilangtian was the first to speak. He went straight to the point and said, Brother Gu, what are your plans for this crusade? Guchanga pondered for a while and said, actually, I still have some doubts about this matter. I'll ask Miss Crimson Spirit later. In addition, Yiling appeared and took Junior Yinmei away. As the successor of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace and her senior brother, I can't just sit back and watch. These words were spoken in a righteous manner without any change in expression. The group of young elites could not help but sigh in admiration. As expected of young Master Chang'e, he's so righteous. They knew that the heavenly maiden Yinmei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had offended Guchanga in public. However, at this time he would rather consider the big picture. Young Master Chang'e is really a man of integrity, many young Nine-Tailed Fox clan members said gratefully. They were worried that because Yin Mei had offended Gu Chang'e, he would be unwilling to interfere because of this. However, now it seemed that they were completely overthinking it. There are some things that I will discuss with Brother Chang'e in detail later. Crimson Spirit nodded. She was convinced by Gu Chang'e's words. Indeed, he was the same as the Gu Chang'e that she had known before. He was not like Yi Ling at all. Along the way, she had also asked Yin Mei about Gu Chang'e's opinion. The answer she got was that Gu Chang'e was a bully, and no one dared to offend him. It was because of this that she felt that with the relationship between Yin Mei and Gu Chang'e, it was unlikely that Gu Chang'e would interfere. When she thought of this, Crimson Spirit admired Gu Chang'e even more. Compared to Yi Ling's behavior, she felt that there were more doubts about Yi Ling. Although Gu Chang'e had a bad reputation, his character was far better than Yi Ling's. That's good. Why don't we let Brother Chang'e host this crusade? We are determined to eliminate the inheritor of the demonic arts and return peace to the world. We will return a stable cultivation world to all living beings. Soon the group of young prodigies, including Yi Langtian and Wang Wushuang, discussed for a while. Many people looked at Gu Chang'e with fanatical eyes and said, hoping that he would host this event. Hearing these words, Gu Chang'e's expression did not change, but he was laughing in his heart. Let me lead a crusade against myself? Oh no, to crusade against Yi Ling, who took the blame for me. He was simply duty-bound to do such a crazy thing. Oh no, how could he do it? I am really ashamed that everyone trusts me so much. I am afraid that I am not up to the task. Therefore, Gu Chang'e still had a righteous and thoughtful expression on her face. Then she slowly opened her mouth and said, but since everyone has said so, how can I refuse at this time? Don't worry. I will definitely help everyone find the inheritor of the demonic arts and return peace to the cultivation world. Chapter 157. As expected of Taoist Brother Chang'e. In the face of this matter, you only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. I really admire your consideration of the world. Qi Ling couldn't help but stand up in awe. Her words came from the bottom of her heart, without any other factors. Yi Langtian also said in admiration, Brother Gu's actions are no different from drawing Yi Ling's anger to himself. Sigh, as the young master of the Yi clan, I dare not stand up. This is far inferior to Brother Chang'e. It's not without reason that Brother Gu can become the young taboo. The young master of the undead lake, who was hidden in a cloud of black fog, also sighed deeply. That's great, the young miss is saved. With young Master Chang'e's help, she will definitely be safe. The young clansmen of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan were also excited. Their strength was really too weak. Gu Chang'e's words made the young heavenly pride sigh in relief. They couldn't help but look happy and excited. Whoever took on such a heavy responsibility would very likely face the revenge of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Even a young supreme being like the young master of the White Tiger clan was killed. Although they were shouting loudly at this time, when faced with the inheritor of the demonic arts, they might run away faster than anyone else. Now, Gu Chang'e stood up and was in charge of this crusade. This courage made them feel that they were far inferior. Actually, regarding the matter of Yi Ling being hunted down by the various clans of Immortal Ancient, I have an uncertain guess. At this time, Yi Langtian suddenly opened his mouth and decided to voice his doubts. Oh, Brother Yi, please go ahead. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. Hearing those words, everyone turned to look at Zhang Xian. I think Yi Ling must have touched something of these clans. Think about it, as the inheritor of the demonic arts, why would he go near the gathering place of these clans? Yi Langtian asked. This was also after serious consideration. His words made Kong Yang, Wang Wushuang, the inheritor of the undead lake, and the others' expressions changed slightly. Gu Chang'e also looked like he was thinking. Then he frowned and said, Brother Yi, you mean? Yi Langtian glanced at him and nodded. Yi Ling's goal is most likely to be to search for lone prodigies from these tribes or to look for tombs. Hiss. There was a series of gasps. Actually, when Yi Langtian reminded them just now, a lot of people had already guessed it. It was just that some people hadn't reacted yet. Gu Chang'e glanced at Yi Langtian and praised him in his heart. He didn't call him Brother Yi in vain. At this time it was still somewhat useful. In this way it saved Guchanga some effort in guiding them. Yiling would probably have to bear the blame until he died. Searching for a tomb, Yi Longqian's words were like a clap of thunder in the ears of the others, causing them to tremble. He was completely shocked, and his entire body was covered in cold air. If Yiling had really done that, his current strength would be unimaginable. According to the terrifying nature of demonic techniques, Yiling's current cultivation level was simply unfathomable. Yiling was not too far away from us at that time, but this is very likely his next plan. Qiling had some doubts about Yi Longqian's words. After all, she had been with Yiling previously and knew what he had done. Brother Ye's words are very reasonable, but let's leave it at that for now. Tomorrow we will start searching for Yiling nearby. Don't miss any ancient town. If we encounter the immortal ancient remnant tribe, try to reason with them. This matter is really important. At this time Guchanga also spoke, looking like he was having a headache. It was as if he was also troubled by Yiling's sudden increase in cultivation level. Hearing this, everyone understood that this matter might become even more complicated. Yiling had secretly sneaked into the immortal ancient continent. The ancient tombs here were the best breeding grounds for Yiling. Then, everyone discussed again and dispersed, preparing to conserve energy and take action the next day. On the other hand, Qiling took the initiative to stay and talk to Guchanga. Most importantly, Qiling told Guchanga about her falling out with Yiling, and raised her suspicions about Yiling. Guchanga nodded to express his understanding. Then, Guchanga still pretended to be concerned about her, and expressed his deep regret about this matter. No matter what, Yiling's title as the inheritor of demonic techniques cannot be removed. It's useless no matter how much you and I trust him, Guchanga said with a sigh. There are many suspicious points about Yiling now. It's not necessarily true that he has nothing to do with the inheritor of demonic techniques, Qiling said. Guchanga nodded to express his agreement. Then Qiling relaxed. It was rare for her to joke with him. She said, during this time I've heard a lot about Brother Gu. You suppressed all the creatures of the immortal ancient remnant and even stole the opportunities of your peers. You've caused a bad reputation. Of course, she did not mean to blame Guchanga. She just could not find a topic to talk about and was purely joking. In her eyes, Guchanga definitely had his reasons for doing things. Moreover, in a world where the strong preyed on the weak, stealing opportunities was not a big deal. Guchanga was also aware of this. He smiled and said, "You're blaming me wrongly. Once those opportunities are in their hands, they can't keep them. In the end, they'll be snatched away by the immortal ancient remnant race. They might even lose their lives. So instead of that, it's better for me to snatch them. They can still live." Of course, he was just making this up. When snatching opportunities, why would he care about such things? If anyone dared to stop him, he would still slap them to death. However, when these words fell into Qiling's ears, her eyes widened. She could not help but say in shock, "So Brother Gu really did consider such things?" Guchanga glanced at her and did not say anything. Her imagination was too terrifying. How could she believe such words? At this time he suspected that Qiling's brain might be missing a cord. Led by Guchanga, the other supreme orthodoxies, imperishable sex young supreme beings, and many other young sky prides participated in the crusade against the inheritors of demonic arts. For a time it caused a huge commotion in the immortal ancient continent. The appearance of the inheritors of demonic arts was already shocking enough. However, no one expected that at this time, Guchanga would be willing to stand up and lead everyone to fight against the inheritors of demonic arts. For the cultivation world, this was absolutely significant. Once they succeeded, it could even be said to be a great achievement. For a time, young sky prides from all over the world rushed to join the crusade to eliminate the threat to the cultivation world and kill the inheritors of demonic arts. This matter even attracted the attention of the immortal ancient remnant races. Even the immortal ancient dragon race, who said that they wanted Guchanga to return Long Tongue's corpse, immediately went to find out if this matter was true or not. In the end, the immortal ancient clans came to the conclusion that this time, Guchanga was serious. This made them feel that they could take advantage of this opportunity. Many young immortal ancient beings also spontaneously gathered to fight against Guchanga. In the immortal ancient dragon race's ancestral land, An elder directly used the true dragon order to command the rest of the clans to send out their outstanding younger generation to participate in the crusade against Wuxia. During this period of time, the situation in the immortal ancient continent had become chaotic due to the battles between the living beings and cultivators on both sides. Many of the younger generation of the orthodoxies in the outside world had also died. Many people even had a premonition that a great war would break out in the immortal ancient continent soon. This was especially because Wuxia had stirred up the situation, causing the living beings on both sides to suffer heavy casualties. Some of the disciples of some orthodoxies even died here because of this. 100 horizontal mountain range. Ancient trees were lush, vast and boundless, and vines were like clouds. A large area of ancient and dilapidated ruins was hidden in the middle. Yu Mingkong's figure appeared here. At this moment she was leading her people to set up here. Many formation patterns and dharma artifacts were engraved everywhere by her. The spiritual qi was rich, and essence stones were scattered everywhere. Mysterious scriptures were engraved in every space. Each of the ancient characters emitted a faint golden glow, bobbing up and down in the void. When the immortal light soared into the sky, it could conceal the heavenly secrets here and buy her some time. Otherwise, it would attract a large number of cultivators and living beings, which would be bad for her. At this moment, she also received news that Wuxia was going to crusade against Yiling. This Yiling is really unlucky to have offended Wuxia. Not only did he take the blame for Wuxia, but now he is being attacked by Wuxia and his people. I wonder if Yiling will be so angry that he will vomit blood. Now everyone is kept in the dark by Wuxia. No one knows that he is the real inheritor of the demonic technique. He is completely playing with everyone in the world in the palm of his hand. Yu Mingkong naturally had no sympathy for Yiling. At this moment, she was guessing what Wuxia's motive was. Stealing Yiling's opportunity was one of them. As for the other, to be honest, she could not guess what it was. I have already seen the immortal gate. Before anyone realizes it, it should belong to me. In fact, Yu Mingkong had already found a stone gate here. It was very simple and sat in the depths of the mountain range. There were many things carved on the stone gate. The mountains were boundless and as tall as the sky. Divine vines and immortal trees grew, overflowing with immortal aura. She wanted to see the path outside the immortal gate through the gap of the gate, but there was a layer of fog covering it. At that moment, large patches of light rain bloomed from behind the immortal gate, sprinkling down from the sky with immortal Dao runes. These immortal Dao runes entered her body, as if to refine her immortal body. This kind of power was very sacred, far surpassing ordinary great Dao runes, containing powerful energy. Yu Mingkong knew that she had already determined the location of the immortal gate. However, she could not open the immortal gate with her current strength. Now there were only two choices. Either wait for the immortal gate to open on its own, and reveal the opportunity to become an immortal, or tell this to Wuxia. He might have a solution. Yu Mingkong was also in a dilemma. This kind of opportunity was right in front of her, but she could not eat it. She even had the impulse to slash the gate in front of her with her sword. However, she was also worried that Wuxia would leave her aside and find a way to enter by himself. Then she would have worked for nothing again. Damn it, this Wuxia is really vicious. He is clearly the inheritor of the demonic arts, but he framed me and even brought people to suppress me. At the same time, in a courtyard in a remote ancient town, Yiling's expression was full of hatred. He could not wait to cut Wuxia into pieces. Beside him was Yin Mei, who had come to meet him in the ancient town. According to Wuxia's instructions, Yin Mei's actions did not arouse any suspicion in Yiling. Instead, he regretted abandoning Yin Mei and escaping first. He was afraid that Yin Mei would hold a grudge against him. Fortunately, Yin Mei had said that she still had many life-saving treasures at that time, so she was able to escape with her life. She was fine, so she could understand his actions. This made Yiling even more moved. At this moment, he was grabbing a young prodigy who was searching for his whereabouts and asking about these things. His expression was very gloomy. What happened outside made him extremely angry. It was simply overflowing with hatred. Wuxia's actions were even more deranged than a thief crying thief. Qi must have exposed my whereabouts. Otherwise, how could Wuxia know that I am hiding in this ancient town? Damn it! I should have known that Qi Ling and Guchanga were in cahoots. To think that I trusted her so much. At this moment, Yi Ling's expression was extremely gloomy. Over the past few days he could see cultivators flying through the sky, searching for him in various areas. This was simply more hateful than the immortal ancient remnant tribe. Fortunately, they don't know that the cave residence that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord left for me is actually hidden in this ancient town. Thinking of this, Yi Ling could not help but smile disdainfully. Then he killed the young prodigy in front of him. Old Tortoise, are you sure that the entrance is in this ancient town? Yi Ling asked the old tortoise in the pendant again. He had a hunch that it would be here. However, without the old tortoise's guidance, he actually did not know the exact location. It's here. The entrance is a dry well. However, there are many formation patterns left behind by the heavenly lord. Even a saint will die if they enter by mistake. You have to be careful and find a way out. The old tortoise's words rang out in the pendant, making Yi Ling's expression turn solemn. Then he said to Yinmei behind him, Yinmei, remember to follow closely behind me. Don't take a wrong step. Seeing how serious Yi Ling was, Yinmei also had a worried expression on her face. Then she nodded and said, I know. Don't worry. Yi Ling was relieved when he heard that. He did not notice the flash of mockery in Yinmei's eyes. Soon, Yi Ling wandered around the nearby courtyard. This ancient town was actually very old. It was very old and seemed to have experienced many vicissitudes. However, there were no living creatures living in it. It was already deserted. Should be this well. In the end, Yi Ling brought Yinmei to a stop in an ancient temple. There were no traces of living beings in this place. In front of them, there was a dried-up ancient well covered by withered leaves. Yi Ling felt a familiar aura. It was indeed the aura of reincarnation. It's here. There shouldn't be a mistake. He could not help but show joy and excitement on his face. At this time, the sound of divine rainbows came from all over the sky. Several cultivators descended on this ancient town to search for him. Sensing this aura, Yi Ling's expression changed. He said to Yinmei behind him to follow me. If they did not escape at this time, they would probably be caught red-handed. Therefore, Yi Ling took the lead and rushed to the ancient well in front. He stepped in first. With a splash, the withered leaves drifted away. The space below began to break apart inch by inch. It was a blur as if another world had appeared. It was as Yi Ling had expected. The bottom of the withered well was not the ground but a spatial node. Seeing this scene, Yinmei's face did not show any hesitation as she followed after him. However, the moment she went down, she left an aura mark here. There seems to be someone's aura here just now. Why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The cultivators searching in the ancient town were also confused. Their divine senses covered thousands of kilometers, but could not find any trace of Yi Ling. Forget it. Let's go back and report to young Master Chang'e first. Yi Ling is not here. With that, the few of them left the ancient town. At this time, in another direction on a mountain peak, Chang'e, who was sitting cross-legged, his robes fluttering in the wind, suddenly sensed something. He smiled with interest. A strange aura appeared on his body, oppressing the void in front of him and making it blurry. Men! Chang'e ordered calmly. Master! A large group of cultivators and living beings appeared from all around the mountain peak and knelt on the ground. We've received news that the inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared. He's now in a ruin 40,000 kilometers to the east. Spread the news. Chang'e smiled meaningfully. Naturally, there was nothing in that ruin now. If there was anything, it should be a tomb that he had dug. Yes, master. Soon, the followers behind him received the order and disappeared. Yi Ling, oh Yi Ling, what value do you have now? Chang'e got up as he spoke. The void in front of him blurred. He stepped straight into it and disappeared in an instant.